I know. I've clicked on that, but I can see a whole bunch of invites in my...
Yeah, but you just want the latest one, don't you? Well, I'll send it again now then, so you can see this one come through. So you can see this one come through. Hang on.
Yeah.
1 second.
Tell him that Karen, tell him I put the link in the Hangout that he was trying to call you on.
Marlena says the Hangout that you were calling on, she's put the link in as well.
I think I'm on.
Hey, you're there.
There he's on.
Whoa, we're on.
Yeah, brother, we got you.
Yeah, we can hear you. We're going to go live then, yes? Santos, hello.
How you doing, Mr. Santos Bonacci, my brother? How you doing?
Hey, great guys, thank you. Had a lot of trouble getting on 2 different browsers, so sorry about that.
Well, we're all here and we're ready to go now, so I'm going to press the button and go for it.
All right.
Let's do this.
Hey everybody, we are live today on Sun and Moon. We've got a very great evening here. We've got the second meeting of Bro Sanchez and Santos Bonacci with other members of Sun and Moon, which I'll just run through and then I'll say hello to everybody. We've got Cat's Eyes from America, we've got Trotters from America, we've got Matt Jerome from America, Marlena from Canada, Judith from Israel, Patricia from the UK, I'm from the UK, Santos Bonacci from Australia, and Bro Sanchez from America. Hello, everybody. Body?
Hello.
Hello, guys. We all had a little latency.
This is not a hangout that's been... Can you hear me, Karen? I didn't publish this one because I wasn't sure if it was going to happen, but I'm so pleased that Bro woke up. Anyway, Cat's Eyes can't stay too long. The subject today is obviously Bro and Sanchez are very similar, and even Matt, on this whole thing about religion. And Cat's Eyes was talking to us last night about what was happening around like people, and they say that they're Christians. Do you remember Cat's Eyes? Cat's Eyes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, there you go. Good. Do you remember what you were saying on the hangout last night, at the after hangout? Cats? Cats. Oh, she's gone. Well, she'll be back then. Obviously, Bro and Santos want to talk to each other in a moment. But Matt, you've been dying to say what you say. You start then. You say your bit about this whole thing about religion.
They're all phony. Every one of them. They're all lying.
Come back.
Matt started to talk now, Cats. Can you mute yourself? Cats, mute yourself. Carry on, Matt.
Every one of them's lying. My knowledge does not come from an education that will be found of thinking or thought. My thinking does not come from a box. My realization comes from the fact that there is no box and everything's a fractal state of nature. Under the laws of Kemet and alchemy, everything in this universe is in 3 states of being: positive, a negative, or neutral. You have emotions. The hair on your body are feelers. Your eyes receive and send light that picks up and receives frequency from the universe. You interpretate with your eyes, you think about it, and you feel about it, and then you do. What they lie to you about is the fact of a third option of neutrality. They tell you to feel. Feel positive, feel negative. Buy this, do that. Keep up with your neighbors. Feel, buy. Sit in your shit every Sunday at 9 in your own pew. Repetitive behavior. Conditioning, a cult. That's what that is. You're sitting in your own shit every Sunday at 9. Sitting in your own gaudy, your own pew, your own stink. All this comes about with realization that there isn't a cube. It's all triangles and fractals, and everything's in threes. Seasons, time, electricity, red, blue, purple in the middle. Everything is a vibrational state of being in one form of resonance or another, vibrational state of water. The only difference is how fast or how not fast something's moving. Your eyes can only see certain vibrations. They're either moving too fast or too slow for your eyes because you're right in the physical middle. The next law is that everything's electricity. That means inside of you is atom, to the left and right of you is atom, and you're walking on atom, and you're living in one. You can't prove me wrong, because everything is a carbon basic image of atom. It's the same construct. Everything from the micro to you to the macro, the way you can't see, it's a synchronicity based on 3 states of being, red, blue, or yellow. Those are prime states, positive, negative, and neutral, red, blue, yellow. And then you get into numbers, and everything's a fractal looping pattern of 3, 6, and 9. This fractal state of one number, where 9 is the center point. It's the beginning, the middle, and end. It's the sum of all things. It's the black point in the middle. Because white is no light, and it's a negative resonance, and it reflects and discards all color spectrum.
Matt,
The reality that you do live in.
Matt, explain the bit about religion though. Your grasp on religion, because obviously you, Bro Sanchez and Bro Santos, and
the Freemasons and Catholic occult mechanism is to. Here it is. What's the difference between squaring and circling? What's the difference? What's the difference between squaring and circling?
Explain it to us, Matt.
Anybody?
Go on.
Well, I'm asking if anybody gets it. Circling are both actions, and they're both actions from tools. A compass and a square are tools that square in or circle in. So the answer is nothing. They're both actions from a tool. Therefore, they're only constructs, the result of many things working together to create a form. Because nothing's physical and nothing's solid. Everything's a fractal state. A pixelated hologram for your mind to interpret based on what you think it is and what you feel it is. And it's your job to choose those feelings. Do I want to feel positive about this? Do I want to feel negative about this? Or do I just choose to witness and not feel any kind of way, be purple in the middle?
So religion?
Religion's a farce. All they are, like Santos has said before, I'll agree with on that point, most of the fish stories are physiology, chemical formulas that are referring to Pythagorean understanding of mathematics, which is spherical space dimension, which is also the wheels of Enoch, Ezekiel's wheels, Tesla's understanding of 369, Pythagorean theorem. It's all one and the same concept of mathematics, just many words describing the same concepts. That's a lot. And they've done a lot of things to keep this hidden from your eyes. When you watch television, the color code on your TV is red, blue, and green. That way you don't see in primary states, all three of them, you're getting two. And an out of balance green, which is half blue and half green tint, which is not primary, it's sub-primary. So they're manipulating the screen for your eyes. And as far as more into grade school, when you look around to see, why were they making everybody right-handed? It attaches to the left hemisphere of the brain, which is the red form of thinking, which is dedicated to the sun. The left eye is attached and affiliated to the right hand, the sun hand, and the left hand is the moon hand to the right eye. The right eye is where you get all your creative thinking, music, and forms and expressions and ideas from. That's why they took music and art out of the classroom because of creation. So it's designed to conform and program and turn everybody to right-handed, red, sun thinkers that want to go around and establish and enforce their self and their ego on their neighbor.
I love that.
Hey, flat power to everybody on this side. Flat power to all of you. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, yes. Yes, I know I was muted. I was just letting everybody know over here on Flat Power TV that we still rolling. I hope they're enjoying the show. I see all of the love in the chat room. I love y'all. I appreciate the support, but I don't want to keep the show paused over here with them. So I'm going to let the Sun and Moon group host this because this is their show. And I'm just here to ask questions and answer questions and have a good dialogue. So thank y'all again on the panel for having me.
Hi, Brother Sanchez. I have to say hi. I didn't see you in a while.
Hey, what's up, Marlena? It's always a pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure to see you too.
It is. Bro, just explain a little bit to Matt about how you feel, because this is why I wanted this meeting. Well, I was hoping to get this meeting again with you and Santos. Explain, like, your feelings a bit about this whole thing about religion, what you were talking about on this hangout I was with.
Well, I just think that when we talk about religion, we have to define what religion is. And we have to come up with a definition that's undeniable to all people who are religious. And what I've come up with is a religion is simply a belief system. It's a belief system. Now, someone can deny that, but they'll be wrong. All religions are belief systems. If all religions are belief systems, that's a problem, because any kind of system that's made on beliefs is doomed for failure. So my thing is, if the globe is a system of beliefs, which we know it is, because in order for the globe to maintain itself, there's a couple of things you have to believe in. You have to believe in NASA. You have to believe in CGI. You have to believe in gravity. You have to believe in space. You have to believe in satellites. In order for you to believe that the heliocentric universe is real, you have to believe in the Big Bang. You have to believe in comets and meteors, because that's what seeded life onto the earth during its first stages. You have to believe in a lot of things to make this scientism real, to make this heliocentric model real. The moment you deny any of those beliefs, then the whole model don't make sense anymore. And you find yourself standing alone in darkness asking, where am I? What am I? Who am I? Because everything I've been taught so far was a lie. In order for someone to free themselves, they have to have the truth. And but for them to have the truth, they have to know that they've been lied to. This is why it's so hard to get through to the diehard globalists and even the diehard religious people, because a person have to know that they don't have the truth before they can start seeking the truth. You don't seek the truth
Right.
when you convince you got it. So my thing with religions, Christianity and all of those things is that they are more dangerous than the globe. And I've come to that conclusion because I've had no problems converting globalists. You show them the flat facts and they either deny it or they take it. I had a lot of globalists say, "Hey man, you got a point. I'm no longer a globalist, but I'm not a flat earther either, brother. I'm in between." I've had a lot of that. I'm yet to convert a Christian with that much ease. I have converted Christians, but think about it. We have a Christian flat earth movement. I'm going to be brief here. I'm going to end right here. The fact that you have a community for the people that said we built the community on facts, but we're going to have a community within this community that's built on facts, and this community is going to be built on beliefs. That's kind of contradicting. The flat earth community is the flat earth community based upon the facts, based upon a bunch of people who came together and said, hey, we decide to value facts over belief and over opinions. Now we can base beliefs and opinions off of these facts since we have the truth now, and that's okay. But to continue belief systems on top of this truth is detrimental. It's the equivalent of me saying, hey, I know the earth is flat, but I still support the government in everything they do. That would make me the flat earth society. So to me, the Christian flat earther is doing the work of the flat earth society, which is a Christian organization as well. You see, the Christians have something in common that no real revolutionary have, and the Christians have this in common with each other, that they work with the government. And I despise the government. Christians, in order for them to practice their ministries, they have to have certain tax statuses and certain paperwork with the government. That's why most Christians you talk to, they'll tell you nothing is wrong with the system and that Jesus gonna fix it because it's all the same theology. So I'm gonna just fall back and let someone else build on it because I've been long-winded.
Could I just say, Matt, you're showing the link. Matt, can you put down your picture? That's it. Thanks. Matt, do you want to answer that? Because I don't think Santos is
really
there,
easy.
but he's not there.
It's really easy. I know why everybody's chasing their tail.
Can I just say, Matt, you're showing the Hangout link.
Yeah.
I'm also streaming over here. We don't want no trolls to hack us.
That's it, thanks.
So yeah.
So this is what by Hegelian dialect, you got to understand a couple of simple concepts. Their theologies, their belief systems, mechanisms, ideas, whatever you want to call it. It's a form of operation. I worked for corporations for 15 years, selling cars, selling insurance, buying money, debt collection, telemarketing, on and on. What they've done is they presented you Big Bang as an explosion. When you look at it as an explosion, there's no halving. There's no turning in on itself. There's no oppositional wheel that's happening. But when you turn the very theory upside down and call it an implosion instead of an explosion, then everything falls into place. Now you can quit chasing your tail because that's what happened. It's an implosion of force, not an explosion. They mocked us and turned it upside down on its meaning. So everything expanded out into consciousness in the beginning from sound, and everything will return to center of sound in the end because everything meets and ends in the middle. Even on a line, the beginning of a line and the end of a line, they meet in the middle.
you mind if I ask a question, Karen?
Sure.
Can I identify any Christians on the panel? I have questions for Christians today. I don't really have questions or any kind of discussion for people that's like myself or who understand the religious deception. I think anyone on the panel like me who's non-religious I think we should be questioning the religious people and challenging their viewpoints with ours to see how much unity can we have while still being in opposition.
Beautifully said, brother. Beautifully said.
Well, I think, to be honest, I can't speak for everybody, but I think I can't speak for Malena, because I know Malena's grown up as a Native American, so I feel more spiritual myself, not religious, and I just understand exactly what Matt and Santos say about it. Cat's eyes, I know that he's going to be in agreement, but just explain, because you're back now, what you were saying about what you think. What you were saying last night on the Hangout.
Okay. Look, I'm a Christian, but I'm not religious. My background since 6 years old, I have been with our Heavenly Father since then. We were talking about yesterday on a Hangout about the Christians. There were some people, I'm not going to mention names, how you judge others as Christians against Christians. I, as a Christian, you should not judge others or swear. That's me. And the reason why is that because when this talk yesterday was saying, we're talking how our Heavenly Father talks to you. He speaks to us through His Spirit, the Holy Spirit. And many people, oh my gosh, many people don't understand this, that I have done so many testimonies I can give out that I have done in the since I remember, and there are good, strong testimonies. Now, the Holy Spirit is what guides us through the path of our lives. It convicts us when we are doing things wrong. That's how He controls us to be in the right path. Now, those that judge as Christians, because like I said, I'm a Christian, but I'm not religious. A lot of it is false witnesses, which is especially if someone is bashing on a hangout about people that are not Christians, they are judging them. See, our Heavenly Father, which is the Creator, because I believe in the Creator, I also believe that He's the Heavenly Father above everything. He wants us to help those that don't believe in a Creator or don't believe in our Heavenly Father. And these people that try to judge them, others that are not, are wrong. And I agree, Bro Sanchez, what you just said. You know, Christians, there are big Christians that are with the government and they're big churches, which they're deceiving a lot of us. That's the reason why I'm not in church. I do my own church on my own, in my own home, I pray. But these people on the panel, when they're bashing others, I don't like it. Because see, we're supposed to be peaceful and help them in certain ways so they can understand the Bible. Yes, the Bible is handwritten by man, but which are our Heavenly Father, which is the Holy Spirit, inspire us to write it. And there are people that wrote the Bible, but they also put their own words. But see, this is where it kicks in with the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is what helps us understand the Bible. Jesus says, our Lord tells us, we don't have to know the whole Bible because He knows that we can't. But the word of our Heavenly Father speaks to us in a way that we understand it and the way to help others to understand it. And yesterday I was a little, upset for what was happening in another panel. And it just drives me nuts, honestly. But my spirit was very, how can I say it? Oh my gosh. It was just hindering me because what they were doing.
What? Because they were saying they were Christians, but they were bashing everyone.
Exactly. And we're not supposed to. As a Christian, we're supposed to help others. You know, that's the way the loving God, our Creator, is. He loves us all the same way as each one of us. Doesn't matter what your background, what color you are, what nationality you are. It doesn't matter. We're all the same in his eyes. But the reason of these Christians that separates us from God, which is the religion, it pulls us away from our Creator. And it's sad that they are the ones that are misleading our people, God's people, which are these big churches, for their own gain. And I agree with Sanchez because these big churches are with the government. They really are working with them. They're not teaching the truth of the Word of God. They're not. They don't even pick up a book and teach them. It's no longer the same as I was growing up. But in going back to the panel of this hangout, you speak the Word of God, but at the same time you're bashing them or swearing to them, and come back and do the same thing. To me, in my eyes, and I know in our Creator's eyes, it's wrong. That's how I felt yesterday. And I can feel the vibes through the internet. I have told people about that. I can feel the evilness that comes through people. And
Cats, I'm the same. Okay.
And the Lord and our Heavenly Father, like I said, I have a lot of testimonies. I could give so much that I've been through and what He's done for me and what I have done for others through the Spirit of our Heavenly Father. He speaks that, some don't believe that He speaks to us, but He does. And that's how, when He speaks to us, we know where we're going, and He'll direct us to the right path. He'll bring the people to your path to help them out. But sometimes when I get to that path, I always ask my Creator, our Heavenly Father, why am I doing here? What is your agenda? What I must do? And I wait on Him, because if we don't wait, we're missing something to help that person, to help something that they're needing, okay? To bring them to the Creator, to understand His Word, just to be there for that person or persons. And a lot of times is that when we don't wait, we're missing that blessing. We're missing the gift that we're supposed to help that person. We're missing a lot from Him. That's why I always wait on Him. And He'll show me who's the person, what I must do, what path I must go. And every time I do the path and everything He does, I know I'm doing the right thing, because I get attacked by evilness. And that's me personally. But a lot of times Christians do bash other Christians or others that are not a Christian. Like I said, I'm not religious. I just believe in the Spirit of the Lord. That's me. Yes, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'd like to say something, please. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, dude.
First of all, it's a dream come true for me to be here with you all. Thank you. I go back to the triangle, neutral, positive, negative. There is bad people and negative people and positive people. And all the names, it's not relevant anymore, not in this age, with all the awakening. It's not relevant anymore, all those names, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and all this word. It's not relevant. We need to understand today and to see all the picture. Mark came today to show something. It's behind the globe and behind the flat earth. It's behind. It's so simple. It's so magic. It's show us all the picture, all the creation, and the micro and the macro, and then you understand that we are one big tree, above and below, and the evil has an address, and we need to call it by his name, and it's the Vatican, it's the Pope. There is an address, not the Christian, not the Jewish, and not all this world. It's not relevant. There is an address for all this, and we need to be specific and not say a word that's not relevant, and it's not give us a solution to live our life here as heaven. Thank you.
Thanks, Judith. I think Bro Sanchez wanted to say something. Bro Sanchez?
Yes, I was listening to Cat's Eyes, and I think that she's the exact example of what I'm trying to teach about. Much love to her. But there's a lot of things she said that I want to address, and it's important so that I show you how dangerous Christianity is. You see, a lot of Christians say that they are non-religious, but it's just like when gangsters say, we ain't a gang, we're a brotherhood. We ain't a gang, you know. We're just a couple of guys who hang out, you know. We're not a gang, man. We're just, you know, a community group. So a lot of gangsters, when you talk to them, they'll tell you, hey, man, we're not a gang. They got different words they use to say now because they got to get smarter with their image. I don't think this is the case for Cat's Eyes. I think she just don't know what religion is. And in her attempts to separate herself from the evil Christians, she says, I'm non-religious. Well, we have to understand what religion is. Religion is belief systems. And if you have a system of beliefs, you're religious. In order for you to be spiritual, you would wake up every day challenging your beliefs. That's what makes a person spiritual. Saying, I'm not going to conclude on any beliefs and build a system out of beliefs. To the day I die, I'm going to constantly challenge my beliefs so that I can disprove them or prove them. Because ultimately, I want the truth. And that's what'll set us free. That's what'll get us close to the Most High, not the beliefs. I know the Bible say that faith and beliefs will get you closer to the Creator, but nature and spirituality says, no, that's not what'll get you close to the Creator. That's what'll keep you away from the Creator. So when I see good people that's Christians, I don't say, look at that Christian. I just simply say, look at that good person. To me, what makes a person good is not their belief systems, but what's in their heart. And you can be a Christian, a Buddhist, or whatever belief system you can have, and you can be either a good or bad person. So at the end of the day, belief systems are not the answer. They're serving someone else more than the person who believe the things they believe. I want to talk about Christianity some more. I know we got a lot of people on the panel, but she said the Holy Spirit guides you. I was in that paradigm before. I was a Christian. I was a diehard Christian. Apostolic Christian, meaning evidence of speaking in tongues. That was me. But it wasn't nothing the way Christians explain it. And when I look back at it, when we say the Holy Ghost is guiding us, half of the time it's not some foreign spirit that's guiding us. It's simply good people on earth. You see, when I was in church, everybody in that congregation that was good, they was good because they was good people in their hearts. And there were a lot of Christians who were evil, man. I'm talking about more evil than any person off the streets could ever be. And they were right there in the church. So I come to the conclusion that the Bible doesn't make a person good or bad. It's not the Holy Ghost or a spirit that makes a person good or bad. It's the spirit of that person what makes them good or bad. The fact that you can have both in one church shows this to be true. So the Holy Ghost don't guide people to do right, because if you say that, then I want to know why it haven't guided anyone to end the poverty in Ethiopia, why it hasn't guided anyone to be fair in the Constitution among all shades of people. Why the Holy Ghost ain't guided any of these pastors to let these homeless people sleep in their church instead of on the streets every night? You know, so if the Holy Ghost guide people, it's lacking in a lot of areas. So I wouldn't want to say that there's an invisible spirit doing anything, because then we can't prove it. You know, and then if we say that the Holy Ghost is making people do good, we could say, well, the demons and the evil spirits are making people do bad. And if we say that, then no one is evil. Meaning if I go murder someone, it's not me. It's the spirit in me. It was the devil in me. So I shouldn't go to jail. So if we start blaming things on other spirits that we can't prove, we dealing with belief spookism, and it stops us from dealing with ourselves. And that's the problem I have with belief systems. Sorry if I was long-winded, guys. I'm done.
No, that was really, yeah, nicely put. Santos.
Yes.
Yeah, so what do you make of Bro's statement there?
Really, really good, really good. And very insightful, very true, and everybody else preceding him. I'm enjoying the depth of the matter that we're talking about. I think some of these terminologies like belief, religion, etc., Christianity need to be put into perspective, because I think we're sort of using the terms as though the way the Jesuit histories in academia would have us use those expressions. I've reclaimed them all. I've reclaimed the Bible for everyone and taken it out of the hands of these Christian churchgoers. I've reclaimed God. I've reclaimed belief. All of these words are beautiful words. There's nothing at all negative about those words, because the Christians who think they are Christians have degenerated these words. So first of all, someone needs to mute there. There's a bit of background noise. First of all, we need to understand that Christianity is probably the most ancient religion in the universe. The Egyptians had nativity scenes in the walls of the temple of Karnak and Luxor. That's at least 1,500 years before the supposed historical Jesus of the Roman Empire lie. So Christianity is a religion, and a religion, as I've explained in all of my presentations since the word go, is a science. As all the great esoteric masters have ever said, religion is science and science is religion. It's theological science. It's understanding the archetypes. Who is Jupiter? Is it Thor? Is it Zeus? Yes, it is. And so you can now go through all the cultures under the sun, and you can identify all the gods and the archetypes and their energies. Hence, Jesus is Zeus, Jupiter Zeus. That's why they still carry that name, Jesus, these so-called Christians. So why I'm saying this is that Christianity is a beautiful religion / science, astrotheological and astrological and alchemical, because it's the science of ascension. It's the secret of immortality. The Bible is nothing but a book of mythological, poetic truths, spiritual, transcendental truths. There are no facts. There is no history on any timeline that we know of that is in the Bible. Yes, you may point to certain parts in the Bible that talk about Cyrus the Great and Alexander the Great and Herod and all these other historical people. Yes, this is what you call post-redaction. The elite families have been suiting and adjusting the holy, eternal gospels to suit their empires so that they can give you a vicarious saviour. Hence, we have all of these Jesuit religions called Protestant religions. Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, they all serve the government via their prostitution with the governments. The Mary, the the harlot who sits on many waters. The harlots who in the Bible, in Revelation, it says this harlot has many, many children. And the harlot is Babylon the Great, the Catholic Empire, the Roman Empire, and all the little Protestant children, they are the children of that harlot. They pay taxes unto it. They collect blood Rothschild money, blood money, war money in their contribution boxes, their donation boxes. They hate each other. They slander each other. They are hypocrites. They're all hypocrites. They are the very ones that Jesus will say on the last day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not expel demons in your name? Did we not do many powerful works in your name and testify in your name? And in that day I will say to them, get away from me, you workers of lawlessness. I never knew you. So all those 30,000 somewhat registered Christian churches are all satanic, antichrist, demonically controlled enterprises because they're based on a fiction, a hocus-pocus, pseudo BS lie that some Jesus God walked the earth and had nappies and then grew up and burped and sneezed and farted, and this is God, and then he gets crucified on a cross, impotent and incompetent, and we believe in this one who came and is coming. He's never around, but he did come, and he's coming. So just keep awaiting, yeah, while Rome sodomizes everybody with their Jesus BS churches. There never was a historical Jesus, nor was there a mundane Krishna or a mundane Buddha, people. Okay? How do I know that? Because I've read all their books, and guess what? They all contain the very same transcendental story with different words. You see, when I go to Italy, I drive a macchina. When I go to London, I drive a car. When I go to Spain, I drive a coche. You see? In France, a voiture. But it's all the same thing, okay? Krishna is Christ. I've proven it 1 trillion times. Okay? He's Buddha.
Can I ask you a question, Santos? Because I want to go all the way back. I want to go all the way back to the origin of the deity to show the whole world why we should do away with the Bible. I know you said something about you are reclaiming the words belief, Bible, Christian, and God. Well, that'll be the equivalent of a flat earther trying to reclaim the words gravity, space, Big Bang, and evolution. I don't want to reclaim any of those words. I want to prove that all of those words are anti-nature and should be discarded from our vocabulary or redefined. But if something was created to hold nature down and to suppress nature, we shouldn't reclaim it. We should destroy that thing so that nature can be free. My question to you is, you say that Krishna is Jesus. We know that that's true. We know Serapis is Jesus. We know that Horus is Jesus. We know that we can trace parallels of Jesus around the world to many, many cultures and many which predates Jesus. With that being said, we have to ask ourselves another question. Who is the literal man that Jesus is representing in the flesh? Because this Jesus character sure as hell isn't real. Me and Santos Bonacci know that. But who was this Jesus guy historically? Was there a real guy? And my research has led me to say, yes, that Jesus is nothing but another form of Adam in Genesis. And that Adam is another form of Adama and Adamu and Atum. So I would like to go there now so we can go back and talk about Normer, and I will expose to everyone in the world who Jesus really is. Jesus is nothing but a mythological representation of the Pope. So whoever acknowledges Jesus, every time they say Jesus, they're really saying the Pope. And if they worship Jesus, they're giving their energy to the Pope. This is why I want to free the minds of my Christian brothers and sisters and do away with the whole biblical deception. To me, there's no need for a Bible. And to me, everything that we pride Christianity in accomplishing, we accomplished better before the Bibles, before any of these belief systems. Because if you agree with me, Santos, that Jesus wasn't real and he wasn't a literal man, we have a problem. And I'm going to show you why in a minute. But I want to hold it and save this for later because I want to be short and ask the question. So the question is, why Santos, do we still hold on to this Bible when it was created to go against nature and against the people? It was never created for anything good, and it was never created by any good people. And I would debate that to my last breath, that the people who gave us the Bible were evil. Even when you talk about it going back to Kemet, we're talking about evil people. So let's deal with that. I would like to know more. I'm going to mute my mic.
Okay, brother. Well, what you're saying is true, but it's not fully true in syncretism talk. The Bible is not a book that is owned by anybody. The Bible can be proven to be of far greater antiquity than what they say. These are eternal gospels. They're not historical. Hence, people are interpreting them the way that, yes, does render them evil books, but they are not. And I've shown what the Bible is. I've shown that the Bible is astrological. I've shown that the Bible is astrotheological. I've shown that it is alchemical and biological, and how it contains an encoded message of how to ascend the Christ and return to an immortal state. And belief, again, shall be reclaimed in syncretism parlance, because belief is not the word that has been translated into belief. There's no such thing in the Bible. The Greeks used pistis, which means trust. And the trust that you have in Christ is not blind belief. It's trust that if you apply this alchemical process of raising the chrism, as is indicated and instructed in all sacred scriptures, then you have the trust, you will be rewarded. The ones who are lazy, like the ones who had 2 talents and buried them, and then the Lord returned and he gave them the talents, and they said, Lord, we feared you, so we buried the talents. He says, well, get out, because you're not worthy of the kingdom. Like the foolish virgins who didn't have enough oil because they squandered it in ejaculations. And then when they didn't have enough oil to go up to the cerebrum to return the Christ, who is coming in the clouds of the cerebrum, well, then they failed to get up there, didn't they? Because they squandered it like the prodigal son down below in physical ejaculations, which is a satanic teaching, just as meat eating is.
So my thing, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had paused. I'm sorry, Santos.
I did. Yeah, go.
Yeah, my thing with it all is when you say the Bible is not owned by anybody, I will have to totally disagree with that. The Bible has a copyright on it. There are so many different types of Bibles, and each one is copywritten by a different family or different man. For example, the Bibles that has a monopoly on all of the hotels are the Gideon group. And the Gideons are a real family. They're a real group of people who are making big time money off selling Bibles. You got to think.
Brother.
Uh-huh.
Can I interject? Sorry, but Bhagavad Gita is the Bible. The Eddas are the Bible. The Zendavesta is the Bible. No one owns these documents. Just because
no,
Big Pharma
well, no,
grabs God's.
what the books you just named, someone owned them as well. What I'm saying is, no book is owned by our soul. No book is the true guidelines on how to operate to reach the Most High, and they all are a distraction. My thing is, when you say that the Bible is not owned by anyone, that's just wrong. You could bring up the Zendavesta and all of these other books, but we have to keep in mind that the Bible is copywritten. I'm not talking about those other books. I'm talking about the book I was indoctrinated with, which was the King James Bible, which is the book that all Freemasons use. It is copywritten just as well as every other printed Bible. It is copywritten. The Zendavesta and all religious texts are copywritten, and that's a fact. And if you don't think that's true, then take you one of those books, reprint it, and go try to sell it and see what happened to you. Somebody gonna put you in jail. Now, if it was the word of God, why would they put you in jail? They would want you to spread it. But you know what? If I was to buy me a printer right now and reprint the King James Bible word for word and call it the Brother Sanchez Bible, and I go out there trying to sell it, they'll lock me up so quick, and that's a federal crime. Why? I'm spreading the word of God. Why? Why does it have to be copywritten? Why can't I sell it? They're selling it. I'm spreading the word, so it lets me know that it's not the word of God, and it is owned by man because man has control over it. That's just a fact. I don't really want to argue that because, I mean, that's a fact. But what I really wanted to get into is when you say we can trust. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's like saying Ford owns Ford cars, but they don't own cars. Okay, so yes, they've copywritten their version, King James, and the Jehovah's Witnesses have the New World Translation, sure, but like Big Pharma might get God's herbs and they might adjust a few molecules and whatnot, and then patent and license their new drug, but they don't own drugs, they don't own herbs. Gospels are gospel. They've always been written. They are poems. They are tragedies, tragedies, which means gospels, goat spells. Hence Capricorn and the zodiac. They're just myths. That's all they are. They're myths which have higher meaning in them for those who have eyes to see. You see. So that's how the esoteric syncretist sees it.
Well, that's a very simple way of putting it when you understand that the Bible is like the number one cause of war. That no other book on this earth has had more people put to death than the Bible and the Christian belief. Like, we really got to keep that in mind when we go to try to glorify this bloody book. We got to keep in mind that when we talk about Christ in the Bible and other parts of the world, it's like talking about Hitler around Jews. If I started glorifying Adolf Hitler on a panel full of Jews, they wouldn't care what the etymology is behind me glorifying Hitler. They wouldn't be trying to hear me out with none of the deeper science on why Hitler's supposed to be good. These Jews hate Hitler. All right. In the same sense, anyone that's not compassionate about why I don't like the Bible because it condones my people's slavery. It's a book of slavery. When I learned my history, I found out that the Bible was used against me, and that the Bible is not the book for me. And that a lot of people who embrace the Bible are mostly white supremacists. I mean, you got to keep in mind that KKK used this book to justify what they was doing. They even burnt crosses on our yards in the South. So like I said, the Bible has done more harm than good. We have to keep that in mind. We have to realize that one thing you said that the government can take nature's herbs and manipulate them, but they don't own drugs. Yes, they do. They own Tylenol. They own Oxycontin. They own methadone. They own aspirin. All drugs, government owns it. So I don't get that one as well, Santos. But I will say this: what nature put out there was herbs and plants, and what man did was take those herbs and plants, manipulate it, and created a synthetic drug out of it that keeps us addicted to his drugs. And these drugs don't heal us, they just treat us. But the plants that nature gave us actually heal us. The drugs makes us addicts. So when you make this comparison with the Bible and Big Pharma, think of it that way. The true spirituality lies in nature. When we go outside and interact with nature, we are reading nature's Bible. So we don't have to go chop the trees down to print books. That's stupid. We need the trees, not the Bibles. So my thing is, the Bibles and the religions are a synthetic drug that keeps people addicted and hooked to the gospel. And that's the ghost spell, meaning the ghost of dead men. Every Sunday is a funeral to go pay homage to dead rulers and kings, because Christ is just a mythological personification of all of the actual lords who ruled on this earth, meaning the sun gods. Christ is a sun god. So every Sunday we paying homage to our oppressors, the spirits of the people who oppressed over us for centuries. And that's the ghost spell. We're under a spell of dead man's ghost. That became the gospel. So this Bible, this religious beliefs, and everything that have to do with beliefs is synthetic. It's not natural. Nature don't deal with beliefs. Nature deals with what's fact and what's natural. Man deals with belief on our quest to find what's fact and what's natural. But if we ever stop on that quest and conclude on beliefs, we'll never reach the finish line. So to get back one with nature, you can't go through any of these religious books. You have to go through nature, not a mediator called Christ or the Bible. You have to go and interact with nature for yourself. And can't nobody teach you that. You can't read this in a book. We are the book of life, each and every last human. So I would like to continue this a bit more and pour my heart out on why I would never engage into any of this dialogue. I would never reclaim these words. I'm here to do away with all belief systems until anyone on the panel prove me why we shouldn't all be doing it. I would like to hear. But yeah, I don't want to be long-winded. I got notes here, so I can hop back and forth with my notes, and I'll be taking more as you guys speak.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody else on the panel?
See, this is, well, you know what, Brother Sanchez, this is the whole reason why that our culture was, they try to wipe out our culture, you know? I have a hard time with certain, I'm not saying, but I'm saying I have a really hard time with my family, my ancestors. You know, this is my family. You know, the residential school that was ran just closed a few years ago. You know, they were coming into our homes and taking the children just because they could, cutting their hair and throwing the Bible at them, saying that if you don't listen, you're going to hell. You know, if you speak your language, you're going to hell. They were beating the language out of, you know, our family. And the thing is, we had to reteach our younger kids language because their parents ended up not remembering their language because of the fact that they weren't allowed to speak it. If they spoke it, they got beaten. You know, confession wasn't what confession is supposed to be about. Confession was native. You were born this way. You're an animal. You know, this is why I have a hard time with being spiritual. To me, is a whole different thing.
Yeah.
A specific religion. And I have nothing against anybody. Everybody has the right to feel and believe in whatever they want. I am not one of those people that are going to chastise and tell you something. Hard time.
Hey, Marlena, you cut off. Can you repeat that for us on this end?
Then that's been so damaging
Can y'all hear me?
to my people.
So we've got someone on the panel now. Who's Elizabeth?
Which part?
Hey, Marlena, you had cut off on us at one point when you said that everyone's really entitled to their belief and you're not one of the ones that's gonna. And right after gonna, you cut off.
Okay, well, I'm not one to chastise anybody for their beliefs, and anybody that knows me personal, like you do, brother, and a few of you on here know me personally, that I am not out for blood. We forgive people. And even though it was only recently that they shut down that last residential school, which the ones that don't understand what this was, it's a Catholic school where they had a right to come into our homes and take the children. They would take them to these schools, cut their hair, and beat these kids, beat our language and our culture out of us.
Yeah, that's
So I have kind of a little bit of a hard time with the Catholic way. You know what I mean, Brother Sam? I'm sorry, I had to control myself for a minute. You know, it's very personal.
No, you keep cutting out on my end. It was a long dropout, and I was like, maybe she's done. I don't know if you cutting out to the rest of the panel.
No, I did pause for a second because, you know, the stuff like my aunt was here visiting me yesterday, and she's one of the residential school survivors.
Yeah, see, so, and when I hear you talk about the things that was done to you in the name of religion, it further confirms my stance, because I can even bring up stories. I don't know if many of you researched the Pranare Indians. Go and look up this old Indian group called the Pranare Indians. And they was one of the last quote unquote indigenous groups to be indoctrinated with Christendom or Christianity. And the Catholic Church went over there in the, I want to say, 60s. I might be wrong on the year. They couldn't indoctrinate these Pranare Indians with the Bible, because the Pranare Indians didn't have a word in their vocabulary that would translate to hell.
Yes, us too. We were talking about that the other day in here. We don't have these certain words. We don't have the word hate is not in our language. It's not, you know. We try to break this stuff down, and when you do hear a lot of us speaking our language, I speak Mi'kmaq, if anybody doesn't know, this is my language. I have to sometimes add English words in there because we don't have them. We don't have hate, and like you said, we don't have hell or the devil or this kind of thing. That's a man-made thing that was drilled into people, you know what I mean? And I wasn't going to cut in here, but I really had to when it comes to certain things that certain religions did to certain races of people, and they did that to our race. And it's a good thing that my mother and all of us were brought back into our community, because my mother brought back our culture stuff. She brought back our traditions and language and made sure that it was put back into the schools and all the stuff that we need here. And back to where it was, and the fences mended, you know, Band-Aids put on.
Mm-hmm.
It's not over though, see? These people are all still alive that were taken from the families.
And the point,
you know, it wasn't that long ago.
And the point that I was trying to make with the Pranare Indians is how indoctrination worked. And I want Santos to take a note of this, because I'm not sure he's aware of this story. I want y'all to think about what I'm telling you here and think about what Marlena said. These Pranare Indians was living on their lands for thousands of years untampered with, until the Vatican found out that their land had resources on it. So what did the Vatican do? They went over there with the Bible trying to convert the people into Christians, but it wouldn't work because the Pranare Indians didn't have a word in their vocabulary for hell or a place of burning torture. So guess what the Catholic Church did? They printed a whole nother Bible called the Pranare Bible. And what they did, since the Pranare didn't have a concept of hell, they taught them that if they don't follow Christ, then their village will be burnt down and their future generations will go extinct. So they had to create a whole nother version of hell for the Pranade Indians, a personal tailored Bible just for them because the language barrier. That shows you the extent that the church will go to indoctrinate people. And that's what I have against it, because that's how Christianity was brought into the world, through force, not choice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you want to hear something really messed up, Brother Sanchez? The last prime minister that we had here ordered the churches to burn these records. And I'm telling you, these are the words, burn the records, because it's over now. They ordered to burn records. And of course, our family still has the records. We still have all this stuff. They had to, back then, they were going to come and take my mother and smuggled her into the United. This is how people ask me, how was I in America? Well, this is how I became there, was because my grandparents smuggled my mother into the United States so that they couldn't take her, because they had every right to walk into your house and take your children. How would any of you guys feel if someone walked into your house and said, good, we're taking your child, they have to be in this school, in this boarding school. First thing they do is they cut their hair. Our hair is a big thing to us, and it means things here. It's a power thing. It's our antennas. It means a lot. First thing they do is they chop off and they make your child bald, right? Anytime your child tries to speak language, they tell you you're going to hell. So then they beat that into you, and so you have that fear, like this fear of God. And our teachings here is we have a very loving Creator. Our Creator teaches you kindness and love and that kind of thing. Not you do this, you're going to burn forever. Like that stuff, weren't taught that. So my job right now is, because I'm doing my elders' teachings, because I'm very honored that I was chosen, that I am teaching these children stuff that their parents had to relearn too. Because when you're at a young age like that, you lose your culture. And there was a lot of them that lost their culture right across Canada. And I know it happened on other reserves also. You lose your culture, your language, and you lose your way, You learn this, and then you realize, okay, the original thing we learned, the Creator that we learned about from the get-go, that's the one that's real. The one that tells you to be kind to people, help each other, take care of each other. That's the one. Not the one that if you look at someone the wrong way, you're going to hell. If you speak your language, you're speaking the devil's tongue. What kind of ridiculous stuff is that? And it's not Christians, church, that did it to my people. Because I know specifically exactly which ones came. And the last residential school was just closed down 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
that's
said
2 years ago.
You said it's not Christians, but what now? You dropped
It
off.
was sorry, I lost my connection. It was the Catholic Church that came here and did that.
Yeah, that would be Christians.
Yeah, but I thought, okay, this is where I get confused, because I was brought up in my culture, brought up with the kind of knowledge we have with our Creator and our teachings, okay? So I thought, and thank you if you guys correct me, because I don't know the difference. I'm ignorant that way, and I will admit when I don't know. I thought Christians and Catholics were two different things. I thought you could be Christian, but a Catholic and all that were just different segments of being Christian.
Okay.
Is that not right?
So can I go ahead and break this down for you?
Yes, please do. Please.
Christian is a title. Christian can be looked at in a simple way like this. If me and Marlena gets married, then Marlena's last name is Paris. You get my last name. And in the future, everyone that's married to me, since my last name is Paris, can be looked at as a Parisian. There's actually a store called Parisian. But anyway, my last name is Paris. So just say I become a religious figure, and there are people all around the earth that start to follow my teachings. They would become Parisians because they're following the teachings of Paris. or whatever my religious name would be. I'm just using my last name. So since Christ was always a title, meaning anointed one, really the Christ title is another way of saying Buddha. But Buddha is not one person. Christ is not one person. There are many Buddhas. There are many Christs. We are the Buddhas and the Christ. Or like when you go over there in the Hindu world, what we call monks, they call Buddhas. So you can be a Buddha. It's deeper than worshiping a Buddha or worshiping a Christ. These are titles we can become. But to keep it simple for you, a Christian is anyone that's married to Christ. Even if they deny it, because you can have a wife that's married to a guy, but she denying her husband when she around the other guys for whatever reason, but she's still married to the man. So you are a Christian if you're married to Christ in any form of way in your ideology or spirituality. That's the way you can simplify it.
That's very confusing. I'm sorry. Very confusing.
Well, let me simplify it this way. Anyone that's married to Christ, meaning have Christ at the foundation of their spirituality, at the center of their ideology, are Christians. And anyone that's the same for Allah would be a Muslim. So if you share,
right?
Yeah.
So okay. So here goes. Okay, in our area we have the Catholic Church, right? Then you have the Pentecostal Church, the Baptist Church, and the United Church, right? You have these specific what do you call them, denominations, right?
Yeah, I was a member.
They practice very differently from each other. I'm saying when I go to the churches, because I have attended these churches. Yeah.
I was a member of the Catholic Church for about a week. Right. And I was a Pentecostal apostolic member for about 4 years, and also was a Baptist coming up as a child. Now I know all of their different doctrines, and I can tell you how they all different and why they all the same, because it goes back to what I just said. Now, what makes the Baptist doctrine different than the Baptists teach that as long as you confess your sins and proclaim Christ to be the Savior and get baptized, you saved. That's why they call the Baptists, because their salvation is based around baptism. Their doctrine come from John the Baptist. And that's how the Baptist church was created, around baptism. So now let's talk about the Catholics. The Catholics isn't based around any particular traditional practice, such as baptism or receiving the Holy Ghost. The Catholic faith is simply based around keeping the law. The Catholics deal with the law. They deal with confessions. And they also deal with the mother, because the original law came from the womb. And that's something I want to talk to Santos about later, because the oldest religion on earth was the worship of the womb. But to get back on subject here, Marlena, they're all different in these ways. Baptist is John the Baptist. Catholic is the mother church. They call themselves the mother church because they hold a doctrine of the womb, of the Madonna. And then you have Pentecostal church because their doctrine is centered around the Holy Ghost, or the day of Pentecost, which is Acts chapter 2, verse 2, if you read about it. Now, I was a Pentecostal church, and in order for you to be saved in a Pentecostal church, you have to speak in tongue. Now, I did a testimony on that, and I can go into all of that. That's learned behavior. It's not no possession, no real spirit, none of that. I can go into that. But just to be brief, you kind of ignored me, Marlena, because you said that these three... Hold on. You said that...
It's not that I was ignoring you. I understood you. And the reason why I was saying it this way was because when we were helping these people progress and come back into our own, and to remember this is your teachings, it was actually a different church that helped them come back. That's why I said they were different from each other. The way the Catholic people treated my people compared to, and my family compared to, it was actually Pentecostal people that came and helped them come back here. They didn't try to put their beliefs on anybody. They treated us differently.
if you keep cutting me off, then you'll miss my point, sister. I just want to say this, because the more you speak, the more you ignore my point, and you really don't get my point, what I'm trying to show you. I don't care if it was Pentecostals who helped you and it was Catholics who hurt you. My point was they were all Christians. That's my point. And my point of proving it was, I gave you each of their different doctrines, but what you got to keep in mind is the point that I mentioned earlier. All of these doctrines are centered around Christ. So they're all Christian doctrines, no matter if it's a Pentecostal doctrine, Catholic doctrine, a Lutheran doctrine, an apostolic doctrine, a AME doctrine. I can create a doctrine tomorrow. Jonestown, Jim Jones created his own doctrine. The homosexual churches got their own doctrine, but they all Christians. So you can, so you have hundreds of different types of Crips. Yeah. Everyone that's a Crip isn't the same type of Crip. I'm talking about gangsters. They all Crips don't get along. Some Crips kill each other because it's different types of Crips, but they're all gang members. They all gangsters. So that's all I want you to see, is that a Christ or a Christian is anyone married to Christ. And you can be married to Christ under any doctrine. All roads lead to Rome. So I hope you guys understand that. That's all I want to be here. I want to be understood here today. And I get what you saying. I get what you saying, but you bring me on a show, I'm a voice my heart and show the people where I stand, because we pretty much know where Christians stand. So learn the mind of the Antichrist. He's here. The Antichrist is here. Why am I the Antichrist? Because when you admit that Christianity has put these atrocities on people and their ancestors, and that how many people died at the hand of Christianity, and how many people still suffering mentally and spiritually because they don't know who they truly are, because they indoctrinated by this Bible, then you don't have time to be nice to someone who's dropping bombs on little children. Christians right now are in other countries dropping bombs on innocent villages. And you can say, well, those are not real Christians. But the people who they're bombing, they see Christians. They've always saw Christians. They've always seen the Red Cross come to their towns and kill them. They always seen bullets come every time they hear the name of Jesus and see a cross. They don't think happiness like us. They get scared. So I'm thinking about other people and how they look at these religions that we love and the origination of these religions. They came by force, not choice, and they're not natural. They keeps us away from nature. They keep us murdering each other, arguing. And when someone say that I'm going to be nice to the Christian and be forgiving to the Christian, I don't have to be, because forgiveness is a Christian concept, not a natural concept. Nature created love and nature created hate for a reason. Nature created happiness and anger for a reason. And me personally, I don't agree with people who say, well, everyone's entitled to their belief. I'm not going to chastise anyone. No, I was born to be a revolutionary and to challenge those beliefs that keeps the world in bondage. I'm not going to stand by and do nothing anymore, because I think that's the reason why the world suffers, when good people stand by and do nothing, because we don't want to hurt Christians' feelings or we want to fit in. No, I love them enough to tell them you're wrong and that you're being bamboozled just like the globalists. And I'm going to continue to do it. But I'm sorry for being long-winded, guys. Go ahead. I'm done.
Sorry, I have to get the mute button back on. Santos, are you there, Santos?
I certainly am.
What do you say? What do you say to what Bro Sanchez is saying there?
Yeah, good. Look, I have to agree, and I'm enjoying the reasoning behind these good arguments. as I say, with my syncretism, I teach that all these books are pure mythology. So it's like a knife. You know, you don't condemn a knife just because someone used it to kill somebody. It's just a device. The Bible's just a book, you know, and so-called Christians used it in history to murder other people, but it has no reflection on Christianity, nor does it reflect on the Bible, nor does it reflect on the knives that were used to murder those poor innocent people. Neither does it reflect on anything other than people kill because people are vicious. And you know, if you want to see the Bible as a historical book, then I mean, well, then that's fine, you know. And in that sense, yes, it's true. It's been evil. It's been used as a manipulative device, and it's been misused, like everything. And in my teachings, I teach how to use the Bible properly. Use it astrologically, use it biochemically. It's a roadmap for salvation. I've used it to save myself. I have resurrected the Merkaba vehicle, and I've become enlightened through the scriptures, all the scriptures, and meditation, of course. But the scriptures, we wrote them many eons ago, and they've always been there, and they are embedded in the ecliptic of the stars. You know, when you read from Aries through Pisces on the ecliptic, you are reading the journeying of Horus on the horizon, you know, and all of his 12 labours every year. Every year he labours for us and serves us, and it's Michael the Archangel, you know, and the moon is Gabriel, you know. Surya and Chandra, and yin and yang, you know, Krishna and Radharani. And you can use any name you want. There's only one science. It's the science of energy. God is energy, and the Bible speaks of this. That's why the Bible speaks of God as divided into a demiurge type of evil side, Satan or Lucifer, and the good side, Jesus. But it's all the same thing. Jesus is Satan, is Lucifer, is Buddha. It's all the archetypes of the cosmic egg. So we live in a cosmic egg, which is a golden torus field, the bulls of Krishna, the bulls of Baal. And these are Torahs. Aura is gold. So they are torus fields of gold. And we live inside these, you know, these vehicles, these solar systems, whatever you want to call them. And so, you know, to make one of these Merkaba torus field universes, you need energy and intelligence, and you need to be able to sustain these constructs and creations. And that's why we praise the Creator. The Creator is the infinite source of all universes. You know, there's not just one universe. There's endless amount of universes and solar systems like ours. You know, this is not just the only one. The Creator is not limited. And so, but what we find is that in all of those systems, there will always be books and science as to how to maintain the torus field, how to maintain your torso torus field of your body, so that you can live longer, live happier. When you do go by the Bible, you do live happier. And, you know, that's when you know what it is.
Okay, well, I think that's an opinion, because there are some Satanists out there, or quote unquote Satanists, who say when you go by the satanic book, you live happier. There are some people out there who practice pedophilia who say if you go by their book, you live happier. There's Jewish groups who use the Bible to condone pedophilia. So, you know, like I said, at the end of the day, nature would do better without these books and these beliefs, because I don't think that the Most High intended for us to go chopping down all of these trees to create books that keeps us divided, when nature is what unites us all, Santos. Now, we don't have to argue about the wind out there keeping me and you alive, Santos, but me and you up here debating about which belief system is correct. We don't got to argue about that sun in the sky that's giving all of us a beautiful day. But we can get up here and argue about if Allah is real or Buddha and all of them is real. It's the things that aren't real that keeps us arguing and ignoring the things that are real that will unite us. So the moment we stop chopping trees down to build belief books and go back to nature and leave the trees in the ground, then guess what? We can go back to what keeps us all alive and what we all got in common, which is the earth, not these books written by man. You can talk all, I want to say that the things you bring up about the Bible is occult things that most Christians don't know because it wasn't intended for them to know. The Bible is a coded book. So when you say that the Bible is to teach us a lot of things and you live better with the Bible and you teach people how to use the Bible, I teach people how to destroy the Bible so that we can restore nature. The same with the Quran. These things have to be done away with because they are diseases, cancers upon the mentals of people. Any book that take the Christ out of you and have you in fear of a place called hell goes against true spirituality because it's ruling you out of fear and not out of love. And that's what I get from the Bible. And
there's absolutely no fear in the Bible. If you don't know how to read it, there is.
That right there is what I have against the Bible, because if I tell you that it's fear in the Bible, you as my brother, as my friend, shouldn't deny that. Because you're not in my body, Brother Santos. I'm telling you, I'm literally in fear when I used to read the book of Revelation and I used to think about hell's fires. I used to fast. If I would slip up and say certain cuss words, I would fast for like 3 days. I would cry puddles of spit and tears on my bedroom floor because I felt like I've done something wrong against Christ, and that if the world end tomorrow, I'm going to be burning with the devil. This was my mind when I was growing up. This was my mind. I was a Pentecostal Christian.
Well, that's your idiosyncratic nature, brother. We're all special. We're all different. That's how you took it. I took it in a awe-inspiring way. When you read that the wolf ate Little Red Riding Hood, did that disturb you?
Well, hold on. Well, let me answer you. I was taught that the Little Red Riding Hood was fake. I was taught that Jesus was real. My grandma died believing in Jesus, and she's an old woman, older than you. And she believed that if her heart went right on her deathbed, that she was going to go to hell. And my grandmother was in fear of hell. And that's what made her, listen, they call my grandmother a God-fearing woman. And I strive to be a God-fearing man. And I thought that we supposed to fear God. And that's what I was taught. I'm sorry if I didn't know what you knew, Santos. That's why I make my videos for the average Christian who don't know about the occult side of the Bible, who's just indoctrinated with the hell's fires concepts and Jesus being literal. If you agree with me being right about that, I don't see where the disagreement would come in, because if you understand Jesus wasn't real, then these fears we have are detrimental to us. I was a young man that spent a lot of my young life in fear of hell fires, fasting, spending hours in the church thinking that the rapture could come any minute. And if you call me an idiosyncratic or whatever you want to say about me, then that's fine. But I wasn't alone on that. All right. Everyone don't know what you know, Brother Santos. But what I know is enough for me to know that the Bible is detrimental.
Yeah. Well, it's like, knives are detrimental too, right? But we don't condemn knives. Knives
aren't detrimental because we're taught how to use knives with safety. As a child, my mother told me, don't you use this knife dangerously. She showed me how to hold it. What makes the Bible detrimental is the same reason what makes the globe detrimental. Before I was able to question anything, I was taught about the Bible and I wasn't able to challenge it. I was told don't question it, and it ruled me out of fear. That's what makes the Bible detrimental. It's a mental tool. It's a tool of war. When you said it's just a book, it's not just a book. It's a tool of war, and it's one of the most deadliest tools of war. If you use it correctly, you don't have to pick up not one gun.
Okay. The Bible's a mythological book of wisdom. That's what the Bible is. Okay, I've proven that. How many videos of mine have you seen, brother? Please tell me the truth. How many? One?
But see, the thing is, I've seen mostly all your
Brother,
hold on, let me answer you.
please.
I've seen most of all of your videos, and I also are very aware with your teachers. And guess what? I can show you other people who've taken your teachers and linked the African story to them and went beyond the Greek-centered way that you give them, Santos. It's more, I don't know everything. You don't know everything. I'm here to learn from you, and I hope you're willing to learn from me. The Bible is not the book to save the world. There are no books to save the world. Only thing can save us is a reconnection with the real book, which is nature outside. And no matter what you say about the Bible being a book of astrotheology and the good things you can decipher from it, I can do it all right now, man. I can teach you some about the Bible that you don't know right now. So the things about astrotheology and all of that is fine and dandy, but it don't take away the fact that the Bible was created to do harm, not good. Yes, you can track certain things and decode certain things in the Bible. I can do it as well, but I know the agenda behind the Bible and what it's and the purpose it's serving on the earth right now.
Yeah, that's the purpose that the so-called Bible people are doing. The true Bible message is the Bible message I'm teaching. And so if you've seen my presentation, you'll know that that's what I'm teaching, that when Little Red Riding Hood gets eaten by the wolf and Jesus gets killed by the devil, these are mythological archetypes that are happening in your body. These are processes, biochemical processes. You have to slay the Canaanite children because they are immature emotions. You have to slay the Palestinian children, the Jebusites, and the evil, because these are immature thoughts. So if you don't carry your thoughts to wisdom, well then it's no use. Achilles or Ulysses returning to Penelope immature, because Penelope will just take the other suitors. It's the same story in the Greek myth as in the Bible, as in the Hebrew mythologies. These are just all, it's mythologies about how the human mind works, how the emotions work, how you rescue them from the depths of despair, how you raise vices into virtues, how you transmute, sublimate, how you become the alchemist, the priest, and the sovereign unto yourself. It's all there. All my presentations are dealing with the glory of all the scriptures. All the scriptures are glorified. Astrology is glorified. Sacred geometry is glorified. Numerology, all of the sciences are glorified.
And see, and it's not about me glorifying scriptures. It's about me interpreting them and reading between the lines and getting the truth out of them. I don't go to the Bible to glorify it. I go to the Bible unbiased, open-minded, ready to investigate it. And that's how I get the truth. If you go to it that way, Santos, and not as a believer, but as someone that's trying to challenge it, you'll get the truth about the Bible. You'll get the historical truth about it. See, Santos, the mistake that you're making is that you say the Bible can be used for astrotheology. We know that Jesus is a personification of the sun, and the 12 disciples are each of the constellations. We can break down that Last Supper picture into a calendar, and I've done it on my channel. We know that the Last Supper picture is a calendar. Let me teach you something, Santos, about your Bible that's going to blow you away. I've learned so much from you, so I'm going to teach you something here today, because I see now that you're on as aware as I thought you were about the biblical history. So let me teach you something here. Here's the picture of the Last Supper. Let me share my screen. Let me give all of you Christians a lesson. So Santos agreed that the Bible can be used for astrotheology. Let's just simplify that real quick. We all see this picture of the Last Supper in front of the screen. Now, Jesus is in the middle of his 12 disciples at this table. This table represents a planetary alignment, but we'll get into that in the future. Let me keep this simple. This is a calendar we're looking at. All right. Now, if you look at the disciples, they are in 4 groups of 3s. 4 groups of 3s. And that's the seasons. All right. We have 4 seasons, 3 months each. And that's exactly what we see in his calendar. But the only thing we're missing here is the moon. So this calendar is another way the table would be ma'at, balance in the scales. So hold on, let me show you, Christian, something. If you don't mind. So the feast is everyone gets the same amount of wine, same amount of crackers. It have to be even. This is the feast of that's dealing with balance, fertility. Like Santos said, AU is gold. This happens during autumn time. We know autumn. And the calendar was messed up with Augustus. So we had the celestial Sabbath changed. And no one knows the true Sabbath that the Mayan knew. But it passed on September 23rd. That was 777. What we're looking at here is the 4 seasons, which 3 months each, revolving around the sun. This is no different than looking at a solar system with everything revolving around the sun, but that's really not how it works. All of this stuff is revolving around the pole. So when Santos say that the Bible is a book of astrotheology, that's what makes it so divine. He's wrong. That's what makes it a book of slavery, because all forms of theology are wrong. Theology is anti-spirituality. Theology deals with theory. Theories are theology. And scientism is theology. So theology is not the answer, and astrotheology is not the answer. Now, astro projection and astro spirituality is the answer. But you can't have that if you're going to look at the Bible and glorify it and not see how it relates to the celestial luminaries. Because when you look at what they done with the Bible, they took us off of the 360-day calendar and put us on a Gregorian calendar where Jesus split the timeline, just like he's splitting this table in the middle. All right. So if you say that the Bible isn't literally and we shouldn't take it literal, well, we reckon our days and our calendar around the death and life of Jesus literally. Holidays are based on Jesus literally. So when you say don't take the Bible literally, I'm 33 years old, but that's according to the Gregorian calendar. I'm literally 33 today, but according to the ancients, I'm around 31 because those 2 months that was added shouldn't be there. So when you realize that the Bible has its own calendar and you won't abandon that calendar or the Bible, you're still under the Gregorian Hellenistic deception. Because when you talk about the Bible, you have to keep in mind that heliocentrism deals with hell, and that hell is a Christian concept. But in its original conception, hell had nothing to do with a place of fire. Hell was a certain type of ideology that we call heliocentrism today, fire-based spirituality. We say that the English is a fire-based language. Well, yes, because it has a fire-based spirituality. It's a sun-centered ideology. The Western world is the less spiritual on the earth. When you say that Christianity is one of the oldest religions, no, it's not. It's the youngest. And I can prove it. Now, when you go back and see where Christianity come from in Kemet, you're still not dealing with the oldest form. But even then, it wasn't called Christianity. It has morphed into some today that's new age. And I'm trying to get us out of it. The Bible start off with in the beginning with the book of Genesis. But we know that that's not the true beginning. Santos agreed that the Bible is a book of mythology, not to be taken literally. he compared it to Jack and the Beanstalk. But if he see the Bible that way, that he could compare it to Jack and the Beanstalk, why isn't he passionate like me to awaken our Christian brothers and sisters and let them know that this, hey man, there was no talking snakes. This book is a book of beliefs. Why are we taking it literal? See, there are some things we should take literal about the Bible. We shouldn't take the Bible itself literal as the word of God, but we should take the history of the Bible as literal history, meaning what Gutenberg did with his press and the councils that went along with making the Bible canon law. So there's a law aspect, a historical aspect to the Bible that literally happened. But the things in the Bible are fiction. We know that they're just literature. But the Bible itself are using this literature to give us real historical events. For example, there was an Exodus, but not the way the Bible teach. There was a Genesis, but not the way the Bible teach. There is a law, but not the law that the Bible teach. There's a law of nature that the Bible goes against that. So I'm not saying that, I should go around crucifying Christians and giving them a hard time. I'm saying that we should do to the Christians the same thing we doing with any other globalist. Since the globe is a religion, the Bible is a religion that can be compared to Jack and the Beanstalk. I think we should get busy unlocking the minds of the Christians just as much as we're doing the globalists. Because you can't compare the globe to Jack and the Beanstalk. It's an intricate piece of deception, I must say. But the fact that we can disprove men walking on water and talking snakes in 1 minute, and we can give people the history of the Bible and set them free in just a few days, then I think we ought to do that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fall back from the flat earth, and I'm going to go back teaching on the Council of Nicaea and breaking down the true roots of Christianity. Because I was under the impression that everyone on the panel knew these true roots. If you knew the true roots of Christianity, you would understand my anger, because I do have ancestors who was affected by Christianity. Marlena just brought up her ancestors as well. So anyone that's not going to be compassionate about that real history, to me, they're evil. To me, this Bible has hardened their heart to be consoled with their fellow brothers. I'm telling you, when I hear the Bible, when I think about the Bible, it gets under my skin, just like when Jews hear about Hitler, because we understand that the Bible is real history. The God of the Bible had a real army that he led through Joshua. And though these characters in the Bible are fiction, the armies were real. There were real Christian armies that were led to enforce this belief on my ancestors, as well as many others like Marlena, and they're still doing it today. So that's my problem with it, and it must end.
Okay, so I guess people really see the Bible differently to how I see it, and that's fair enough, because it has been used as a very destructive book, for sure. Witch burnings, etc. Yep, but I don't see it like that. So I use it as a great mystical. It's totally mystical. It's totally analogic. There's not much allegory there. It's all high level spirituality. There's actually not much literal in it at all. Yeah, it's got some of the lower levels of literalism in it, embedded in it for children. But apart from that, wow, the teachings are absolutely mystical. But again, it's, they're just there for, it's just a book. That's how I see it. And some very, very evil people like Jehovah's Witnesses, who work for the Jesuits, Mormons, etc., who all work for the Jesuits, incorporated under their bloody regime. They're all teaching a totally false lie, perpetrating the lie that Jesus is historical, hence making Christianity only a very the youngest. People think it's of course the the most recent, and Islam, they've been around forever. There never was a time when there never was Christianity.
Yes,
All the
yes. I would like to teach you about a time where that predates Christianity. See, because
there never was.
Yes.
There never was.
Yes. That I would see. For you to do that is to undermine what I have to teach for you, my brother Santos. You can say there never was, but I'm telling you there is. There was a time when Christianity did not exist. And
Absolutely not.
Okay, and if you're gonna deny that, then you do understand that the alphabet J just came into existence. That's a young alphabet. So there was no Jesus. Now the whole thing about Christianity. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not here.
Jake has always been around.
Okay.
Always.
Okay. Well, listen. These are arguments that Christians make among themselves, which is one reason why I'm not a Christian. Because there are Christians that agree with me. There are Christians that don't agree with me. I talk to different Christians every day, and everyone have their own doctrine, just like Mr. Santos have his own doctrine. Like I said, there are homosexual churches that have their own doctrine. So I don't deal with the doctrines of men on my channels. I deal with the truth of nature. All right. So the thing about this, what I want to go in is when you say that there was never a time when Christianity didn't exist, that's your belief. And that's something you're emotionally attached to believing for whatever reason. But Bibles didn't always exist. The teachings of Christ didn't always exist. Early people didn't have a biblical based ideology. They had an ideology that connected them to Mother Nature and the plants. In fact, early Christians there wasn't even a word called Christian. When you go and look at the culture that Christianity was birthed from, it come from the Minoans and the Mycenaean cultures. And they had a spirituality that was centered around the worship of the Great Mother. They worshiped the serpent goddess. That serpent became the serpent that was speaking in the Garden of Eden. That was the serpent that was the symbol of the female fertility and the womb worship of the woman. Now, the woman and the serpent was cursed in the Bible. That's when we left matriarchal ideologies to patriarchal ideologies that we're in today. Adam was given dominion over the earth and the animals. And that's what Adam would be the Pope today. But Adam is Atum, is Adamu in the Sumerian, or Menes to the Kemetic people, Narmer. This is the first ruler of the New World Order. The Bible starts off the book of Genesis telling you the genealogy of the kings, the genetics of the kings. When you say that the Bible is a good book, no, it's a book of bloodline. It's a book of succession. When you look at those testaments, those two testaments are based upon the two testes of the male phallus. The phallus is centered around the obelisk worship. This was the timekeeping system that was based around the rule of the pharaoh. He ruled with his phallus or through his lineage. And the pharaoh ruled under the phallus or the obelisk. There's one in Washington that George Washington have. Freemasonry started in Egypt, just as well as the modern forms of Christianity that plague the world today. So only thing I'm saying is, before people worship Jesus, they worship the Pharaoh, and that Jesus being Apollo or the sun god is the first rising sun, which is the first Pharaoh Narmer. All right, in Genesis, when it said, "Let there be light," that was day one on a Gregorian calendar, which says that this was the AD, Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. That was the first day Jesus would have been born in the mythological Bible. It's the literal historical day where Narmer would have had the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. That unification was really the Greeks and the Egyptian. And that was the first unification of the New World Order that we've been in for the past 7,000 years. That's why that pyramid is on the back of your dollar. That's why the main two ancient empires that influence Western thought is Greece and Egypt. And that's why they are the main two cultures that the Bible are founded on. Moses learned from the Egyptians. This is pharaonic worship. when we talk about heliocentrism, Christianity is a form of it. Just because you find out the earth is flat don't mean that you're not sun-centered or that everything isn't revolving around Christ. And that's still a form of Hellenism. So what I'm saying is the deception is very real. You speak about syncretism, Santos, but syncretists would have been crucified by Christians in the ancient world, and true syncretists like myself are still getting crucified by Christians. Because I have true syncretism, I don't accept any one particular book. I sync them all together. I sync the Bible with the Quran, with the Dhamma, and with what I see in nature and with what mainstream science teaches us. And I don't conform or glorify any particular book because I see how they all are synced. I see that the true book is written in nature, and there was never a need for us to tear down trees to print books for man to rule people with deception under. So like you said, you always make the comparison of the Bible is not evil, but people use it for evil, and you compare it with a knife. But I think that that's deceptive, because we can have a picnic on top of a nuclear bomb. That don't make the nuclear bomb less dangerous. It just means we're using it as a picnic table. But I think what'll make the world more safer if we got rid of all nuclear bombs. And that's the same thing I feel with all religions, which are the #1 cause of war. And I have so much to say and so much more to teach about Christianity, if you guys would allow me to. But I don't want to hog the panel, because I know we have other people want to speak. But I do have new things to teach you guys who are Christians, if you would give me that opportunity, because I have things you don't know. But everything you're trying to teach me, I already know. I know about the Bible.
Brother Sanchez, excuse me. Karen brought you guys on here so you guys could talk, so don't feel like you're hogging up anything. I just had to say that. And you're welcome.
You know what?
And thank you for clarifying stuff for me, because even though I do know a lot about, the Bible because I had to. Just because I don't apply that stuff in my life, I understand also where Santos is coming from, how he uses it as a tool, not to be a Bible pounder. He doesn't sit there and I understand what he means by that, by using it like as a tool,
Yes, and you know what?
I'd like to learn more stuff what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to teach you some now. But let me also say that I don't believe in nuclear bombs. I think they are a hoax. I just use that as an example. But just to teach more about the Bible, I'm going to say this and I'm going to fall back. The Greeks and the Egyptians unified in 3150 BC. And if you count 9 months back from December, you will end up in the month of March. How did Jesus' birthday end up being in December, as well as Atum, Narmer, and all the other sun gods? Because 9 months from March, you will end up in December. But that impregnation period that starts in March is synonymous of the pre-Julian calendar, if I'm not mistaken. I get my calendars mixed up sometime. But the first month on the pre-Julian calendar, I believe the Roman calendar, was March. That's why it's called March, because we step off with our left foot and begin to march. And there was a 10-month calendar with a 360-day year. The Mayans and all of the ancients had that. And when we fail in consciousness, it was symbolic of our journey from Eden. Now, people with the Bible say that we originated in Eden, but most people say that we come from out of Africa. There's a big confusion there. The first Exodus happened out of Eden, and what man did was create new world centers in Greece and Egypt. Those two empires became the second world centers. There was another Exodus out of Africa and Greece, which led to the creation of the Western world. So the Exodus they give you in the Bible is synonymous with out of Africa. But there was an Exodus prior to the book of Genesis. There was an Exodus prior to the biblical Exodus, where we came from Eden. And the further we left the center, the less knowledge we had of the self. and religions were created. And we lost more and more of that knowledge. We went from a 360-degree calendar, to make a long story short, we went from a 360-day calendar, which was synced with Polaris and the true nature of the luminaries. And we then went to moon calendars, lunar calendars, which still many Eastern traditions and religions still have. And last but not least, we de-evolved finally to the low sun calendars and the sun gods that we're still under today. Sun calendars was the lowest form. It was the lowest way of timekeeping. It's the lowest form of looking at the heavens through this type of theology. So when you go back to the center, that's Polaris, and you start looking at the stars different than the biblical account and the astrotheological account. That's what I'm trying to get us back to with the Mother Goddess concept. When you talk about sin in the Bible, that's the root word of syncretism. So you can't really be a syncretist and also be biblical based. I'm just being honest, not to be an insult, because the Bible teaches that to sync things with Jesus is evil, it's sinful. So nothing can compare with Jesus, and when you do so, it's blasphemous to a Christian, because like Santos said, he glorifies the scripture, and to him Christianity is the oldest thing, and it never was a time when Christianity didn't exist. If you ask me, there was never a time when the creator didn't exist. But all belief systems come after the true fact of nature and the creator. So I'm going back to the source, which is the center, where all compasses are pointing us to. And some people are just going back into a book of King James, a Bible. I'm pointing people to the North Pole and to the center of themselves. And some people are pointing them inside of a book. I teach that the human is the book. So when you ask me to decode the Bible, I'll do it real quickly. It's composed of 2 testaments because there was 2 pharaohs. Let me break that down to you. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. And I'm trying to find some artwork here real quick. So this unification that happened under this guy here, Norma, exalted the male over the women and children, and that's the patriarchal world we live in today. You can see in this art that the pharaoh is bigger than the woman and the children. This is called hieratic scale, meaning that the pharaoh is God. When the ancients did their carvings, people who were worshipped as gods were carved as giants to show that their rank structure in the society. This is called hieratic scale. And most people say that the pharaohs were gods or Anunnakis or giants. No, they just was carved big to show their place in society. They were worshipped as God, and women and children were treated like peasants, as you can see in this picture. That's what the Pope does today. So the Pope wears the same hat that the pharaoh wear. This is the same hat that Santa Claus wear. Here's the first Pope, Norma. This is the same thing that Santa Claus wear. St. Nicholas, the cane in his hand with the hat on. This is Dagon, the fish god. When you worship Jesus, this is who you're worshiping. Dagon, the fish god, the god of the Freemasons. So you have to free your mind all the way out of the deception if you want to be free. Let's talk about Pan. It's a form of Pan. The Pope is the form of this goat god named Pan. Remember, they say Jesus is the ram. Pan carries these 2 horns, by the way, and the staff. It's the same thing as the Pope's hat and the rod that I just showed you. So that staff and those 2 horns are the equivalent of Dagon's hat right here and his wand. The scepter and the hat, those 2 horns are the fish hat. You see the Pope with it right here. Dagon, the fish god, is a God that's equivalent to Jesus. Remember, Jesus is a fish God because his symbol is a fish. Jesus' symbol is a fish. Well, Jesus is this God here. I'm trying to wake Christians up and let them know that you are worshiping Dagon. You're worshiping the Pope, Christians. And I'm trying to get you out of that deception. That's all I'm trying to do. So if you see the two pillars that's on his head, what that is the two pillars that you see right here on the head of Horus, because Horus is Jesus. Those two pillars are the two testaments of the Bible. The word testament has the root word testes. What are testes, Brother Sanchez? Here are testes. You see that there are two of them. And when we go to court, let me show you something. And I'm going to be done with this in a minute. Give me 1 second because I didn't have this stuff pulled up, but I will. I want you guys to pay attention because this is important. I'm looking for the picture of the Pharaoh swearing in. Okay. If you give me 1 second, here it is right here. So if you look at what's on his head, it's those two pillars that was on Horus. This is the god Min. M-I-N is Menes. It's the name of Menes. I hope you guys are taking notes. Hold on. At the end of all Christian prayers, you say Amen. Amen is Amun. It's the first pharaoh that throwed us into the New World Order. It's when you talk about Genesis, it's the genetics of the pharaoh. The Bible is a book of royal succession of the royal family. So let's look up Amun. You see, this is Amun, which is also Zeus Ammon. And at the end of your prayers, Christians, you say Amen, dealing with this guy Menes, or Amen, Amun, which is the worship of the phallus or the obelisk worship. You see it carved in the walls here. This was a homosexual cult. The word resurrection come from the term rise, erection. And as you can see here, the pharaoh has a erect penis. This is homosexuality. The men that run our world are homosexual pedophiles, and they are biblical-based magicians. So they condone pedophilia and they condone homosexuality, but they say they're Christians. And I'm just trying to wake Christians up to the origins of this evil religion. It's anti-nature. And the two testaments of the Bible deals with the two pharaohs that united, which was the main two world empires were Greece and Egypt. When they united, that was the beginning of the New World Order. We say all the time that we're waiting on a new world order, and that when the new world order happens, all of the world empires are going to unite and things are going to get bad for the people. Well, I got news for you. You guys are late. Wake up and smell the roses. The new world order happened 7,000 years ago during this unification. The world powers united when Greece united with Egypt. Those were the biggest empires on earth, and historians want you to believe they just vanished. What happened with the Greeks and the Egyptians, they merged to form the Western world that we are in today. Look around you. The architecture in America looks just like Greece. And we have a heavy Egyptian influence and a heavy Greek influence here, because there was no longer a Greece and an Egypt after this unification. There was a Greco-Egyptian culture that we are in right now. All right, so we've been in a new world order, and that's why the pyramid on the back of your dollar. But this erect penis shows you the forming of the first male secret societies and fraternities. This was the beginning of Neptunian ideologies. When you think about the word Neptune, which is a patriarchal deity, The root word is nep, and that's the root word of nephew, dealing with favoritism or family worship or brotherhood, secret societies that rule the world with favoritism and create the illusion of equality. But anyway, nepotism is the word we use to describe that. Nepotism comes from Neptunian societies or Western world society. So to make a long story short, the Genesis, the Bible, the two testaments are the two lineages of the two pharaohs. This represent the royal families that still rule over us today under those bloodlines. So when you open up the Bible, you notice that it go through a lot of trouble and it spent a lot of pages giving you the succession. When you open up a book, it says, hey, this is Josh, which was the son of Japhet, who begat Isaac, who begat, such and such, who begat, this person who begat Joseph, and Joseph who begat 3 sons by the name of this. And they go on and on telling you who begat who to keep a record of the lineage of rulership of pharaonic succession. So the book of Genesis is the book of genes, the book of genetics, the book of the pharaoh's genealogy. And we have to break free from it. Otherwise, we're going to always be ruled under by the Pope, which is the pharaoh who've sworn an oath with an erect penis. All right, because the word erection is in the word resurrection, which is rise, erection. The pharaoh rise in erection so that he can be reborn again and again and again through the people worshiping him. So he became a fertility god to replace the great mother. Again, all patriarchal religions have a matriarchal foundation. This is why none of them can be older than matriarchal spiritualities, because the golden age predates history. We're talking about prehistory, and all history starts with Genesis, with the religious records. So those religious records that start history, for example, in the Bible, it teaches you about the beginning of the world, but the beginning of the world has nothing to do with the beginning of the earth. The true human origins that's been hidden is been hidden behind the book of Genesis and other religious texts. Our true human origins are in pre-dynastic concepts, which is all centered around a great womb, which is a micro version of the North Pole. So this God, men became Santa, and Santa became Jesus, and all of these concepts became stories to keep us from looking at the magnetic energy at the pole. And now we're looking at the erection of the man, and into the book of King James, which was also a homosexual. They are carrying on a succession of the pharaohs, and the Pope is part of that bloodline. There were black pharaohs and white pharaohs. There were pharaohs of all races, just like there are governments of all races. But the word government is synonymous with gang, because they all govern the mental, and they all feed us the same out of Africa theory, sun-centered theory, which serves the New World Order and keeps us worshiping men or minis or moon or the 2 testes that you see in the Bible. So those 2 testaments in the Bible, like I said, they are the lineages, they're the testes of the 2 pharaohs, and it's all Dagon. Pope is Dagon. And I can go on and on with this because there's so much to teach. I can't do it in one little sit down, but I do want to stop at this time while I have a place to stop and allow other people to speak. Sorry for being long-winded, guys.
No, thank you very much for explaining that. We just, somebody came in the hangout at the beginning and booted a couple of people off, and someone just booted Santos off, but I'm just going to add him back on a different email. But I didn't know it quite like that. It'd be interesting to see what Santos says. Trotters? Trotters, are you there, Michael? Oh, you did, Marlena? Everybody's quiet. Oh no, we've lost Bro Santos now.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, cool. Sorry, I couldn't see it then. It was black. I'm trying to add Santos back.
Yeah, that's because I'm sharing my screen. Was you guys able to see my screen share the whole time?
Yeah, we saw it. No one spoke.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep sharing because while we talk about this, I'm gonna have to bounce back and forth to certain pictures here. But I guess people are quiet because I'm teaching them something that they didn't know, which is great. Because now let me keep going. This God, our moon, is a form of Pan, the goat god, which is Jesus, also the Baphomet, and it comes from Zeus Ammon. Zeus Ammon is a Greco-Egyptian deity. Also a form of Ammon or Amun, and became Amun-Ra. They're all sun gods. The crown of thorns that Jesus wore is really the crown of horns. If you take the word T off of the thorn, you get the word horn. A thorn is a horn, okay? The word thorny is the word horny. All right, thorny is horny. If you think about the god Pan, Pan walks around with an erected penis, and Pan rapes women. So if you look at Pan, here's Pan. Pan wears the horns, but those horns are really the thorns. He's a form of Jesus. The erection is the resurrection. The cock being erected, hate to use that word. The phallus being erected on Pan is the phallus that's being erected by the Pharaoh. So the god men has an erected phallus. And during this time, the Pharaoh can rape any woman he wants. It was a patriarchal world. Men had dominion over women. If you go to the Middle East today, the man still treat the women like shit and beat them down in the street. But this god man has an erect phallus because he's also the god Pan. And Pan has the erect phallus. So the crown of thorns that's on Jesus' head is really the crown of horns that's on Zeus Ammon. This is all Jesus. And the thorns are the horns. It's the same word. The word thorny is horny because Pan was a horny god. So they are all forms of Jesus. And this is facts what I'm giving you. This is not even up for debate. The syncretism with the words and the pictures are worth a million words. So we can see here that the two horns are also the two testaments that we're ruled under the Bible. So, this is deep stuff that I'm giving you here. The book of Genesis is not our true origin. If you look at the throne of this Pharaoh here, you can see where we get our American flag. The throne of our moon, all right, is where we get our American flag. So the fact that we have the pyramid on the back of the dollar and the American flag also comes from Egypt, it shows you we're still in a Greco-Egyptian society worshiping the same gods under different names. So if you think about what we say about the New World Order, we say that when the New World Order happened, that the whole world gonna be worshiping the same God. And that's what's happening right now. They got you looking for something that already happened. Everyone on earth is worshiping this same God called Amun, which is the first pope. And they don't know it. They calling him Krishna, Jesus, Allah, Buddha. But they all date back on a Gregorian calendar to the time when Norma rose to power. So the first rising sun is the first man to rule over the masses. Prior to him, there were no dynasties. We were ruled over by nature. This was called the age of autonomy. The first two letters in the word autonomy is AU. That's why they call this the golden age or the Garden of Eden days. We left the garden and came into the rulership under the patriarchy or under the two testaments. The Bible is the double bull. Bi is two. Bull is an animal that was used to represent the pharaoh. So the double bull is the two pharaohs that still rule the world today under their bloodline. So Greek and Egypt really became the two world centers after we migrated from Eden. Our American flag come from Egypt, as you can see here. So I'm teaching you guys the history of Western world thought and why the Bible is dangerous, because it's no different than heliocentric science books. Okay, there's some good and bad and everything, but that doesn't mean we should keep and use everything. Like I said, we can have a picnic on top of a bomb, don't mean we shouldn't do away with all bombs. So I can go on and on about this deception, but like I said, I just wanted to tie that on into the equation. If you look at the Pharaoh, what he's holding in his hand is a bent scepter. This rod is called a bent scepter, and that's what you see the Pope with. I'll find it. The Pope carries this bent cross just like Dagon. It's the same thing we saw the Pharaoh with. It's the same thing that the black Greeks used. It's the same thing St. Nicholas carried. If you look at St. Nicholas here, he has the bent scepter and he has the Pope hat on. This is Santa Claus right here. This is Santa Claus with the bent scepter and the Pope hat. That right there is Narmer or Nimrod. That is the Pope. That's Jesus. So they still have us worshiping the sun. This bent scepter is the hand of Dagon. As you can see, his hand is shaped like a L or a band, which is the cornerstone or the number 7, dealing with completion. But that's a whole nother story that we can get into later, because the L that he's making with his hand is the angel or the angle. And there also is a god called El, which represents Saturn. So this is a two-headed beast. There is no such thing as Satan or the devil. It's the same thing. The only evil is when we take all of these beliefs and turn them into something that keeps us away from the mother or the womb that we all come from. We all come from our mother's womb. So any religion that hides that is the enemy, and that would be Christianity as well as many others. Now, when you talk about Pan, he's the same as Zeus Ammon, which is Jesus as well. This is also the Sphinx, but Pan is the root word of panic, and we live in a world that's a world of pandemonium because of the religions that govern this world. All right. Christianity being one of the dominant ones, which is another form of worshiping Pan. Now, when you talk about black Greek societies, these are fraternities that you join when you're in college, but they are all under what's called the Pan-Hellenic Council. Pan is the god of the Masons, which is, I just told you, Narmer. And this is called the Pan-Hellenic Council, the National Pan-Hellenic Council, because Pan is a Hellenic god. Pan is a god of the Hellenists or heliocentrists, the Helios people. And Jesus is a Hellenic god as well. Pan, Hellenism, is the worship of Pan or Zeus Ammon. And that's a form of Christianity as well. The National Pan-Hellenic Conference is all of the fraternities that are ruling over the world with masonry over them. So is the National Pan-Hellenic Council. All of these Greek societies are societies within societies serving the agenda of the secret societies, and they approach you when you're in college. Everyone don't know the deep esoteric secrets that I'm teaching, but all of them play their role to serve the matrix and the New World Order. So we are in a pan-Hellenic world today under the Pope, under the Pharaoh Menes, under the biblical testaments, which is the succession of the kings. So Christianity perpetuates the king's succession, and that is very detrimental. That goes against the golden age, or the age where we all can go back to sovereignty, living off the land, because the God of the Bible has a chosen people. The God of the Bible is a God of favoritism, which says that there are a chosen people set to rule, and that chosen people are the royal families that rule the world, not us. So in order for all of us to rule and live in peace in nature and have nature in charge over all of us, is to do away with all of the successions, to do away with all of the lineage rulerships. And we can't do it without getting rid of the books that they use to record this succession, which is the Bible, the Dhamma, the Quran. So if we don't do away with these testaments, we don't do away with the succession of the bloodlines, we're asking to remain slaves.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Bro, are you there? Bro, we can't hear you right now.
Yes, I'm done talking. I want to let someone else get in for a minute because
I'm trying to add Santos back because somebody came in the hangout, Elizabeth, and I don't know who they were. They weren't invited, and they've kicked a few people out. So they kicked Santos out. So he's trying to add back himself. Yeah, Matt, who got kicked off, he would have talked to you about the fact that we're all fish.
It's sad that they kicked him off because I would love to hear what he has to say in response to what I said. And I hope that he was listening to the live stream, even though he was kicked off. That way he could still respond.
He's waiting for the link. He's just waiting for the link to come back, bro.
Okay, so you're going to have to open a new Hangouts, right?
Well, we've been going for 2 hours now, okay? He's got another link. We're just trying to add him back.
Okay.
But I don't know where this person is, where they came from. Elizabeth. Have you heard of Elizabeth before?
Let me look.
I don't even see that person that came in here though. Where did they come in?
Yeah, they came on.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I was screen sharing. Let me stop the screen share. Hold up a minute.
He's back.
Okay, so Elizabeth, no, I don't. I know I have an Elizabeth on my side. Elizabeth, her name is Blanca. She's cool. Other than that, I don't know too many other Elizabeth.
This one's name Elizabeth S.
No, I don't know an Elizabeth S. I know Elizabeth 98 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So we're just waiting on Santos. I hope he was able to listen to what I was just, teaching, because then that'll shed more light to him on why the Bible is really detrimental to us.
Right. I just think it's very important for when people don't have a belief in what the other person doesn't believe, or I shouldn't say a belief. This is all a know. We know things now. It is a beliefs. The stuff we know is not to. I'm not talking about you, Brother Sanchez, because I didn't hear you do this, but I did hear people do this during the stream. Is not to get angry and cut someone else off and say, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. That right there is a lack of patience and respect for each other. So hopefully if they come back on, that, you know, they show that if they have something that they need to say or teach or something that they know, then by all means, let's talk about it. You know what I mean? But what you're doing, like, I understand, because I've been in a stream with you before where you've done this and you taught some things like this. So I get it, you know? And it just shows that the cycle wasn't broken. The cycle is still going on right now with these, you know, this terrible stuff that's going on with children and what have you.
But it's definitely made me think differently about Christmas.
Yeah.
Can't really look at Santa Claus the same anymore.
And you know, Brother Sanchez, I was earlier when you said you didn't think I was paying attention. I really was paying attention to you. I was just trying to give you an example of my area, like how different these people act, even though they both are, I mean, they all share the same, but they act totally different. Like some of them, right? They use it more for a loving, love thing. And then there's others that are damning, where they damn everything, you know? If you don't follow their way, it's their way or the highway. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's all I was trying to say.
It's like good cop, bad cop. They both want to get you locked up. The good cop isn't more less bad or less good than the bad cop. They both want to get you convicted, whether or not you did the crime. But the good cop is more of a threat because the good cop is faking like he's good. Or the good cop, in the case of the Christian, may literally think they're doing good and don't see the harm that they're doing. In any case, it doesn't stop the fact that it must be destroyed. We can't get our feelings involved when we go against attacking Christianity, just like I don't really try to get my feelings involved when I go against the globe, which is a religion. And I have to be fair. Globalism is a religion. And I attack it very hard. No Christians show up and say, Brother Sanchez, maybe you shouldn't go too hard on a globalist. You know, you were once a globalist. They laugh with me. They attack the globalists with me, even though they believe that they can walk on water. You know, I say that we have to be fair with everyone. If I'm going to go about the globe being a religion, exposing the deception of it and having no mercy on the indoctrination of it, I'm going to do the same with Christianity and Islam. There's one going to think I'm picking on the other one and not them. So it'll be hypocritical of me to be going after these globalists telling them, hey, man, water can't hold the shape of a ball. But I don't go after the Christians and say, hey, man, you do know humans can't walk on water, right? I have to destroy it all because all of it is the root of the deception that perpetuates our slavery mentally, physically, and spiritually. I thought Santos understood that. And I'm not saying no one have to agree with me, Marlena, either. But I'm just saying that when you take the stance that I'm taking, it's the true narrow path. It's the narrow path.
And I appreciate it. I appreciate what you're doing. I really do. Because when you're, this is what I tell people. If you're going to be open and awake, then wake all the way up. Don't just wake up in your little bubble, stay in your little bubble. Oh, the earth is flat. Yeah, okay. What next? You can't be awake to the flat earth and still have that global perspective.
Can I just say one thing? In one sense, you're saying that the Bible is like a code book. And in the other sense, you're saying, but it's not, you shouldn't be following it, you shouldn't be looking at it. I do think that people take the book too literally. And I always thought as well that, say there was this person, Jesus, if he was sent, then the churches say you can't be anything like him. But if he was sent, then wasn't he sent so we could be more like him? So I never got that part of it. We can never be like Jesus. Wasn't that the point, that he was here? To be more like him? Anyway, that was just questions I had myself before all this. But yeah, I can't look at it all the same anymore. It's horrible. You know, when you show those pictures of those hats looking like fish, Matt goes on about the fact that we're all fish. And, it just...
I know, it's a lot to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just in such a game.
Mm-hmm. We're
It's just a
misguided,
game.
a bunch of misguided, you know. It is hard to wrap your mind around it. And yeah, Brother Sanchez, I understand what she's talking about. You know, okay, for Last Supper, say how you were using that as a something for time, or when we talk about it that way. Whereas I was taught that the Last Supper represented the astrological signs. That each one, all the way to the middle, him being the sun, and I'm talking about the sun, not the sun as in your mother's son. I'm talking about the sun as an S-U-N. And then the other ones, when you look at them, they do actually look like they're the sign that they look like, how they're sitting, how they're, you know, the two that are grouped together as Gemini. And you know what I mean? I was taught that way, using Last Supper as a learning tool. You know what I mean? And it does follow up with how, you know, it starts off with Pisces and then works its way all the way, you know, like it does on a regular astrological wheel. Have you ever seen it like that when you look at the Last Supper?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain, how all of the constellations are around Jesus and how, let me pull it back up for a minute.
Okay. Because I think this is what, Karen, is this what you're talking about? That he uses certain things, but then talks, is this what you're talking about?
So what do you mean?
Okay, when you just were saying how you don't understand, like Brother Sanchez uses it in certain ways, but then talks about it with the phallic stuff, right?
Yeah, that's sort of
a code book.
Yeah,
that's what
a code book. We sort of learnt that part. All right, the Bible's a code book. But you're saying now, Bro Sanchez, that we shouldn't be following it at all.
Yes,
like,
you shouldn't be following it. You shouldn't be following it. It's what you just said. It's a code book. The chains that are around our spirit that keeps us in bondage are there to make us followers, are there to make us sheeple. The synonym of a sheep is a follower, not a leader, not a teacher. We are all Christ, so you shouldn't follow the Bible. If it's a code book, you shouldn't follow a code book. You should just unlock the code and get rid of the book. If someone hands me a code book, I'm going to decode it. And that don't mean I have to follow the book. In fact, by following the book, you can't decode the book. That's the problem Santos is making. Since he has a sort of soft spot for the Bible, his emotions won't let him investigate the Bible from an unbiased perspective. So he can't decode this code book, but only to a certain extent. The thing about the Bible is it's a mediator to attempt to intercept the human from nature. So the true spirituality of the human is between you and Mother Nature. It's a A and B conversation between you and nature. And anytime there's a mediator in between you and nature, that becomes a religion, which is detrimental, because now instead of you going directly to speak to nature and to understand the secrets of nature, you go inside of a book. And if you notice, that's what Santos and a lot of people do. When you ask them questions, they pick up books that are written by men. I go outside. I talk about nature to prove my points because nature is the true book. Now, what I speak cannot be debated against because nature is factual, but the books and the beliefs are not. So Jesus is a mediator, someone that we're said is God, or we have to go to as a representative of the source. I just go directly to the source as opposed to going through the Bible or going through Jesus to get to the source. I look out outside at the wind blowing and the sun shining on me, and I don't have to open up a book for me to have access with that source, when it's what I'm made of. So there's a mediator in between humanity and nature, and that mediator has been the root of all confusion, the number one cause of all war, and the number one cause of all indoctrination. So I guess what I'm going to say to sum this all up is, once we decode the Bible, by decoding the Bible, you are linked back one with the source. So there's no need for the book anymore. The book was designed to be a mediator in between you and the source. And there's some people who's never going to decode the Bible because it wasn't meant for them to decode it. It was a book to trap you into Jesus worship instead of you interacting directly with the source. So once you decode the Bible and realize its deceptions and see that it was playing a detrimental role in your life as a mediator in between you and the source, you can now throw the book away because you've decoded it now. It's no different than me taking my handcuffs off and throwing them in the trash. I don't need them anymore. I had these handcuffs on my wrist for 10 years, some of us for more than that. And once I pick the lock on these handcuffs, I'm not going to walk around with them in my pocket as a souvenir. I don't want to be reminded of my bondage. You see, these handcuffs was on me so tight that every time I look at my wrists, I see the impression that they made. Therefore, the rape victim don't need to ever see a picture of the rapist again. They need to recover and move on with the truth that liberated them and regather themselves now that they are out of the indoctrination. So once we decode the Bible, I think that to heal yourself, you should burn one up. Yes, if we say that the Bible is a code book, code books aren't good. We don't need any code books because who own all the code books? The secret societies, because they are the code keepers. We don't need any code keepers. You see, let's talk about Eden for 1 second, because I do believe Eden is a literal place that exists at the North Pole with many advanced societies. And I think that there are no secret societies when we journey to Eden because there are no secrets. You can't keep secret when the society is based on telepathy. You can literally feel a person's intentions when you travel toward the center. And there are lands that are more advanced toward Eden. And they are the secret societies. So what I mean is we have secret societies because the knowledge of Eden is occult to us because we're so far away from the center that the signal is weak. So man have to create different belief systems and ideologies to try to tap back into its Akashic records. But when we do so, there are always evil ones that use these to do just the opposite. And when that happens, we must destroy all of these systems so that we go back to nature, which is the true system. So I say all that to say we don't need a mediator in between us and the source. And that's what the Bible represents.
I agree with you on that. I never felt I needed to go to the Bible to go to source. Whether, what it is I call it praying, but I now realize I'm praying to myself, or I've been praying to myself. But that bit, which I think is it, I never had to go to a book for it. And they want to direct you through the Lord Christ, don't they? That's how they want to direct you, through going to God. But you don't need to. You can do it yourself. Whatever God is, creator, source, frequency. So I agree with you.
Yes, and I mean, you say that, Santos says, that he uses the Bible for so many other reasons. And my thing is, you can't name a reason why you use the Bible that we can't have that same mission accomplished with just by going back to nature. If he say I use it for astrotheology, well, his astrotheology isn't accurate. Santos's form of astrotheology, and when we looking at the astrological wheel, is not the ancient way. It's still based on a Gregorian calendar. So we're not even going about this the right way. A lot of the ancient sciences turned it to synthetic forms of what they used to be, and astrotheology is still theology. When we talk about the astral or the heaven, we're talking about spiritual science. This would be astro spirituality. So any form of theology goes against spirituality. So, me and Santos not going to agree on a lot of things because he has a different genesis than me. I don't accept the biblical genesis as the beginning of the earth. It's the beginning of the world. What world? The new world. What new world? The new world order. Again, the Genesis is the beginning of Norma's rule or the succession, the testament of the pharaohs. And it's not the creation of the earth. It's the creation of the world. That's different. The word world and earth are different. World means age. We are in an age of patriarchy. We've been in it for ever since 3100 BC. And this is called the New World Order because this is what took us out of the old world sovereignty. So the Genesis that the Bible speak of is the beginning of civilization, not the beginning of humanity. They say that before this Genesis, we were cave people who were primitive like, and we were dummies basically. So they begin time at 3100 BC, but what they're hiding is that there was a golden age of advanced civilizations that predate all biblical religions, all Abrahamic based faiths, and all Hellenistic ideologies. There was a matriarchal spirituality on this earth that was one of the most awesome and intelligent spiritualities and oldest. And we all must get back to that in order for Mother Nature to be restored. Because all patriarchal religions have a matriarchal spirituality at their foundation, and I can prove that. Even Jesus come from the womb. All right, so I'm going to just stop right there. I've been going on a minute. But I did put this Last Supper picture up here if y'all wanted to build on it. But I can take it off if you...
Oh, sorry, I thought you were presenting. No, we'll leave it on. There is a lot that you and Santos do agree on. There's just maybe bits of it you don't agree on because you both believe that Jesus isn't what they say he is, and that it's the sun in the sky. There's masses you do agree on. It's just, yeah, you don't agree on maybe following the Bible like he does.
Yes, our hearts are the Bible. And you don't follow the Bible. You follow your heart. You follow the inner voice in you. If you follow the Bible, then you'll be okay with slavery. If you follow the Bible, you'll be okay with murder, jealousy, lying, because the God of the Bible do all of that. The God of the Bible calls people to lie. He said in one of his scriptures, I put a lying spirit on the tongue of a person. This God of the Bible is an envious God. He even admitted to being a jealous God. This God of the Bible has an army that he leads into people's villages and allow them to kill women and children. Yes, the God of the Bible. So I don't follow the Bible. I follow nature. And when you follow nature, you'll realize how evil the Bible is. I say we follow our hearts, because if we follow our hearts, we'll see that the Bible is wrong, because our hearts tell us that it's not okay to kill and to have armies. And our hearts tell us that it's not fair to have chosen people. And that God of the Bible does. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I always found that bit strange about the Knight Templars. They were sort of God's monks, and they were killing people and taking money, and they were really rich. And then sort of overnight they disappeared. But I mean, they were doing all that under a cross, part of the church, and they were going around killing and having wars. So I always thought that was really strange, because I thought the Bible was supposed to be about peace, but it's not, is it? And everybody fights over it, and everybody's sort of been separated and fights over, oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Protestant, I'm a this, even the different religions, they don't like each other. You know, there's one God, isn't there, really? Or one creator. So I have to change my mind, because I'm used to saying God, but one creator. So, I mean, to make what we live on, what is...
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, you know, like, well, what we're actually living on, like the creator, what is this creator? I mean, this place we live on is just absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, and the reason we're experiencing hell on earth is because of the religious systems that most of our loved ones are victims to. The world is under... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because what hell is and whatever is, that's a man-made thing. That's a man-made thing that goes, that people say, well, you create your own hell. You know what I mean? As for creators, the creator, we have a loving creator, not this one that says is all full of hell and brimstone. You know, the creator that we were taught to know. There's the feminine, and then that feminine created our creator for this plane that we're on. This is how our teachings are. It doesn't go against any of these quote unquote religions. But it does, we do, like we talked about earlier, Brother Sanchez, how, you know, certain words we didn't have because they don't exist. When we're taught about evil or evil things, it's something that a man does, or woman, whatever. It's something that a human being does. Oh, they create that, like if they want to live in doom and gloom, they will, because that's what they want and that's what they bring into their lives. If they want to create, you know, being around bad people, they're going to, because that's what they want. But they don't have to. And this is where people think because they live down and out, they always have to live that way. That's their personal hell. They don't have to live like that. You know, most people aren't rooted to the ground. You can get up and leave, go somewhere else. You know, if this certain place is surrounded by people that aren't good for your spirit, then leave. You know, people say, well, I have kids. Well, you know what? Your children are not rooted to the ground either. So pick up your kids and leave. You know, it's those kind of situations. But as for the hell and all that, it's a man-made thing.
You said that your spirituality don't necessarily conflict with the world religious views.
We just don't have this big law. If you don't follow this, that, and that, you're going to go to hell and burn forever.
Well, you know, that's a huge confliction right there. Because that's
and living with guilt, living with remorse, living with all of these negative feelings, you're the one that created those for yourself. That's your own personal hell. If you treat someone really crappy, you're the one that has to live with what you did.
Well, I can't. I agree with that, but at the same time, if you indoctrinated to treat someone like shit, is it really your fault if someone teach you that doing bad is actually good? For example, when I
get you.
Yeah, because
I got you.
We're all victims, aren't we? We're all victims.
That's right.
What
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because
exactly.
that's
you're
what
born and raised that way. Of course, you're right, Brother Sanchez. You're right.
Yeah, because the Christians aren't these evil people that we try to say. Like I talk to a lot of Christians, and when I bring up how Christians go on crusades and murder people, they say, well, those are not Christians. Yes, they are. Like when we understand that Christians are good and bad people who are serving the same agenda, we can see that that's what makes all societies. Good and bad people serving the same agenda. When I was in the military, I served with some good-hearted people, and I served with some evil-ass people who was in the infantry who signed up for the military just to kill people. I'm serious. I served with some devils. I've served with some people who told me out of their mouth they can't wait to get some blood on their hands and to shoot some bullets in some heads. They don't care if it's children or whatever. They don't even care what the war is about. They just want to see what it's like to kill. I've talked to people like that who in the military. These are evil people. They join just to kill people, you know.
Yeah, that's awful. That's very awful.
And I served in the military with people who thought that they were doing good. That hey, if I don't kill these people, I'm not serving my country, and that hey, my people are in danger, and I'm doing the work of my God, and I'm serving my country, and you know I don't want to kill these people, but I gotta kill them because my beliefs. So you have evil people and good people with the same uniform on, with the same agenda.
Right.
At that point,
Right.
it is deeper than good and evil. It's about truth and lies now, because the agenda that the evil person serving and the agenda that the good person serving is all based on a lie. So it don't matter if they evil or good. If they serve an agenda based on a lie, that's what perpetuates hell on earth. All of the wars,
Right.
all of
Right, and I totally agree with you. And this is the wonderful thing about people waking up, is they're starting to see, like you and other people talk about. They remember the day they really woke up. You know, when they realize this ain't right, something's wrong. There's something not right with this, and then they start to wake up. And I see it all the time. People waking up left and right. You know. So I'm with you there. I totally agree. If somebody's, what do you call that? Brainwashed? Is that what you call it? Someone's brainwashed into thinking a certain way and you know, following this certain direction. Yeah, indoctrinating. Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah, you know, and it's like if we want people to be free, then we have to give up all of the chains that keeps them in bondage. And it's just some of us that's not willing to give up the Bibles and the religions, because these are the parts of us these are the most emotional things that they gave us. You know, it's hard to get rid of these things because this is a savior. This is a hero that was given to you. And the word hero comes from the word heru. This is all the Superman patriarchal concept of a male savior. And it keeps us from accessing the real savior that's inside of us. That's why I don't follow the Bible. I follow the heart, which is the center. The word center has the root word sin, C-E-N. And this is what they cursed in the Bible. They said that it's sinful to follow the heart, that you should only follow the Bible. You should only follow the scripture. In fact, it tells you in the Bible, lean not into your own understanding. That's what I have against the Bible. It tells people don't lean into your own understanding. It says don't trust your heart. Read this book that condones slavery. Read this book that condones rape and war, and we'll let you know what's right and wrong. But don't follow your heart. You see, when I was in the military, my heart told me it was wrong to shoot at other people, but the Bible scripture told me it was okay. So I ignored my heart and followed the scripture. That's what causes all the war in the world. If everyone listened to their heart, the world would be a heavenly place. Because there is a voice inside of us that let us know when we're doing wrong. And listen, when we talk about the heart, that's what we follow, not the Bible. When you look at the heart, it's the real Bible. It's the double bull or the bi-bull. If you look at it, it's composed of two sections, all right? A duality that creates a trinity, man and woman, creates child, left brain, right brain, you know, is centered around the pineal gland. And you see that these two sections of the heart is centered around the pole or the umbilical that connects this. So this is what we read. This is the Bible right here. You are the book of life. and your heart has everything you need, all of the, in other words, anyone telling you you need the Bible, they're not awakened. They're not in tune with nature, because what they're telling you is that without the Bible, you can't connect with the Most High, when you are the book of life. So anyone that needs the Bible for any reason to connect with nature, they're still not awakened. They don't understand that they are the Bible, and that the Bible hinders them from accessing the heart. So if the book of life is written within us, even your Bible say the kingdom of heaven is within, then in order for you to access it, you have to actually get rid of the Bible and start reading yourself. You are the scripture. You are the way, the truth, the life. And so all of the religious texts keep us from reading each other, reading the real Bibles, which is in the chest of every last one of you that's beating, that's giving you life. The Bible ain't giving you life. It's giving you war, genocide, slavery, confusion, debates. And what my solution is to get rid of all world religions and go back to the truth that connects us all, what we see in nature. We can't argue with none of that. So when we follow the hearts instead of the Bible, justice is restored.
Can I say something to that? Like, if you think the Bible is a code book, then is the Bible just explaining, well, if we can decode it properly, how this place works? So it's not a religion, it's how this place works.
It's not explaining how this place works. It's really not explaining anything other than why you should allow yourself to be ruled over. What the Bible does is creates the situation of slave and slave owner, God and servant. And what it does is take the power away from the believer and gives it to the person who's behind the doctrine. So when you say it explains the way things are, it explains the way things are because they are that way because of the Bible. We have wars that the Bible speak of. We have men ruling men that the Bible speak of. We have all of these bad things that the Bible speak of because the Bible brought about all of these bad things. When the Bibles and religions were conceived, we went further away from nature and closer to indoctrination. Now there are many wars being fought based upon what one person believe, what the next one believe. And you'll have many people show up to defend the book and be like, well, they're fighting because they're not reading it right, or they're not doing it the right way. They should come to me so I can tell them how it's done. No, it all needs to be done away with so that the human can access the real book of life, which is written within our hearts. And until we access that, everything else is just a distraction. Just like the fake globe, the dinosaurs, the media, the fake shootings. The Bible is another distraction. The religions, the Qurans, they are all other distractions. And they have their own networks on TV to keep the distraction going. Christians own more channels than any other religious group. So that ought to tell you something right now. There are more Bibles printed on earth than any other book on the earth. But look at how evil the earth is. It shouldn't be that case if the Bible was so holy and the answer. It shouldn't be the most popular book on earth, but the earth is just the way it is, you know. So to do away with all world religions is to bring humanity back together under our true spirituality. When there are no Bibles and religions to debate about, we start back discussing the quality of our water, the quality of our air, the quality of the earth we're leaving behind for the next generation, instead of a book that teach you that, hey, when you leave here, you're going to heaven to go walk streets of gold. So it don't matter what you do here. You can just trash the place because it's not your true home, according to the Bible. Well, I disagree with that. We have to take care of nature because our children inherit this place. So yes, there's a lot of things in the Bible that are dangerous, you know, and I'm not even scratching the surface, but Yeah, let me mute my mic because, again, I don't want to be too long-winded.
That's okay, bro. Santos is back now. Santos?
Doing Santos, I'm sorry that you had left last time. I don't know how much.
Santos.
I don't know how much of it that you caught what I was going over, Brother Santos. I would like to hear your input on the things that I was talking about right before you left about the two testaments, the Bible, the double rule of the pharaohs, the testes, the testaments. All right. I can go back over it if you like, if you didn't hear it, because I really want to know what you think about Narmer in the book of Genesis being the fake Genesis.
Yep. Do a brief synopsis. Do a brief rundown, and then I'll jump in with something.
Yeah, he would be, I'm afraid.
Well, basically, the book of Genesis, to make a long story short, Santos, the mistake that I see you making, you're saying that the Bible isn't real, that it's not to be taken literally, but that you still can use it for astrotheology, which is literal. So that's a contradiction. Now, the contradiction is because the Bible is a book of personification. It took literal celestial events and personify them so that it can deify certain events over other ones. That's why certain people like yourself have a problem with Saturn. But when you become neutral and away from the text, you see all of the luminaries equal to each other, all serving different properties, just like the chakra system. But what I want to point out is the biblical Genesis is not the true Genesis of humanity. All right. And the biblical Genesis literally would have took place around 3100 or 3150 BC. And the birth of Christ would translate to AD 1 on the Gregorian calendar. And if you count 9 months prior to December, you end up in March, which is the first day of the Roman calendar. When they was resetting the clocks, they was basing time around the rule of the Pharaoh. And the first Pharaoh was called Narmer. He became Jesus today. Jesus is another representation of the Pope, or the first sun deity, the first rising sun. In Genesis, when it say, let there be light, that means the first male ruler when we came out of the old world matriarch societies, because there was a world that existed prior to the book of Genesis. So it can't be the true Genesis of humanity. What happened in the Garden of Eden was the woman and the serpent was cursed, and Adam was given dominion over the earth and the animals, and the patriarchy was established. Well, the biblical Adam is equivalent to Atum and Adamu, which is Narmer or Menes, also called men. This is why the Christians say amen at the end of their prayers, because they're giving reverence to this God Men right here, who's also a form of Jesus. He has a erected phallus because the phallus is linked to the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh rules under the phallus, the lineage of the testes, which is the male sexual organ. Prior to this, we was ruled under through the womb, which had a family crest, which links every last one of us to nature, which gave us our natural inheritance on earth based upon us coming from the womb of our mothers. So the first Pharaoh represent the beginning of the New World Order, and the first two major empires to unite was Greece and Egypt. And you had a double crown came out of that unification when they was changing the time to be centered around those two pharaohs. They wore a double crown. You can see a version of it here on the God Men's head. And that became the two testaments of the Bible. The word testament is what Christians do when they give a testimony, but it comes from the word testes, dealing with the male sexual organ. This is war energy. Prior to this, we didn't swear or have testimonies or faith-driven ideologies that was based around men or the patriarchy or the Pope. We had connections to nature and spirituality that kept order because we understood Ma'at and the law of karma. Then after this unification, when we open up the book of Genesis, it's called Genesis because it's the genetics. It's the genealogy of the pharaohs. It's the succession of the kings. The Bible is a book of lineages. This is why you can't get past a whole chapter without reading 50 pages of, Joseph begat Isaac, and Isaac begat David, and David begat Joshua, and Joshua begat this person, which was the son of that person, who had 3 daughters who begat Japhet, and Japhet begat, Shem, and Shem begat, and the Bible go on and on telling you who begat who, because it's keeping track of a bloodline, of a royal lineage that started back here in Greco-Egyptian time in Hellenistic Egypt, when they was crafting this Hellenistic religion that became to be Christianity today. So those 2 testaments in the Bible are the 2 bloodlines of the 2 rulers of the beginning of the New World Order. The New World Order is about unifying the world powers against the people, creating a peasant system. Well, the Bible wants you to believe that we're waiting on the New World Order. I'm telling you, in 3100 BC, the New World Order started, and we've been in it the past 5,000 to 7,000 years ever since the beginning of these religions. The first 2 big empires to unite was Greek and Egypt. And we say, what happened to those mighty empires? Nothing happened to them. They merged to form the Western world that we are in today. The main 2 ancient empires that influence American and Western thought are Greece and Egypt. We even have an obelisk in Washington, D.C. We have a Memphis recreated in Tennessee. The pyramid is on the back of your dollar because the New World Order started in Egypt with the creation of Hellenistic ideologies such as the globalism and the Christianity religion, as well as all Abrahamic religions. The word resurrection means rise, erection, because all of this male fertility and sex magic comes from homosexual brotherhoods that still run the world today. And they've been keeping track of this bloodline that they call the Merovingian bloodline, which are the royal families. And they are 2 families, 2 testaments from a unification. And I think the New World Order was solidified with the UN treaty. But just to stay on subject, when you hear resurrection, rise, erection, you can see that in this picture here. This is the god Men, or Amun, or Amun, Zeus Amun. Zeus Amun is a Greco-Egyptian deity that wears the horns. But what you must understand, Santos, is that this predates Jesus. This is where Jesus come from. So this is a Greco-Egyptian deity, Zeus Ammon, and this is Jesus' predecessor. And the 2 horns are the 2 testaments. The 2 horns are the 2 towers, or the 2 books that make the Bible, which is the bull, the binary bull, the double bull. The Pharaoh was considered a bull. The Bible is the double bull, the lineages of the 2 kings. So just to wrap this up and make it short, Zeus Ammon wear a crown of horns, and that crown of horns is a sun disk or halo, dealing with sun worship. This is what Jesus wore. The word thorn is the word horn. You just take the T off of it. Zeus Ammon with the crown of horns is nothing but Jesus with the crown of thorns. And the word thorny is really the word horny, because another deity that's associated with these deities is the god Pan, who also wears a crown of thorns and carries the scepter that the Pope or the Christ carries. So Pan is a god that is always seen with an erection. Let me show you. Because Pan is men. If you see here, Pan has his crown of thorns on with an erected phallus. All right. And if you go back to, all right, Pan, the goat god, is Zeus Ammon, also Jesus, that we see here. So when you talk about a football team that's called, if you look at Zeus here and look at his crown of thorns, they playing with us. Because St. Louis was a real Christian saint who put slavery on many people. And they got a team called the St. Louis Rams, and they got the crown of thorns on their head because Jesus is the ram or the lamb, Zeus Ammon, with the crown of thorns. But to make a long story short, this is the god Pan as well, with the crown, double crown, and the scepter. This is St. Nicholas, because St. Nicholas also carries the bent scepter and a double crown. This is the staff of Moses, because he split the Red Sea. And when we talk about Moses splitting the Red Sea, you can see that the crown of St. Nicholas is split in the middle, causing you to have two parts, or a bi-bull. All right. Those would be the two horns of Zeus. This is the god Men. This is, give me 1 minute. Thank y'all for being patient. This is, hold on a minute. Hold on 1 minute. I just lost the picture because I went over so much when Santos left that I want to reiterate it on it all. So he speak on it because it's so much I want him to touch on it. So give me a minute to pull it back up. So let's take that away. What I'm looking for is here. So if you look at the Pharaoh's headdress, it's split into two. That's your Bible, your double bull, your two testaments. Look at his headdress, and then look at Pan's two horns. It's the same thing. They carry a scepter, represent that erection as well. That crown of horns is a crown of thorns, what Jesus wear. And I basically put this up to show you the Pope's hat. That's what I wanted to do. So he got the towers on his head, which are those horns. But I wanted to show you that something else before it slipped my mind. Dagon. So Jesus' symbol is a fish, because the god that predates Jesus is Dagon, the fish god. And if you look at him, he has those two peaks on top of his head that the Pharaoh have, but it's in the form of a fish that represent the two testaments of the Bible, the two testes of the man, the two kings, the Greek one and the Egyptian Pharaoh and the Greek Pharaoh. All right. And that is the Western world ruler and the Eastern world ruler that are ruling this whole earth together under these Abrahamic religions. What you got to keep in mind is this Dagon fish god has a fake beard on, and the pharaohs wore fake beards as well. Let me show you. As you can see here, he has a fake beard. Let me pull up a picture of a pharaoh for you so you can see what I'm talking about. The pharaohs wore fake beards as a symbol of priesthood. They wore fake beards. And that fake beard was also given to Santa Claus. It was given to Abraham. It was given to Jesus. You notice all of these patriarchal rulers, they have beards. They are bearded deities. So when you look up Abraham, he have a beard. When you look up Jesus, he have a beard. When you look up Allah, he have a beard. And all of these male bearded deities wear the beard because the beard was a symbol of priesthood of royalty, and all pharaohs wore a fake beard. You will even see a beard on the Sphinx, but they shot the nose off, and I think that destroyed the beard as well. But that beard is something to keep in mind, that the pharaoh have a beard, and he have a rod, a bent scepter, as you can see here. If you join a Greek society in college, they give you a cane to step with. You step because the calendar started in March. That's when the Crusades began. That's when the Christians began to march and spread Hellenism onto the earth. But what they're not telling you is that the Christians were a group of Egyptians and Greeks, all enforcing Christianity just like they doing today. Christianity is diverse. It was always diverse. Egypt was the first America. I just showed you the throne of Ammon has the American flag. So the deity who wear the double crown is Norma or Jesus or the Pope, ruling us under those two testaments or the testes of the patriarch. And the American flag comes from Egypt, as you can see on this picture, because our way of living comes from Greco-Egyptian Hellenism area of sun worship, as you can see here. And you could still be a victim of sun worship and be a flat earther because you're biblical centered. We should be nature centered. So the double crown represent the double pharaohs, as you can see here, the pharaoh of the eastern world, or pharaoh of the western world, unified. And that's why all of it is New World religion. Whether you follow Hinduism or Christianity, Eastern world or Western world, they all serve the Pope. So the earth has been this way since 3100. And when the light came on in Genesis, it was the rise of the first male ruler and the end of sovereignty for humanity. Matriarchal systems meant sovereignty for us all. We traded our sovereignty to be ruled over by males, and we won't get it back until we go back to this truth. Now, today we are under national flags, but we used to be under family crests, and the people who own the national flags, they rule us under family bloodlines with family crests. Every sorority or fraternity has a crest. Every secret society has a crest, and the crest shapes like the womb of a woman. It's shaped like a vagina because back in pre-dynastic time, before the first pharaoh, before the book of Genesis, because Genesis is the beginning of the world, not the beginning of the earth. The earth always been here. So the beginning Genesis talking about is the beginning of the new world, or what we call the new world order. The end of matriarchy and the beginning of patriarchy. Again, the woman and the serpent was cursed in the garden, and Adam was given all the power over the earth. Adam is Atum or Adamu, which is the Sumerian sun god. Apollo, Narmer, Menes. So all secret societies have a family crest, and they're not telling us we should all have one, because we were all physical people born from a womb, and we're not no stick men. This is why we're not sovereign. You can't be religious and sovereign, because you have to have a reverence to the womb that you came from in order to reclaim your inheritance based on you coming through the womb of your mama. Once you accept religious beliefs, you forfeit your natural sovereignty in exchange to be rewarded by the God that you accepted. So this is deep deception that I'm trying to give us, y'all. Now, all of them got family crests, but you don't. You got a national flag, which is a symbol of slavery. All right? I'm trying to get us back to the truth. Now, what predates Christianity is a deity called a Queen of Heaven, which is the Masonic great architect, which is the Kemetic Nut. When you say pregnant, you're saying pregnant. And before pharaohs wore this double crown to represent the two testes of the male rulership and the two kings, the double crown was worn by the goddesses. As you can see here, this is Hathor. She was cursed. She was a sacred cow. Today we say holy cow, and we don't know why. Today we say that's bull crap because the bull was sacred. In the Bible, they cursed the bull. They called it the golden calf worship. Well, I got news for you. The golden calf is the great mother. She was cursed, and we traded our matriarchal sovereignty to be ruled over by the testes of the sun gods. That's what Brother Sanchez is trying to teach you all. And I hope you accept it and learn that this stuff can't be argued with. This is undeniable truth. When you look at the Queen of Heaven here, all of the children is surrounding her. They're creating what's called a spade because she is the trump card. She's the trunk of Ganesh, or the tree of life, the elephant trunk, the bull horn. All right. And she's making a symbol of a card in a deck called a spade, which is the trunk suit. The spade is the mother goddess. The spade is the tree of life. Let me see if I can find it for you. I hope I don't take too much time. I got it in my pictures. I don't know if I can find it online real quick. But the spade is the great mother. She shapes the way we just saw there. Let me see. Yes, here's a good one. The spade is Aphrodite, the Virgin Mary, Venus, or Isis. As you can see here, she's the spade. She predates all patriarchal religions and all Jesus worship. Here she is right here. She's the trump card. She's the queen bee at the center of the hive, or the North Pole at the center of the earth. As you can see all of her children around her here, because above her is the stars, below her is the great deep, and around her is all of us, which are the children on the earth. She's the center hole at the center of the earth. And she's surrounded by all of us. So when you look,
that's so beautiful. I love that picture.
Yes, and it's the same thing we're looking at here on the spades card. And I know I'm being long-winded, but I'm trying to teach y'all stuff that I've been compiling for a year now, even longer than that. So I'm gonna be brief and go ahead and wrap this up. But the double crown at the pharaoh wear to represent the testes of the man is why Eve was cursed in the garden. Eve represents balance or evenness. The Adam getting rulership in the garden represents the Pope and chaos over us now. This is why the Bible it has to go. The real Bible isn't written with words. So this is the serpent goddess from Minoan culture. Minoan culture predates Christianity. They later became what we call Christian, the foundation of Christianity today. So it didn't come from Egypt. It came from the Minoan culture. What you got to realize is Egypt was a world center, meaning there was so much traffic in and out of Egypt that Egypt was a place that was influenced by all of the cultures. It was a melting pot. So when you say that some came from Egypt, I think we should be saying what didn't come from Egypt. Everything was in Egypt because it was a place everyone went to frequently. It was a world center. But prior to Egypt being a world center, Eden was the world center where everyone went to. When we came into Egypt, that's when they started restricting us to travel to certain areas. So now we forget that the true world center is where the compasses are pointing to. Now they got us pointing to Egypt and Greece and to the Bible. I'm pointing us back to Eden, where the magnetic energy of the mother is. That's our true origins. We can't find them in the Bible or any religion. We have to go back to the true book of life, which is you, me, and nature. So here is a picture of the serpent goddess. She's surrounded by two serpents. That became the pharaoh double crown. See, the woman and the serpent that was cursed in the Bible is this woman here. The Christians turned their back on their matriarchal spirituality and they started adopting pagan religions centered around the worship of Zeus. This happened thousands of years ago. Everyone was being brainwashed by this Greco-Egyptian Hellenistic society, and what we call Western thought was becoming prevalent on earth just thousands of years ago. It isn't nothing new. This way of thinking been thrusted on the world for the past thousands of years, and the Christians abandoned their matriarchal great mother, which was the serpent goddess, and they cursed sin. They cursed the serpent. They cursed the woman in the Bible because they turned their back on the law of nature. She represents the yin yang. Each serpent is a scale of Ma'at. Everyone knew the truth that we can only rule in autonomy or in golden age by revering the womb, which is the mother that man and woman both come from. Man and woman come from the womb. So the womb was the microcosm of the primordial gateway. The woman is the gateway in and out of realities according to the ancients. So when you look at Ma'at and you see her two wings, which are two scales, you're just looking at the serpent goddess with her two serpents, masculine and feminine. But they both come from the womb, which is pure neutrality, or the neutron. At the center of the cell is the neutron. It's in between a masculine and a feminine. So it's not about the what the Pharaoh did was take the balance away from the goddess who balances those serpents, and he began to rule you off of the polarity of them both. So what this means is, instead of us looking at masculine and feminine in unity in a holistic way that connects us with the great mother and mother nature, we now look at them and put one above the other like the Bible does. It puts favoritism above certain people. It puts the sun above the moon. It puts the man above the woman. And that means that the scales are off balance. And whenever you're off balance, that's chaos, or what we call Hellenism. The Hellenist people always ruled the world by creating hell or chaos. And the Christians were called Hellenists before they were called Christians. So this double crown that you see on the head of the Horus Pharaoh here on the right, it represents the Hegelian dialect. It's a way of males ruling out of chaos, out of war, debating one against the other. Sun versus moon. Instead of sun and moon, it's sun versus moon. Instead of man and woman, it's man versus woman. You see, in a Hellenistic society, there is no unity. There are always verses and polarities battling. But in an ancient pre-dynastic mother goddess-based world, there's unity, yin-yang, where the masculine and feminine creates the beautiful serpent in the middle. Now, let me fall back after I say this. The two polarities on the crown of the patriarchal pharaoh represents your Democrat and your Republican, or the two dialogues or dialectics or paradigms that they give you to keep the chaos and divisiveness going. So they'll give you Eastern world religion versus Western world religion, Democrat versus Republican. And this is what perpetuates the chaos and division so that the pharaohs stay in power. But in order for us to get out of that, we have to get beyond the testaments. We have to get rid of the Bibles and understand our true beginning, which is the womb, the mother, the spade, the tree of life. And then we stop pairing the polarities against one another and combine them together with love to form the yin-yang symbol, which is life. Now, the yin-yang symbol is 360 degrees, not 365. So if you're going to go back with the true law of nature and perfection, you have to have the right calendar. So if you're a Christian and you go with the Gregorian calendar, you're not in tune with nature, because our natural, the way the sky works, is everything moves in a 360 degree circuit around Polaris. Anyone that's pushing the Gregorian calendar are pushing the New World Order deception along with the Bible, which is another form of the New World Order deception. These books that you say are not literal, well, it's 2017 today, based on a book that you compared to Jack and the Beanstalk earlier, Santos. How would you like it if I was to change the time, change the calendars based on me reading the Three Little Bears? That's exactly what they did. They based the calendars around the bibliology books around a succession of the kings, and now we're under sun time, not natural time. So I can go on and on and on with all of this because there's so much to teach, but I'm going to stop because, again, I don't want to hog it, but just realize that before the Bible or the double bull, you had Hathor. Before you had the 2 testaments that was on this Pharaoh head that we being ruled under the day, you had the 2 horns or the 2 halves of her dress that you see here. All right, the 2 serpents, the 2 parts of the scale, or the 2 hands that the goddess raised. So the spiral goddess raises her 2 hands, and that became the Pharaoh's 2 crowns. I'm going to say 2 testaments. But the true law is not under the Bibles and the testaments. The true law is outside in nature. If you don't take care of that water, you failing your children because you're going to have them inheriting polluted water. If your Bible don't make you want to go out and change what's happening with nature, it's going against the true law. And that's exactly what the Bibles and religions did. They built temples on earth when the earth was always the temple. The human is the temple. So, yeah, I better stop now so I don't be too long-winded. I obviously can keep going on with this, but I'm going to stop there. I said a lot, and I really wanted to ask Santos a question, but basically it wasn't a question. I just wanted to say all of that to see what he think about that, where he stands, how knowledgeable he is with us coming from matriarchy to patriarchy and a new world order starting with the book of Genesis, 3100 BC. Jesus split the timeline, and that's the deception.
Yep. I hear you. I've been saying this for years. So I agree with you with this. For years I've been saying that we have unbalanced the yin and the yang. And so patriarchy is all about that. The sun now, the sun is the center where he shouldn't be. He should be taking his bride, the moon, as he is the groom, in a fair and balanced way. You know, matriarchy is the source because Radharani is the principle of the universe. Without Radharani, there is no creation. So that's how I see it. Theology, as I said, is just science. It's nothing other than science, and it's all astrological science. So when I speak astrologically, you know, and theologically, because they're one and the same science, just viewed differently. So your perspective is very good. It's true. All of this happened, but all I wish to add is that when I say that Christianity, there never was a time when it didn't exist, I'm not saying as the form as we know it and see it today. All the esoteric great occult scholars and all the great philosophers that I've ever studied, quotes which I'll read in a minute from Eusebius and Augustus, what so-called church historians of the 3rd century. Okay, now we won't be prejudiced against them because they obviously were Roman, but let's just see what they've got to say. And I could get other quotes, but I'm not prepared for this. So I know I've presented this many times. Okay, quotes where people say that the true original religion of the universe is based on crystal science, and it's Christian. Hence, the alphabet is A, B, C, D, abracadabra, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, Jack, L, LMN, lumen, Q, R, S, T, U, Christo. And when you go to the runes, you'll see all the runes as well. The 5 runes line up exactly as the English do, Christo. When you go to Hebrew alphabet, the last 4 letters are Christ, Kaf, Resh, Shin, and Tav. Right there at the end of all alphabets, you see this crystal word. In our 26-letter alphabet, which is a Christian alphabet because it has Christ embedded in it, this timeline precedes anything you talk about where you are quoting the Christian religion began here and started there and what have you. You can't do this. With the syncretism I teach, I've gone beyond. I don't acknowledge any of these timelines. I use them, but I don't acknowledge them. From the start of the universe was the Lamb-Ram religion. And that is astrological. And it's the science of how to understand torus field energy and how to understand the atom. If you were talking about Ma'at is an anagram for atom, okay? All is atom, the Egyptians always said. And atomic science is Christian science. That's why they have a T and an O on their churches, because that's Tom. Yeah, the science of Tom, okay? Your anatomy, yeah? And so this is a Christic science. It's embedded in your alphabet, and it's the DOS of all religions. I don't care about talking. I don't care to argue with Hare Krishnas that the Sanskrit is the oldest and their Bhagavad Gita is the best, and the Christians who argue their Bible is and kill other people because they believe that, because they believe. I don't have beliefs. I don't believe in Italian. I know it, so I speak it. I don't believe in astrology. I know it, so I speak it. I don't believe in Christ or Christianity. I know these sciences, so I practice them. Religion is a good word because it means to tie yourself to a way of life that will elevate you. When you look at it from the materialist way they describe religion, yeah, it's a bad word, but I've reclaimed it. It's a good one.
I'm glad that you say that because that's the problem I have. Nigger is a good word because if you do the history of it, you'll see that it's really Naga and it's actually a deity. It's a good word. But if I go in a room full of people who don't know that saying niggers and I'm white, it's not going to be a good experience for me. So we have to speak in context, understanding that most of the world are corrupted and that the people who know the truth are preying on their ignorance by using certain keywords. So the more enlightened you become, the more words you delete from your vocabulary for the sake of confusion. I no longer say...
Hang on, brother.
Okay.
May I? Because I would like to elaborate a little bit more. Correct. Yes, we lose words that might confuse people, but we reclaim them as the energy of angelic energy that languages are. This is what I'm saying. We don't have to make understand be a bad word when you go into court. We don't have to make a person be a bad word because it also means corporation. We can reclaim those words when we operate and speak on a high level. Syncretism does this, brother. So everything you say is correct. I will not argue any of that. You've done some good research there. But my premise is the premise of all the syncretists of history, Marsilio Ficino, Pico, Porphyry, all the great astrologers, the Neoplatonists, they all said this is a perennial science. Our pagan so-called religion that we practice differs not from Christianity.
The people you name, I don't consider them great people. I consider them deceivers, no different than ancient Neil deGrasse Tyson's who hid the truth of the great mother. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you either, because it seems like we're on the same page. I think where we differ from is you're saying that at the beginning was Atum. No, Atum is Narmer. Atum is Adam or Adamu or Pan, Baphomet, Dagon, the fish god who you see here. That is the Pope. So what I'm telling you is Atum's origin starts with Genesis. And you can say that he's the primordial source, but that's not true. Even the Christians everyone in pre-dynastic world had reverence of the great womb, not Atum. They didn't revere the sun or the moon. They revered the North Pole. And that became Santa Claus. You can see the Pope dressed like Santa Claus. That Dagon, who Jesus come from, wear the Santa Claus hat. So I'm giving you something, Santos. When you talk about Christ is embedded in the alphabets, you proving my point. The alphabets are words or symbols that are used to spell. When you spell, you're practicing deceptive magic now, because what they want you to spell out is the name of the king. So when you use alphabets the way you use them to find Christ, that's exactly what they want you to find, because that's the ghost spell. You're spelling out the name of the ghost of Narmer. As you can see here, he has the fake beard on of the Pharaoh. So yes, you can find Christ in the alphabets, because the alphabets aren't pre-dynastic. They are spells. Each alphabet is a symbol. And once you start looking at the alphabets as individual hieroglyphs that tell their own message and quit using them to spell something out, then you get back in tune with nature and practice true syncretism. Now you're centering all of your knowledge around the pole energy, which is the center of the earth, and you're not swaying it to Atum or Saturn. You're going back, centering it around the tree of life energy, which seeks to sync all things together unbiasedly. So when you do that, you don't even deal with alphabets and spelling. True etymology, I'm going to say what gives us a better understanding of our creation with etymology is sacred geometry. And you can't have etymology without sacred geometry. The etymology is the testifying to the sacred geometry. That's why I can show you the Queen of Heaven here and compare her to the spade, because it's the outline. If you outline her, it reveals who she is. That's why she's dark, because your shadow is your sacred geometry. The shadow is what gives us the truth. We see in the darkness, not in the light. We see in meditation. When we go within, we see the truth. So the light blinded us, the Christ halo. The sun gods blinded us away from this womb. The prayer stopped us from meditation. So when we pray, we get preyed upon. When you talk about Nut, she's a representation of a pregnant womb. She's also a representation of sacred geometry. You can't just have etymology without sacred geometry, and that's the mistake you're making, Santos. So I'm just trying to teach you something deeper to take your teachings to a deeper level. Now, if you look at Nut here, she's the outline of the cosmos, meaning that if you practice the formula she's telling you to practice by outlining things, you create their shadow, which is their sacred geometry. She's dark, and she's the outline. When you outline things, it reveals their sacred geometry, just like I'm doing with this spade. You don't need words to spell this. Once I start giving you words, it starts distorting the truth. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and a symbol is worth 1,000,000 pictures. So if you're still putting alphabets together, you have to really rise to a higher level. You have to step your game up and get to the symbol and get beyond the alphabets, because let's talk about the alphabets a minute. They call the ABCs because we're dealing with the archbow. We're dealing with the cornerstones. We're dealing with, if you look at this, the alphabet A, that's the arch, A for arch. All right. This is all dealing with the female vagina. It shapes like a pie slice. That's the female vagina. That's Nut enclosing Gale. This is the primordial source. This is the binary code, the 0 and the 1. If you look at this alphabet A, you have an arch and a line above that arch, and that's Nut and Gale. So basically what I want to point out, because the stuff I'm teaching y'all ain't heard before, and we hear, Santos teaching all the time. We hear the Christian side all the time. Hear me out. Let me give you what none of you knew about. If you did and you ain't been teaching it, then I'm going to be mad. So please tell me you didn't know. But anyway, this is the A. This is the alphabet A. All right. Ah. That's the sound of a church choir. That's the sound that they give you when they open up the Bible or they open up the sacred books. They have a light shining and it says, ah. That's Om. That's the harmonic resonance of our cosmos, which is a temple, a pregnant womb. Pregnant is pregnant. She represents sacred geometry. Geometry deals with the earth. If you don't start outlining things, you won't reveal the truth or the shadow. Just like I just showed you, the Queen of Heaven is the spade. Well, let me reveal to you who Jesus is, if you don't mind. Let's take a Christian cross. Thank y'all for bearing with me. Let me show y'all something that I really think is very important. Let me open up paint real quick. Because everything Santos saying, we aware of his teachings. We both agree. But I don't think we are aware of this deeper side that I'm about to give to it now. So if I'm teaching anybody anything, including Santos, it'll make my day. Because I think this stuff can actually batter our understanding. Okay, let me do something real quick. So a kite is a Christ. It's a yoni and a womb. Right now you don't understand me, but I'm going to show you what I mean right now. Again, when you outline things, you reveal the truth behind them. This is sacred geometry. This is what Nut is doing. The sky goddess Nut. She's an outline. She's an outline of the cosmos. She's dark because the night sky you looking at above you is the shadow. All right. So it's when you say the word shades, the word Hades is in it. Hades is the Norse underworld or the Greek underworld. But Hades is shades dealing with the shadow realm or the dark realm. And when you outline things, you bring the shadow to light. And that's called sacred geometry. That reveals the origin of that which you outline. So let's do it with the cross like I just showed you. So when you outline the cross, what you get is the crest. And what is the crest? The crest is the coat of arms that I just showed you the royal families got. Y'all got national flags. They got family crests. This crest is a kite. It's what allow you to take flight. It's a kite. We use them to fly. We fly these across the sky. Hold on. Can y'all see this? There we go. So when you outline a cross, you get a kite. The Christ is the kite. The kite is the crest, the shield, the womb of the woman. That's why when you pull up pictures of Christ, let me show you something. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Jesus Christ, Mary. So when you pull up pictures of Christ, right, what you will see is that, let me find it for you. You will see Christ coming out of a yoni-shaped womb. This would be the same shape I showed you here in paint. Christ represents, so the cross in the middle would be, if you look in the middle of this cosmos, you see a God called Shu. If you look in the middle of this Kemetic cosmos, you see a God called Shu with his hands raised or spread out. That's really the place where the Great Mother's supposed to be. Let me show y'all something. That place in the middle where you see Shu at, that's a place where the trident is. Thank y'all for being patient. I want to give this quick teaching. Look in the middle here, you see the tree of life. That's the mother goddess. In all cultures, that tree is a trident. They gave it to the devil, but the devil is the diva, the great mother. And they cursed her in the Bible. All throughout the Bible, the sacred feminine is cursed. They tell you that the trident is evil, that the woman is evil. But if you look in the middle of this, it's a womb or a football shape. That's what the woman womb is. Everything in nature has this womb shape, this hexagon shape. But at the middle here, you see Shu with his hand raised in the Kemetic cosmology as well, represent the tree of life. That became Christ on the cross. And they got rid of the great mother and replaced her with a tomb. So sacred geometry, like I said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You don't have to bend and twist alphabets to show me how Christ is important. When I'm showing you with a picture that's worth 1,000 words, that is all deception, and his phony butt is just in the way of the great mother. He represents the North Pole, just like what the pharaohs and the popes represent. They're keeping us away from the true center of the earth and got us centered around these male deities. We need to quit thinking about Christ and start thinking about that magnetic energy at the center of the earth that the ancients was talking about. But we won't think about that as long as y'all keep relating it to this Christ character. Because if you look at him, sacred geometry, like I said, let me pull this up again. Jesus Christ and sacred womb. Hold on. If you pull up Jesus Christ and sacred womb, what you'll get is Jesus busting out of the sacred womb, and that's a very popular piece of art. It looks just like this. This is the womb of a woman, the opening to a vagina. And man and woman both comes out of that womb. That's why you see man and woman right here in this beautiful art. But you have Jesus in a lot of art like this, or a lot of Christian art, you'll see Jesus, and behind him is an arch. That's Nut. That's the sky goddess Nut. And Jesus is supposed to be the tree of life. They changed the cosmology, y'all, because in ancient Kemetic cosmology, what you have, right, is Geb with an erected penis pointed up at Nut, symbolizing how man and woman perpetuate life here. If you look at this, you'll see this erected phallus. The pharaohs took this stuff and corrupted it, and now we worship the phallus, or we worship only Jesus or Atum, when it's more than a tomb. They hid the true source of it all from you when they got rid of the Arch of the Covenant, which is the sky goddess. She is the covenant. The covenant is the covering. The cove is covering, the covering that protects Geb. When you look at Jesus, they removed her and just replaced her with a simple arch. But they still got Jesus in the middle, but they want to hide the sacred feminine because that's what the Bible is about. It's about cursing Nut, cursing the sacred feminine. And despite what anyone says, that's what it's about. Sun-centering people. The sacred feminine must be restored. Jesus is not the source, and the Bible is not the original account of it. It really has nothing to do with what we need to be. It's in the way of us getting back, reconnecting with ourselves. Once all of the religious texts and books are done away with, we can focus back on nature, which was hidden by all of these texts. Because I just showed you what we see in nature is man and woman coming from the womb of a woman. But that ain't what the Bible teach. The God of the Bible don't even have a significant other. How can I go to him for advice on how to run my marriage if he don't even have a woman? Everybody we see in nature have man and woman came from a mom and daddy, but the God of the Bible don't, because it's lacking balance. It has something against the feminine. Therefore, I have something against it. The Ark of the Covenant ain't got nothing to do with no little ship. The Ark of the Covenant is the sky goddess Nut. She's the covering. But when you go to talk about the Bible and talk about Noah and all of that, that hides the truth. So again, when you outline a cross, you get a family crest. So our sovereignty is hidden behind the cross, which is a symbol of death, not life. The tomb is the womb. All right. So if you outline a cross again, you get the symbol of sovereignty. But that is hidden with the cross. The cross hides your sovereignty. That crest you see there, that's what we all supposed to be revering. That's the tree of life, as you can see here. This is the Aztec Mayan universal tree of life. That is the equivalent of a family crest, what you get when you outline a Christian cross. Or it's called a kite. The same thing here. The X chromosome is the crossroads. That's what's happening at the North Pole. It's a crossroads of all worlds. There are many Earth cosmic eggs among this endless plane. But they're just like we have highways where all of these main roads intersect and create a four-way. We have cosmological crossroads, and we call them North Poles or centers. And this is where all of the worlds meet up. People from different cosmic eggs. This was the world center, the Garden of Eden, before we made new world centers in Egypt and Greece. So if we were to go to the North Pole now, we would see all kind of different creatures that still meet up there, coming from all different worlds to trade, technology, spirituality, and all of that right there at the North Pole. It's a cosmological crossroads, and there are many. And I can get deep into that in the future, but all of this magic is hidden behind Christ on the cross. The Holy Grail ain't got nothing to do with a dumb cup that talking about the blood of Christ. It's got everything to do with the womb of the woman. So anyone that's still directing us back to a biblical foundation, they don't understand the sacred feminine, and they're doing the work of the New World Order. At this point, I'm going to fall back.
Santos,
Yes.
it's your turn.
Okay. I was just waiting for someone else to have a go if they wanted to. Yeah, look, the way I see it from a syncretism point of view is Nut and Mart are Atum. And Christ is the mother goddess. It's Isis. Only people just have only been, exposed to half the truth, you see. They look at a man, it's obvious why Jesus is always predominantly effeminate. It's because it's the hermetic true nature of the universe. There's the two poles and there's the neutral in the middle. So all that has happened with these satanic religions that have taken our sacred astrological wisdom and turned them into books of empire to enslave people by literalizing them, turning us into idiots. All that they've done is that they've just, it's probably only, going back to say the, 3000 BCE mark, 5,000 years ago, definitely corruption, big time. And according to occult science, this is when the Silver Age ended, more or less. Bronze Age began, and that's about 50% of consciousness. So then after that, around 2,000 years ago, where supposed Christianity began, which it didn't, it began from the start of Atum, which is the explosive sound of magnetic creation. Tom. Okay? So those letters of the alphabet, yes, they are spells. They're good spells, gospels. Good spells, bad spells. There's evil spells and there's good spells. Okay, so I reclaim all those 26 letters of the Prime Creator, and they are his tools for creation. I also use those very tools, and I thank him for those tools, and I use them properly. All is atum, and I've learnt that it is. Ma'at is the queen of the universe, and everything patriarchy tells you is about men and boys. Just look at it for what it really is. It really is. Ma'at and Nut, what Christ is. Christ is essentially the light. You see, embedded in the runes of the name Christ, you have the letter C, R. These are the letters in the alphabet, C-R-I-S-T-U. Kano, the letter C, means clarity. No-brainer. That's Christ, the light. R is Raido, Dio, the God, riding on his chariot along the ecliptic. Is Soul, in other words, the soul. Christ is the soul of the universe. T is Tiwas, which is the warrior, the fighter. Christ, the letter T, is the arrow of Christ, the fighter. And Uruz, the letter U, is Aries, the Lamb of God. Followed then is the letter V in all alphabets. V is Tor, Thor, the rune of Jupiter. Yes, it's called Thorisaz, excuse me. I was confused with Tiwas. So what you have there, you do have a spell. Yes, you are correct, Bro Sanchez. Absolutely. When you got your eyes open, you see all these things. I don't judge them for good and bad, though. That's it. I see them like knives. They're bad. Oh, yeah, knives. Woo, watch out. That knife's bad. And you could call it that, you know, because it's a badass knife, you know. You cut yourself every time you look at it, you know. But,
yeah, I wouldn't really call it a knife. I would compare it to a nuclear bomb. Or if you're going to compare it to a knife, compare it to what the Bible say, a double-edged knife, meaning it's cutting the person that's swinging it too. So it's dangerous the moment you pick it up. In other words, if it's a two-edged sword, when I pick it up, I'm going to get cut before I even start cutting anybody else. It's like a person that have a deadly disease infecting other people. That's what spreading Christianity is like. So that's why I say we should cure the earth of this disease by giving it the truth, which the disease hides. And when you went into the alphabets, you still went into mythology. You didn't really, for example, when you said that the T is Thor, well, that's not what it is. And I don't mean to argue here or debate, because that's not what it is. The energy, if you ask me, is good, because I get to be honest and I don't have to just agree. Now, if we look at the T, let me draw it again. I'm glad I'm still screen sharing. This has nothing to do with Thor at all. This symbol predates the whole mythology of Thor. That's the problem you're making, Santos. You think that you're going back old when you go back to biblical-based foundations, or when you go back to mythology. And the oldest form of all things is symbology. And when you talk about symbology, let me do this. The T is the Trinity. It's 3 points. It's the trident. It's also the alphabet E. The T is the 3 and the E as well. Now let me show you how this works. I'm glad I'm here, that I can share new ideas with y'all, cutting edge research. But when you outline this T, again, you always have to outline this stuff to get the truth. This is the mistake we're not making. Most people will see a T and they'll say what Santos said. Hey, that just means Thor. No, it's a balancing scales. It's a womb. It's a sacred vulva. And it's the Superman symbol. It's the inversion of the pyramid. That's the capstone, because they create a diamond, which is a dia mound or diva mound. A mound that's created by the binary code, which the binary code is the binary code, the bending of Nut. Her bending is what creates the tension. The root word intention is 10, which is the binary code. 10 is sin. 10 is Zen. That's why we say dozen. And that's 12 because dos is 2. Zen is 10. Zen became sin in the Bible. When you talk about syncretism, you have no idea what syncretism is if you're not syncing it all with the binary code or the Great Mother. She is the master syncretist. The moon god was called Sin. Sin is sign. That's the sine wave. It's the serpent around the tree in the garden that was cursed. That's the sound energy that you keep referring to, but yet you turn right around and curse it, Santos. That sound that created the entire cosmos was not masculine. It's feminine. Sound wave is curvy. Masculine is linear. That's why Geb is the masculine. She's the feminine. The 9 is a spiral. She represents this is needle and thread string theory. When you look at the sine wave, hold on, let me finish this so I don't get off subject. The capital T is balance and scales, guys. Thor is the root word of Thursday. All right. It's the root word of Hathor, which is the cow goddess, another form of this Ma'at. This T is Ma'at with her wings spread. This is the Great Mother. T is tree. This is the shape of a tree in the ground. So when you think of a tree outside, the roots, the trunk, and the branches, that's the mother, that's the father, and the womb. The womb is always in the middle of them both. That's why Ma'at, who balances the scales, wear the feather in the middle. The feather deals with light. Light is something that shines, but it also is the opposite of weight. All right. So your spirit is composed of light. Light has no weight to it. The stars don't have a weight to it. Everything that exists that has a weight comes from the realm of weightlessness, which is the gateway or the womb. Masculine and feminine comes from feminine. All right. Feminine is the androgynous or the neutral sex. The womb man is both sexes. The T is the Trinity. So both sexes come from the womb man, which is the portal. So when you think of Adam and Eve and the tree of life with the serpent, that tree of life represents the womb. That tree is a T. So when they tell you in the Bible to stop worshiping the golden calf, it's telling you to stop worshiping the sacred womb. It's telling you to stop the balance. And that's my problem with the Bible, because the bull or the sacred cow that the Bible is cursing is the womb. As you can see here, it's the tree of life. We all come from it. It's the Holy Grail. There's one at the center of the earth. So when Santos talk about the beginning of the earth starting with atum, which is the resonant sound, tum, and that sound, that's not masculine. That's a ripple effect. If you drop a rock into the water, it will create a North Pole at the center, because it will be a drip. When you drop the rock in the water, let me show you. But before I get into that ripple effect, I'm going to drive this home. The cow was a holy cow, and it was cursed by Christians. Now, if you look at this is Krishna wearing the double crown of the Pope, playing a flute of Pan. Krishna and all of these gods is nothing but the Pope and Jesus again, giving you the patriarchal over the matriarchy. And we got to get back to the womb. We got to go behind Jesus to the womb that he came from. If you look at this art right here, it shows you Jesus coming out of a yoni or a womb. And I just showed y'all a minute ago, when you outline the cross, you get this same shape, because this is Nut around Geb. Christianity hid this covenant, and they turned it into a dumb Ark of the Covenant, a little box, when really this is the firmament. So Christianity hides this great mother that encloses and protects us all in her womb, in her pregnant belly. And they give you Atum as the primordial source when we all know man and woman come from the womb? As above, so below. Why would it be any different in the cosmos or in religion or mythology? Anybody telling you something different, not in tune with nature? Man is not the primordial source. The phallus is second. The Y chromosome is a mutated X chromosome. The thing is this. When you try to start us off with a tune, you're not taking us back to Atlantis. You're not taking us back to, see, a tune is a form of Pangea. The root word of Pangea is pan, and the word left is gea, which is geography or the earth. Pangea is pan-earth, meaning a earth that's under the rule of the god Pan, the goat god, which is Jesus, the ram, the sphinx. So Pangea is another form of Darwinism, evolution, and Big Bangism. But it's telling you all of the continents started from the center and were spread out. Guess what? Pangea is another Hellenistic ideology that the Bible supports. You got to understand that the Bible is a book that reveres the pan concepts. So when you remove the great mother, you remove the true origins of humanity, which says that all things come from darkness. That has nothing to do with Atum. Even Atum comes from darkness because Atum is just the light. Atum ain't nothing but the child of the darkness, meaning when the darkness had an idea, it was all of us. But the idea is not the source. It's an expression of the source. The man is an expression of the womb that he come from. The man is a immaculate conception and has a very important role that he'll never know if he put himself in the woman's place. Because Santos said earlier that Jesus looks very feminine. So do Krishna. That's because these male deities replaced the great mother. Jesus, with his hands spread on the cross, replaced the great mother with her hands open to her children. She represents love, meaning come give me a hug, boy. She didn't have to die for you because she lives for you. This death concept and worship and death and a man dying from you is what creates this miserable hellhole that we live in, where things are proven with blood sacrifice. We have to get out of that. If you look at the three objects above Nut here, it's the same three objects that you see. I must have took it down, but you will see it carved in the wall of Egypt, which is the sun and moon and the black hole sun, or the womb that eclipses them both. So the fact that Santos know that these male gods are basically homosexual gods or transsexuals, I would call them she-male gods, because this is a male deity, but he looks just like a beautiful woman. And to me, that's mind programming. These are the same people that's pushing transsexualism and homosexuality on the world now, who created these deities like Jesus and Krishna. The people who are regular heterosexual people who want to be in tune with nature and practice veganism, we want to go back to the great mother and Mother Nature. But you can't get to the great mother if you got homosexual deities impersonating her. This is not the great mother. This is a copy. And all of these male patriarchal deities are in the way of humanity getting back to what can really help us all, which is the reverence of the great womb. Our earth shapes like a great womb. If you look at this Mayan cosmos here, it shows you a diamond shape. And that is what Jesus hid from us. If you look at this picture of Jesus here, he's coming out of a diamond shape or a great womb. But most people don't pay attention to that because they're blinded by Jesus. And they think he's the primordial source when really the truth is hidden behind him. It's the darkness. It's the womb.
Also in our teachings here, and Brother Sanchez, you and I talked about this before, is when we talk about the creator, which is the creator of, like, say, us and all our beautiful things with us. There is a creator of the creator, which is a feminine being. So we call her the Great Mother. So she's the creator of the creator. And people don't see, like, they only learn to a limit, and then they don't see past that limit. Our teachings go back thousands of years, and they never changed. When we learn a teaching, we have to teach it back to our elders and to our medicine men, so that from that teaching. So the reason why I know this story and our creation story is because it's drilled in that, okay, you can't just stop at thinking that there's only one creator, as in the one that everyone calls God. There was a creator of that creator, right? So that's the feminine that we talk about. So when you do see the, say, a dome or whatever, you know, when we have our sweat lodges, you know, you go through your fasts and stuff, and you go into that sweat lodge, and you go into it, it's dark. There's steam in there for, you know, and you go in there naked, and it does represent being inside the womb. And that's where a lot of people see their visions and all this wonderful stuff, and you know what I mean? But it does represent, and you do that. I just had to throw that in there. It correlates with your talking about the feminine goddess.
Yeah, it's because Jesus is the kite, not the Christ. When you outline the cross, you get the kite. That's the womb that he's coming out of here. The kite is what allows us to take flight. When we have a funeral, your casket, right? Let me show you something. And I'm glad Marlena here with me and Santos here with me with it too, so we can get deeper with this. Because if you think of a casket, right? Look at the shape of it. It's shaped like a yoni, or the womb of a woman. It's shaped like that double diamond that I keep telling y'all about. When you take the cross and you outline it, you get that womb shape that Jesus was just bursting out of. That's because I keep telling you that the tomb is the womb. Your casket is your kite. When you're placed in the ground, you are parallel to the earth plane, and you taking a flight back into the womb of your next mother. And wherever you pop back out on this infinite plane is the world that you are in, based on how you left here, what level you was vibrating on, determine what paradigm you will be born into in your next incarnation. So resurrection, when we go into the tomb, we go into the womb. When they place us in the casket, we're being also placed into the womb of our next mother. And this all is in darkness. It's dark in that tomb, and it shapes like a womb of a woman. And I just showed you Jesus coming up out of that tomb on the artwork, and it shapes the same way. That's because the tomb is the womb. It's not about death. There's no such thing as death. There's only endless beginnings and endless reincarnations or resurrections. But Christianity teaches you that there's only one life, and afterwards it's either heaven or hell. And it takes away this beautiful science that I'm giving you and the infinite nature of our souls. There is no such thing as physicality. When Santos say all is atum, I say all is spirit. Because when you talk about the creation of the earth, it's just like a ripple effect. Let me break it down real quick, and I'm going to pass the mic. The North Pole would be the drip. When you drop a rock into a water, it create a drip above it. It create a dent in the water, but also create. So what's happening at the North Pole is not an explosion or an implosion. It's both of them happening. And that's hard to explain. It's not an implosion or explosion. It's both of them. It's like a neutroplosion, a neuroplosion. It's hard to explain. But when you drop a rock into the water, a lot of things happen. You create a dent on the surface of the water, and you also create drips above that indentation. That is Mount Meru. This is our Earth cosmos, and the part you see dripping up from the center is Mount Meru. Now, everything that's the ripple effect that's spreading out from the center is all the life right now, the vibration of that first drop in the ocean. That,
you know, we're working on our map here, right? So that everyone can get a better understanding. And we've been working on it for the last 3 weeks now. Very center, which is Mount Meru, we have they have a picture of a teepee.
Yeah, and that's
because
and that's what I'm
representing,
And,
so it has the 4 pieces, right?
Yeah. So what
it's
you're
the same thing. That's where life came from, and is always will be.
Yeah. So
trying to tell you.
I couldn't. You kept breaking in and out on me. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And it sounded all right here.
Oh, okay. It's just for you then, brother.
You know what? Let me go ahead and say this and mute my mic. What we're looking at now is Mount Meru, according to the Vedics, and I want you to pay attention to the geometry. Pay attention to the shape of it being a diamond, and think about what I was saying earlier with Jesus coming out of this same shape. They got him as the center pole where the mother goddess should be, or where the womb, the great womb should be. And the 2 thieves that's on the side of Jesus is sun and the moon. But Jesus shouldn't be there. It should be the womb. That's why I say that we're in trouble if we're only going to go back to Atum, because Atum is Adam, the first man, the Pope. Now, if you look at Mount Meru or Eden here, you can see the ripple effect that I was trying to mention. You can see how the ancients had all of these circles rippling from the center, but that center spot is an upward mountain, a vertical mountain like you see here. And to me, the universe was created just like this, a ripple effect. That mountain at the middle of the earth is just what Marlena said. If you look at this ripple effect, nature shows you that a mountain will be created when you drop that rock into the water. Now, what I want to point out is some very esoteric science real quick, if I can have just a few more minutes. Everything that's rippling outward from this center is all of the life consciousness, the ground we walk on. So in the beginning, if there was darkness and the Most High, which is the darkness, had an idea, then the point of reference from that idea became an instant creation. So the Most High didn't pick up things to manifest this world, meaning when the Most High had this idea of this creation, it came into existence instantly. It wasn't something that was made by picking up some rocks so I can build trees, and let me pick up some of this water so I can make oceans. Nothing existed. There was only darkness. So where did the Creator get the materials to create this world from? Well, if you ask the Big Bang, they say it was darkness, and then it was just an explosion out of nothingness that created everything we see. Now, the spiritual thing about our reality is that everything come from the invisible world and go back to the invisible world, and nothing is permanent but the thought. So if you burn up every picture of every Mona Lisa, the picture will still come in and out of existence because the thought never dies. So the thought world, a dream world that we can't touch, is the real world. This world is the same thing, but the reason we perceive it as physical is because we're tuned into this realm. If you have a dream right now, you say, well, my dream isn't a physical place, but while you were in the dream, it was physical. So physicality is an illusion. Physicality is based on touch, the nervous system, feel and smell. And no matter where you go, you're going to always have the senses. So physicality can't be escaped. It's an expression of spirituality. So these are the 2 things that builds our reality, the yin and the yang. But this ripple effect shows you where they both merge together from the center. So if we were to get into a boat right now and travel toward the North Pole, the more and more it'll feel like we enter in a dream world, the more we get toward the center, the more and more telepathic abilities we'll pick up, because the North Pole is like a big antenna. Now, the root word of antenna, oh, I'm sorry.
And that's where, so no, I want to just build on what you just said and then you can keep going. The middle of the North Pole, where we're calling it the North Pole because that's what we're used to. But the middle of what we call Turtle Island, Mother Earth, that's where the Northern Lights are, right? Which Aurora Borealis or whatever, and that's where travel used to be. And that's an energy that comes out of there. And science always tries to make up these different ways, the reason why these happen. But part of our teachings is this is the way they used to travel into different realms and different parts of the plane itself. That you can go through these places in these 4 quadrants and end up somewhere else. And it's still a very sacred place. And this is why they took it off the map.
It's a portal. It's a portal, and the Egyptians and Greeks hid it back in the ancient day order. That wouldn't be considered ancient because it was just in the 3100s. But there was a time leading up to that where they hid this place as well. When you go to the North Pole, it's a portal like they show you on Star Trek, and it shows you that nothing in this realm is physical. Because when you enter that portal at the North Pole, it's hopping into darkness. And when you enter that darkness, when you open your eyes, you are wherever you want to be. So if I close my eyes and picture the Bahamas and I fall asleep, I may just well project myself into the Bahamas. I've done that before. I've been falling asleep watching some on TV and I dream that I'm in that movie. So you can project yourself into places. There's just enough, there's more space inside of you than it is on the outside of you. And the cosmos we're looking out at outside is in us. We recreate this same North Pole when we go to the dream world. This cosmos that we're in is not a place. It's a code. And it's the template for consciousness. So when you go to sleep and dream at night, you recreate this same template. You create the same sun, the moon, the North Pole. All right. And you can't escape this template because this is like the Windows software that the computer is running off of. Now, I do think you can ascend to higher levels and redo a whole nother template. But I think this is like the basic, the original thought that we base all thoughts off of this one. So if you think about how this earth was created, it wasn't. It was just simply thought into existence. And everything we do upon this earth is simply thought into existence. Every invention, even the microphone I'm talking on, it comes from the realm of thought because this entire earth is simply a thought that's surrounded by the darkness or the skull. That darkness is the skull because your pineal gland is surrounded by a dome or a firmament. All right. And that world inside of you is what creates the world outside of you and vice versa. So this Mount Meru concept is very intricate. The reason we can't understand a lot of this stuff is because the farther we are from the center, the weaker the signal is. So when we migrated out of Eden, the further away we moved from the center, the more we had to develop spiritual technology to access the Akashic records. Because even though we moved away from the center is still within all of us. So we take the center with us, but it's just hard to access the further away you go from the main antenna, which is the North Pole. So we are portable extensions of that source. And the further away we go from the center, the harder it is to connect with that original source. That's why we need like meditation. We need like crystals and, mantras and all of these different items that we use to tap into the center of ourselves because we so far from the center of the earth, which is just a mirror expression of us. So I think if you go to the North Pole, you wake up wherever you want to be. So when you enter the darkness at the North Pole, you enter your own darkness again. And I think you travel through that darkness. Let's say if me and Marlena want to take a trip to California and we're at the North Pole, I think me and her can use that as a portal by simply thinking about California before we jump into it. So if we
exactly, and each one does go to specific places. And it shows on this map that we're doing, it shows which one takes you where. And some of them take you outside of what these parts of land that they show you on a regular map or globe, whatever, those pieces of land, that's the very center of this. So beyond this, there's the 26 more, okay? So each one of these 4 plates of land, right? You have your cross in the middle. In the very center, you have your Mount Meru, or what we have as a symbol with a teepee. Each one of them are directed to a different place outside of that wall. If you could expand your mind bigger than just the continents that you were taught. Expand bigger.
You know what's so what's
right there in the very center, right there, the one you're showing us is exactly what our map looks like in the very center. And what we have is each one of these lines that come off of the middle are the 4 colors. And this is also the medicine wheel. So, your north, or whatever you consider north, is white. And then you have to each one. So you have your red, black, yellow, and red. Okay, red, black, yellow, and white. Right? Each one of those lines are actually those colors on our map. Represent the medicine wheel. And this is the center of Mother Earth, the center of Turtle Island. And this is the beginning of the scoots. Which a scoot is what those markings are on the back of a turtle. That's why we call it Turtle Island, because that's what it looks like. Like almost perfect to our map, that very center. But except for a mountain, we have a teepee picture.
Well, the trick about the North Pole is that it's a hole and a pole. I don't know if that make any sense.
Well, the other reason why I say pole is because it's easier for people, but it's easier for someone where I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Don't mean North Pole.
No, I'm totally in agreement with you. I say pole myself.
Yeah. When we talk about it here in our place, we talk about the center. Inside us, so we have our center. You know what I mean? So that is the center.
And it's so amazing because the center inside of us became something we forfeited, and now we give it to Christ. If you look at this picture, they have the womb with Christ in the middle. Surrounding him are 4 other deities. As you can see here, there are 4 corners surrounding Christ. There are 4 deities on all of the corners there. And I want you to keep that in mind as we jump over and compare it here to Mount Meru. So they're telling Jesus is cosmology, but someone will hide that from you if they keep you just biblical based. You have to talk about all this stuff in relation to Jesus to know the truth. That's what syncretism is, not just being one way, but looking at all of these to get the truth out. You see the 4 corners surrounding that center pole? You see the 4 corners surrounding Jesus? Again, he replaced the great mother, and he must be removed. I don't care who don't, he must be removed. Because man and woman come from the womb. And this ripple effect we can see all over Mount Meru Vedic cosmology. Look at this picture here. Now look at this one. As above, so below. The ancestors was explaining a ripple effect to us, because when you think about the darkness and the light coming on, if you think of this picture in front of you, the water is the sea of potential. Potent mean 10, tent. When you say potential, you're talking about the potential to set up a tent. Our cosmos is a tent or a nut, a dome, a pregnant woman, which is an idea, because that baby is just another idea, another mind. So the potential, the sea of potential, is the darkness behind your eyelids where all things come from. Everything you can see and touch come from the darkness, even the earth. Everything come from the great womb called the darkness. That's the sea of potential. Now, when you close your eyes and access that darkness and you have a good idea, then that's called let there be light. That's called Genesis. That's when the darkness is now disturbed and you throw an idea into that sea of potential that's born out of that darkness. It disturbs the darkness and creates a ripple effect. And there's a cause and an effect. So since the darkness became conscious of itself, consciousness was created. Let there be light. But consciousness is born from subconsciousness, just like man is born from womb man. All right, just like the Y chromosome comes from the X. So this sea of potential is what created our reality, and ultimately is all there is. Everything go back to darkness because it's simply emanating from this sea of potential, just like this ripple eventually will smooth back out and the effect will end. So that is the equivalent of coming in and out of lifetimes, in and out of the darkness. Everything is sandwiched in between the darkness. So the darkness is the string theory. It's what strings together not only our cosmos, but our lifetimes. We come, even it strings together your daytime, because throughout the day, you're constantly blinking your eyes. So all of your memories exist in between the blinks, in between the darkness, in between sleeping and waking up. You lose 8 hours every day. So on your deathbed, when you replay your life, you're going to be missing a lot of time because it's clips. It's created in clips. It's not a continuum. It's eternal. The only thing it's continuing that's eternal is the darkness above the stars. That's the constant. All of us, we are luminaries. We're light energy. We are moving energy. We are endless energy that constantly changes, but the darkness don't. It's the stage. The canvas never change, even though you can erase your painting and create many pictures upon it. The canvas never changes. The picture does. So this ripple effect shows you how, depending on the size of the rock and the shape of the rock that you drop into the sea of potential, you'll get a different creation, but it'll all be balanced because all of those ripples are racing from the center. So let me say this and let me fall back. When we talk about the origins of humanity, we make the mistake of black people saying, well, black people was created first or white people was created first. Races are an illusion. The creator created all diversity at the same place at the same time. We say stuff like all men are created equal, but there's so much inequality on the earth because our different religions teach us that all men aren't created equal. They teach that there were a chosen people created first. They teach that there were a specific people created first and all of the other races come from them. That's a lie. All of the diversity we see on the earth existed since the very beginning of the earth. You had white people, black people, Chinese people, white roses, red roses. All of this diversity existed in the beginning of the creation of the earth. The creator is smart enough to create diversity, y'all. It don't need diversity coming as an evolutionary process. That's a form of Darwinism, saying that we come from monkeys or that we come from one other race. No, the creator created all of these beautiful, different, diverse races at the same time, at the same place, at the center of the earth. And the concept we have of races being different people is false. There's only one race, and that race began after the creation of the cosmos, where all of this diverse life began to race from the center. This is the ripple effect. This became Pangea. This became Plato's Atlantis. There was never continents that spread it out and floated away from the center. It was people who migrated from Eden and went to spread into other parts of the cosmos. And the further we left the center, the less of the subconscious we could access and the more conscious we access. So the center is equal to subconscious, and journeying away from the center is equal to consciousness. So the further we go from the center, the more we build worlds based on heavy consciousness or left brain thinking. And the more we need spiritual technology to access the center. But the further we go toward the center of the earth, the less spiritual technology we need, because now we're becoming the spirits that we're trying to access. In other words, we're becoming the greater self. The more we go toward Eden, the less technology we need to access the center, because we're becoming that God which we are, and we don't need the apparatuses to access it. So the further we journey toward the center of the earth, we don't see any secret societies, because there are no secrets in Eden. Everyone knows all of the secrets and the mysteries of creation. You only have secret societies the further you go from the center, because the knowledge now becomes hidden. It becomes scarce, and the signal is weaker. So we live in a realm where there are secret societies hiding the secrets of Eden. But once you travel toward Eden, there are no secrets. Everyone there is already initiated into the occult mysteries of this place. So I hope y'all see how this go. And I'm glad I'm able to express this on the channel. The ripple effect explains to you how from a point of singularity, you can pitch a tent and create four corners, or a 360-degree foundation all around you, which is this ripple effect, or the circles that's emanating from that point of singularity. So everything acts out in our reality this way, cause and effect. You're putting an idea in the sea of potential, and the ripples, depending on what the thought is, depending on the length of the ripples and the frequency of the ripple effect, So, but when we talk about human origins and races, there are no races. There was only one big race from the center, where all of this diversity started a journey outward from the center. And that was a 360-degree exodus, that we all left Eden and began to make new world centers. So at a point, we all journeyed back to Eden to remind ourselves of our true self. But at some point, they closed the gates and created new world centers in Greece and Egypt. And now when we ask questions about who we are, they direct us to Greece and Egypt. Those are not the centers of the true library of our origin. That true library is the Akashic records. It's the tree of life at the North Pole. And you can only access the truth by going there, not by going back to Egypt or Greece, which starts you off with Atum. Because what Santos said was that Atum is equivalent of the sound that vibrated this water and created life, or the ripple effect. Well, sound is not a masculine energy. Sound is a feminine energy. So when you look at sound waves are just sine waves. Sine is sound. All of that became sin, because the new sound became the gospel of Norma, or the gospel, the two testaments of the Bible. See, the Bible took sound energy, or sine energy, the vibration of the cosmos, and cursed it and gave you a new sound, which is now the word of God, the biblical doctrine. And any other sound besides that is cursed. But the original sound is silence. Yes, silence is a sound. It's so soft that you can't perceive it. But sine wave is sound wave, which refers to the vibration that created the ripple effect that created our cosmos. And this is what the Vedics was telling us in all of this art. So that ripple effect is sound vibration that disturbed that sea of potential. And here we are today using sound to figure it all out. We using words, we talking. The tongue is the most important thing on the body. Before you talk about guns and war, what are they started by? Sound. Sound is what causes everything in our reality. Based on what somebody wrote or said is determining wars that have been fought for years. Based upon the religious text, the words and the sound that is written in these books, they are able to control the world with religious indoctrination and create wars. But the true sound is silence. That's what disturbed the water. You see, that silence is the ripple effect that spoke itself a simple like Santos said, but it's not it's ah. It's the sound of the Most High. That's why we say mama and ma'at. Ah, it's the sound that you make when you drink some water and it tastes good. You say ah. When you have an orgasm, you say ah. It's a sound of refreshing because water moves in wave just like sound moves in wave. Water is what we all come from because you was in your mother's arch or her covenant, her covering, and you were in waters, the great waters above are the great waters in your mother's womb. So when we die and we go in the ground, we go to the firmament, to the great waters. But that's not a place above the clouds. It's a portal that puts you back in the womb of your mother. So when you go outside and look at the night sky, all the stars are just sperm cells traveling the great deep. So you can't go up there and see it. The only way you can go is by becoming a part of that realm, tuning into it. And you can only do that by going back into the ground, which you go into the tomb, you go back into the womb, and you now a star or a sperm cell trying to find your way in the darkness back to that egg to come back into the light. And this keeps happening. And this is called infinity. And the moment you close these eyes, you open them again in a new life, in a new body. That's how you came here from darkness. You go back to darkness and you come to light again. But darkness is the bread or the thread, the string theory that strings together our reality. And when you think of the string theory, think of needle and thread. And that's how you get the sine wave. This is needle and thread. This is the string theory. If you look above it, it says sin. This was cursed in the Garden of Eden. The snake that was wrapped around the tree was the sine wave. They cursed that in the Garden of Eden and they changed the word to the law of man. So sin is sine wave. The tree of life is a huge sine wave. All right, that's creating a ripple effect of vibration. And we're all emanating from that. But all of this science was cursed in the biblical Genesis because this symbol became the serpent on the tree to hide it from you. And the great mother became the devil. And they told you, don't you worship the golden calf, which is really the great mother. So the Bible hides all of this truth from you because the golden calf, gold is dealing with the golden age when the woman ruled under matriarchal concepts. AU is the age of autonomy. When we lived in autonomous villages and we governed over ourselves, we didn't need a pope or a religious figure to govern over us because that's all the president is. Back in the time of these religions, there was no government. The religious order was the government. And it's the same way today. The pope run the government. So when they got rid of the worship of the golden calf, they got rid of sovereignty and they threw us into government. All right, because the golden age represents the golden calf, represents sovereignty. All right, the golden age is the age of the golden calf. In the Bible, when they desecrated the golden calf, they desecrated Eve and they desecrated the womb. And now everyone paying homage to Jesus, which is the sun, not the womb that the sun and the moon come from. That's what the golden calf represents, our sovereignty, the golden age. Now everyone worships this guy, which is Dagon, the fish god, or Jesus. And I'm trying to get us back to the mother, which predates Atum. When you say Atum, you're saying ah, which is the sound of refreshing, the sound of the mother. And you're saying tomb, which is the womb. The tomb is the womb. So when you spell tomb, the root word is O-M. And when you spell womb, The root word is om. The womb and the tomb is the woman or the woman. She is the earth. So when you are placed in the earth ground, you're also placed in your future mother's belly. So the ground we walk on has a different representations. There's a physical ground that you walk on that you can place seeds into and it'll grow you trees. And there's a microcosm of that same ground called a female. She's the earth. So when we put seeds in her, she grow us human babies from out of her earth or her womb. And she encloses that life in an arch, just like the earth is enclosing us with the night sky or the nut sky. So when you say a woman is pregnant, you say she's pregnant because the night sky is the womb of a woman. The ground you walk on is part of that womb. So the womb is the tomb. When you're placed in the ground, you placed in the womb of your next mother, because this place has a spiritual meaning for everything we perceive as spiritual. Just like you can't literally go to the firmament in the flesh, meaning you can't get in a rocket and go to the firmament. You can only transition through the firmament because the firmament is nothing but a pregnant belly. It's an archdome, a covenant of a pregnant woman. So the only way you go to the firmament is when you coming in and out of creation and you're inside of the firmament of your mother's belly. That's when you're in the firmament above the sky. So anybody that asks, hey, how do I go to the firmament? And they looking up at the night sky. That's the same question that Nebuchadnezzar asked in the Bible when he said, how do I be born again? He said, and somebody told him, hey, you got to enter the womb of your mother all over again. So the Bible is telling you the same thing I'm telling you, but they hide it under patriarchal ideologies. So the firmament is a spiritual location, but all locations are physical. Just like if you dream about hell, well, that's a physical place. It was burning you in the dream. This earth we live in is a spiritual place. All is thought, all is spirit. And you can literally create a hell for yourself based on the thoughts you feed yourself. So if you think about the dream space, it's more valuable than the space outside your house. Because if the government can occupy your darkness behind your eyelids, that's all you got. I mean, upon death, the last thing you're going to see is darkness. And what you create in that sea of potential is going to be good or bad based on the level of consciousness you left here with. And that'll determine the next time the light cut on for you, what you become based on the beliefs and indoctrinations you injected into your darkness. So I hope y'all see how deep this is. And I didn't mean to be too long-winded, but I really want us to understand how deep this is. You know, when we talk about the ripple effect, how the sine wave is the serpent on the tree, which was cursed in the Bible. This is the symbol of the Most High, this sine wave that you're looking at. And they cursed that in the garden to get us away from nature. That symbol with the serpent wrapped around the pole is the symbol of Mama Amma. She's one of the oldest mother goddesses on earth. Here she is right here, but this is some lady who took her name. And here's the Hindu version of the Great Mother, but when you look up Mama Goddess Amma, you will see that, sorry about this, but you see the serpents though. You see the serpents because this is the serpent goddess. This is the one that spoke in the Garden of Eden. The one that spoke is the sine wave. Remember that the serpent is the sound energy. The serpent was the one doing the talking in the garden. That's what disturbed the waters and created the ripple effect. That serpent on the pole is the sound or the sine wave that the Bible turned into sin. That's the goddess Amma. And I'm trying to pull up to you her symbol. It's a serpent on a pole. Hold on. Guys, please don't let me hog up the show. But here is another version of Amma as the serpent goddess. This predates all religions. This predates written text. Her breast is out to show fertility. This was later given to Krishna. And if you pull up Ishtar, you have a man, right, with a bunch of boobs. Excuse me. Here he go right here. If you look to the right, you have Ishtar with a bunch of breasts, skeeting milk out of those breasts. And Ishtar is a ripoff. He's hiding the mother goddess, and it's homosexuality. Men don't have breasts. So like Santos said earlier, they took all of these patriarchal gods and turned them into she-males, and they want us to worship the copycat of the great mother instead of worshiping the great mother herself. So what I tell Santos is to get rid of all those copycats and let's get back to the source. Because this guy with all of these boobs, that's blasphemous. That's patriarchal, and it's also gay and homosexual. Men don't have boobs, women do. What they did was get rid of the goddess right here, who's holding her boobs, showing you fertility, and they giving it to a man. So we got to get out of this patriarchal concept of these male deities who's hiding a mother. Because again, our moon comes from Amma. Our moon comes from the goddess Amma, who holds the two serpents, which is a representation of the sine wave that the Bible cursed. So here's her symbol. We use it for medical science today. It's a serpent on a pole, but it's really just the sine wave. And you have something called American Medical Association, who call themselves Amma, and their symbol is the same thing because they plan a joke on the world. They know who Amma is. Amma is one of the oldest deities on earth. The Dogons still worship this serpent goddess. This is why they call them the serpent people. They call us Nagini people. Here she is right here. They're called the serpent people because they pay reverence to the serpent goddess. The Aztecs have a serpent goddess as well. This is the staff of Moses. Remember that Moses' staff turned into a serpent? They're giving you the symbols of the goddess, but they hide them behind male rulers. And I'm just trying to free y'all minds, Santos. I'm just trying to get you free of patriarchy and back to Mother Nature. That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm going to fall back on this. And I'm going to let y'all soak that in and go do more research to see how the Bible hides the great mother, because it teaches about sin when sin is just sine wave. Sine, the great mother, the vibration we need to get into. So yes, let me stop talking, guys. And let me stop screen sharing and let me get back participating with the panel, because I feel lonely now, and I thank y'all for being quiet that long. And I'm sorry to Santos and all of you guys. I'm going to shut up now. I hope y'all take this and chop it up and make it into a video. Put it on your channel and put this out there, because I'm teaching a lot here and I really want y'all to share it. Take this stream. It's about 5 hours. It may be longer. Chop it up into key parts and put it out into parts. You can put Bro Sanchez and Santos Bonacci on the Sun and Moon group discussing the Garden of Eden. And that will give you thousands of views just because me and Santos are in the title. So if you want to help spread truth, you can do that. You can take this and reshare it with everybody and put it out there. And sorry, guys, I had to refresh because my screen share messed up my signal. So I'm going to go ahead and cut my camera off. I'm going to mute my mic. And I would like to hear from you guys. I thank y'all for letting me speak that long.
Thank you, bro. Oh, is Santos there? Santos? Oh,
Sure. Sure am.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what
Yep.
are your
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Very true. Very true, and all good. All I'm trying to say is that Atum is Nut. It's an anagram for Atum, and it is Ma'at. They are anagrams for Atum. I've published over the last 6 years many presentations on what Atum means. It does mean the reverse, Ma'at, the mother of the universe. Okay, so, and the other thing is I've never subscribed to patriarchy. I've always been an adamant enemy to patriarchy, always. All my presentations, there's never been any any leaning towards patriarchy whatsoever, even when I was heliocentric. In order to be a syncretist, you must be an astrologer, okay? You must understand Taurus field energies and atoms, how they work, and as Sanchez was saying, light, the M letters, they're feminine. Yes, I believe the percussive letters are masculine, okay, like your T and your D, which are interchangeable. So Atum and Adum, or Atun or Adun, these are interchangeable. And I think that the letters are both feminine and masculine. I think the liquids are all feminine, etc. And N. Whereas the T, D, B, G, these are masculine because they're pulses and the letters are waves. The sine wave is the sin of Eve, absolutely, and Adam is the pulse. There are no particles, they don't exist. It's a pulse wave duality universe, if you want to call it that. I don't like those expressions. I'm just using them because people are familiar with them. But it's certainly a pulse wave. The longitudinal wave is a pulse, and the transverse wave is the wave of sin, because wave amplitude gives you space, wavelength gives you time. Hence the T for Thor, which the rune says it is, and it means many other things. In Hebrew, it means the cross of the womb tomb. Hence, the Thoris field, your torso, is the letter T. Okay, so it's Jupiter, and Saturn, because he's the turning El. Elohim means to twist and turn, and so his progeny is Jupiter. So when you're looking in the Bible and you look at it literally, you really are just, I don't know, well, just in kindergarten, because there's nothing literal, there's no history in there at all whatsoever. So when it says that Adam beget Set and Set beget and all of that, it's simply all talking about Saturn and the dynasty of Uranus, Saturn, through Jupiter, then Venus, Mars, then the Sun and Dionysius. All the cosmologies, I've checked them all, done it, thousands of presentations proving it all. It's all simply the genealogies of, not bloodlines, that's what they claim it is. It's the genealogy of the planet. It's telling you the historical setup of the planet. Venus, for instance, they changed their Saturn, for instance, is known to be dethroned by Jupiter, and Jupiter rules the age of chaos, the 4 seasons, whereas Saturn used to rule the 1 season. So what happens is, you see, they take on different attributes and dynamics throughout the life of the cosmos. The Bible is just basically explaining these things. The Bible is nothing other than a astronomical, a registry of astronomical phenomena and a biochemical ascension handbook, really. The elite families have done a number on people, making them believe it's literal, really. It's just disgraceful,
When you talk about Genesis, you say that it's the genealogy of the earth. And I say that it's not. Because if it's the genealogy of the earth, it wouldn't start off in the beginning with Genesis, because the Bible is no more than 7,000 years old, the written text. So we have to say, what was people calling the beginning before the Christian concept? And you will see that there was no concept of a beginning. Each of us have our own beginning, where we were birthed on our own time from the womb of our mothers. And that was the ancient secret, that there is no time. You're on your own timeline. So when you talk about the Bible not being historical or literally. I totally have to disagree, but I also agree with you, my brother Santos. What I mean is it has to be decoded to get the real history out of it. There is history there, though. For example, like I told you, if you read the book of Genesis, the serpent and the woman was cursed and Adam was given power over the earth. Well, that's true. If you think of who the Christians was, what we're calling ancient Christians wouldn't have been called Christians because the Christians didn't exist in the ancient world. They would have been called the Minoans. So an ancient Christian is called a Minoan. And that's very important, Santos, because let me show you something about the Minoans. The Minoan serpent goddess is who the Christians turned their back on to create the first deity that they call Zeus. And they created mythology to explain to you when they turned their back on Mother Nature. Here is the Minoan serpent goddess. She's the tree of life. She represents the sacred womb that houses masculine and feminine. That's what each of those serpents are. It's electromagnetism. It's electrons and magnetism that creates electromagnetism. It's positive and negative that creates neutron. So she's the neutron. When you talk about the sky goddess Nu, and you talk about the Anunnaki, and you talk about new moons and things becoming renewed, you're talking about this goddess here who's the renewing energy. She became Set, the dark god of the underworld, because the word Set is where we get the word reset from. Every night we go to the womb or the darkness to reset. Set became Satan, associated with the darkness. But Set is our primordial source. The darkness is what spoke the light on, and it's represented by this Minoan snake goddess. When the early Christians or the early Minoans left this beautiful spirituality, they accepted New World ideologies that were becoming popular in Egypt and different other world centers where the populations were booming. And these were New World religions centered around male worship. And we were entering a new world where the man was becoming like a rock star. And the Pharaoh was being worshipped like the Pope today. And all of the cultures had mother goddesses like the one you see here. And this was the Christians' ancient mother goddess, became the Virgin Mary. But she was cursed in the garden. So the Bible is giving you real history, but it's giving it to you in mythology. So the serpent and a woman who was cursed in the garden, that was man rising to power. Adam is the name of the first male pharaoh, the name of the first sun god. It translates also to Apollo. So who is Apollo? Adam and Halo. When you talk about Saturn, Saturn is just a concept of balance. It's a circle with a line in it. And when you said Saturn, it's because this woman you looking at, this mother goddess, she's the one that's turning the atmosphere from the center. The sun and moon are being turned and they're circling the center because there's an energy at the center causing that turning. And it became Saturn. All right. And that turning is the witch stirring up the brew pot. She is the witch that's stirring up the brew pot, sun and moon. And each of those serpents is the sun and the moon. One is the sun, one is the moon. And their circuit is caused by this intelligence that's stirring up the atmosphere from the center of the earth. That intelligence was represented by this great mother right here. Each serpent is the sun, one is the moon. And they going on a circuit around her. As above, so below, man and woman goes on a circuit around and through the womb of the woman. We come in and out of existence through this portal called a vagina. The sun and moon come in and out of existence during the eclipse, and they access this dark womb as well. So this was all cursed in the Bible. And this tree of life was cursed and chopped down. And we now became ruled over by Adam. So there's no way you can sync the Bible up with the golden age of the mothers, because the Bible represents the end of that age. It represents the end of the golden calf, which is the holy cow. So there's no way you can restore that golden age with the Bible when the Bible was used to end that golden age. The only thing you can do is teach these Christians the origins of the Bible, like what I just did, and the truth about Genesis, that there were no talking snakes. There was a talking snake goddess who was a personification of the sound vibration that Genesis speak of. Genesis speak of someone speaking life into existence from the darkness. Well, you're looking at that one right now, the mother goddess. So if you want to do some help, Santos, Bonacci, teach them this. Teach them that the book of Genesis hides the true nature of the North Pole and the beauty of our reality, and that beauty that everything is emanating from the center right now. Teach the Christians this. Teach them that there's nothing wrong with serpents. There's nothing wrong with Satan. Teach them, don't you be in fear of anything, but decode everything. Because I hear you speak a lot about serpents and Satan in a negative way because you didn't have this knowledge of the serpent goddess. This is beautiful stuff. So what they do
hang on. You heard that, yes, but you didn't hear all the other thousands of presentations where I do teach that the serpent is the serpent of light, and we are to eat from the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and of evil, because I explain what it is. You may have heard that when I introduced that in the light that it is known to be, but I'm a syncretist. I know what the serpent is. You haven't watched enough of my presentations where I discuss what the serpent really is. Sine wave, which is the consciousness energy of the universe, half of the creating aspect of the creator. Feminine. Okay, the letter S is S, hence it's feminine. So no, well, yes, you heard right. I'm not saying you didn't hear me. And you said earlier that I was negative about Saturn. Oh, no. When I do astrological readings, I teach people that look for Saturn, because that's where you will get the greatest treasures, because he will give you the worst, but he will give you the best. And I've seen that in the thousands of astrological charts that I've read. I've seen how Saturn has done this. It actually brings you the greatest rewards and the greatest depth of penetration of wisdom. So these are the planetary rulers of our solar system. They are astrological, and they are all represented in the Bible. Jesus has 12 disciples. Jupiter, Zeus, Thor has 12 knights in the round table. Jacob has 12 tribes. Moses has 12 loaves of bread on the table in the tabernacle. There are 12 pillars in the temple in Revelation, 12 trees along the river that give food to the nations. There's 12 precious stones on the ephod of the high priest. This is all astrological. It's not literal. Yes, you are right that there's literal things. For instance, you are also correct that the Bible is only 7,000 years old in this timeline, but the Bible is not only a copy of this timeline. It explains how all timelines happen. They start with atum and mota, both words in the mirror. You've got to put them in the mirror. So the mother and the father. Thomas means twin, and atum means one, indivisible. So it's Adam. Okay, Eve is even. Even numbers are feminine. Odd numbers are masculine. So 2 comes along, and that paradise now is unbalanced, because Eve even has caused division, but she's also caused doubling. You see? So Eve, Venus, is seen as venereal in one sentence, but in the next sentence, she's to be venerated, revered.
But look, Venus is also venue. The woman is the venue, the portal in and out of existence. So I understand the root words you're giving. She's the vendor of all energy that keeps the cup running over with infinite vibration of energy, like the ripple effect, the sine wave. So yes, she's the vendor of all life. You should be venerable. You're right. I just say that And I'm sorry for cutting you off because I just realized that I did do that. I'm sorry. Let me just stop. Keep going, Santos. Forgive me for that.
No, that's fine. That you wasn't cutting me off. I think I'd finished, but yeah, as a syncretist and an astrologer, I just see things the way the universe expresses itself. All is pulses of energy, and then that creates waves, just like your pond explanation. You said you drop a pebble in a pond and you have a north pole, that's your center, and everything vibrates outwardly from there. Well, you see, this is the water mechanics, but if you go to air mechanics, same field mechanics. If you go to fire mechanics, same field mechanics. Then you go to the ether, which is where light emanates in that field, and it's the same field mechanics. So you have a light source, which is God, infinite, unlimited, unqualified, unconditioned, and it expresses itself in conditions, red and blue shift. So the electrical wave has polarity, so it expresses itself in red and blue, whereas the center is white, the magnetic white centering longitudinal wave. And so everything is expressed in that. There are big waves, there are small waves. Your body is made up of anatomies. That means you are made of atum. Backwards is mother, mature.
You know,
and so, yep, go on.
That ripple effect is a echo of how all things come in and out of existence, not just the way our cosmos is, and I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying here is the firmament is real. And it's the womb, it's a concept that above our head is a pregnant woman, not literally. But if we look at science and look at nature and we see how life has come to this earth, it comes enclosed in an arch. And we look around at earth, we see everything lives in an arch called a house. Your house shaped like the letter A. Your first house was your mama's pregnant belly before you came into the earth. So what I'm saying here is that they tell you that Adam is what existed in the beginning, but really it was the darkness that always existed. That's the woman. And when you talk about sound, how it moves and travels in waves, well, water moves and travels in waves. And vibration is what you get when you disturb the surface of that sea of potential and you create upon that canvas, you get vibration, which is life, you and me. And to look at the waters above us in a symbolic way to further understand what I'm trying to teach, we disturb those waters above every time we enter the pregnant womb of our future mother, because the egg starts off pure liquid, a sea of potential. It isn't disturbed. Then the sperm becomes the point of singularity, or the rock that we throw into the pond, and it disturbs that water and creates vibration called life, or a baby. So this thing plays out micro, macro. You close your eyes and see darkness, and then you disturb that darkness with an idea. And then vibration starts to happen. You start manifesting the idea, which spreads outward from you, the source that manifested the idea. And now your idea is all over the earth. You know, think about the person who created computers. They're everywhere now. So they are the point of singularity for the computer. And it started from them as they was the North Pole for the computers. And from their mind, which was the center of that thought, all computers on earth spread it out in a 360 degree from that one person. And now that thought of a computer is seeded the whole earth from the mind of that person, which is the North Pole for that thought called a computer. So this is something that plays out. We can't escape it. When you re-enter the darkness upon death, you're going to disturb it with a summary of all the thoughts that you allowed into your mind when you was living. the stuff you entertain as real in your belief systems is what you're going to ultimately see. What the book of Genesis don't teach you is that the book of Genesis took away the naked truth. And ever since then, Adam and Eve had to put clothes on. All right. So the term we get called a naked truth represents the mother goddess, represents the ripple effect, represents this serpent goddess that I keep showing y'all. She the naked truth. Now, when you clothe that truth and put some clothes on it, now you're creating indoctrination or the New World Order trap. But when you strip away all the clothes off of that truth, that's when you free a person. Seeking the truth and gaining the truth ain't about gaining more information. To truly seek the truth is about to lose information. It ain't about gaining more information to learn the truth. Everything you need to know is already in you, hidden behind millions of lies. So on our quest from the truth, we don't seek to gain anything. On our quest for the truth, we seek to undo all of the things that hid the truth that was already in us. So you don't have to seek anything additional to what you came on the earth with to understand the mysteries of yourself and this creation. You only have to undo all of the religions and the Bibles and indoctrination and the scriptures and all of the concepts to get back to the pure essence of who you are that's hidden behind all of that malarkey. So you don't have to seek nothing additional. You have to just undo the dirt that's been done to you. And when you talk about the serpent, that's the vibration. A snake moves like a sine wave. A snake moves like a sine wave. All right. So the Satan or the serpent is, if you rearrange the word serpent, you get present, because in the middle of the future and the past is the present or the serpent. And that's what's in the middle of the yin yang, the serpent. So the yin can be looked at as Adam, the yang can be looked at as, yin yang, masculine, feminine. But the serpent in the middle can be looked at as the womb that they both come from. So you got sun and moon and the darkness that eclipses them both. That's what forms the middle of the yin yang, the serpent. This is Adam and Eve and the tree of life. When you got yin and yang with the serpent in the middle, this is the oldest symbol on the face of the earth. And even Santos, Bonacci can't argue with that. This and the swastika are the two oldest religious symbols on earth, predating the cross. All right. So you got to understand that if the yin yang and the serpent is Adam and Eve and the tree of life, you now understand why this symbol was cursed in Genesis. Because the mythological Genesis story is basically cursing all of the ancient spiritual systems. So when they say that the serpent and the woman was cursed in the gardens, this is what they talking about. The yin yang was cursed. This is the serpent and the woman. This is the serpent goddess that was cursed in the gardens, and it took us away from true facts and truth of spirituality with nature, and it gave us belief systems and indoctrination under Atum. All right. So if you look at the yin yang, it's not an equal symbol. Males are not equal to women. I hate to bust your heart. It ain't 50-50. It's something like 40-60. And I'm doing us some justice here, because most folks will say that it ain't even that. Most folks will say that males are a deformed human. I don't go that far. I say that we are archangels. We are immaculate conceptions, men. When I say archangels, we were created to enforce the law of the woman, who's the lawmaker. She's the lawmaker, we're the law enforcer. She's the great architect, we're the mason, we're the builder. We are the manifestors of her world. The root word of manifestor is man. She's the womb man. She lays out the blueprint to show you how to build, and that's her job. So if you look at the yin yang symbol, it's not an equal symbol. It's not 50-50. There's more black on it than there is white. All right. The entire outline is black. There's more black than it is white because the woman is more. She's the feminine. She encloses herself around Gail. So let me show y'all something. The yin yang is not an equal symbol. It's the cosmological symbol of the great womb. If you look at Nut right here, she represents the dark outline of the yin yang. That darkness is the shadow. It outlines reality. It's the sacred geometry. So there's more darkness than there is white or light, because the light comes from the darkness. This white fish comes from this dark fish. That's why the dark fish covers the entire symbol. It's more dark than white. The white fish is actually inside of an egg. All right, a big dark egg. The white fish is inside of that. The white fish is the sperm inside of the woman's egg, but the egg is the entire structure or the cosmos that encloses it, just like a pregnant woman. So the yin yang is not an equal symbol. The woman, we're in a matriarch reality, whether you want to accept it or not. And there is more of the feminine at work than we see of the masculine. So there's destructive energy and constructive energy. Males, we are destructive energy. We are needed because when you create a new building, you have to tear the old one down. So there is a role for us that's very beautiful. But when you look at the yin yang, there's more feminine than masculine. There's more dark than light, because the light, the darkness existed before the light. Even Genesis tell you that. So when you look at Nut, Nut outlines Gail. She covers him with the darkness, just like this dark fish covers the white fish, because the darkness is the primordial sea. The darkness don't need the light, but the light need the darkness to shine. Remember that. That's why I say go back to the darkness, go back to everything they made you scared of and call it sacred. So they made you scared of the devil, but the devil is sacred. The word sacred is scared today. That's why I don't like the English language, and it's not no kind of language we need to be revering, because it's a coded fire language that keeps Heliopolis ruling over us, that keeps heliocentrism alive and well. The true language is no language. It's simple symbols. So the true language of the Most High isn't words. It's symbol. Symbols are vibrations. When you're looking at the yin yang symbol, it's a literal vibration, equivalent to sound. When you write a sigil on paper, that's vibration. If you had a vibration detector, don't you know the highest vibrations would be emanated from symbols, not words? The true sound is the symbol. And that's why I'm trying to give it back to you now. The darkness is all there is. Everything else is the Maya or the illusion. Atum is a sun god, and for the past 7,000 years, we've been blinded by the rays of the sun, and we can't see the darkness. Let there be light in Genesis symbolizes Greece and Egypt coming out of their dark ages to create this new world order that we're in today. You got to remember that Greece and Egypt came out of their dark ages at the same time with ruling pharaohs. That was what the unification was all about in Egypt, because the Greeks was living over there in Egypt for so many centuries before the unification. Upper and Lower Egypt is nothing but Greco-Egypt and Egyptian Egypt, or Kushite Egypt. Egypt was the first America, and it was a lot of tension into the unification under Narmer. When we left the matriarchal sort of village state to new world orders or government systems. And Greece and Egypt were the first two that started in Egypt. And that's when they had all of this knowledge of the yin yang and of the serpent goddess behind talking snakes and tree of Bibles and atoms and all of that. That's deception. So when you go back to Atum, you have to remember who Atum is. Here's a picture of Atum. Atum is the first ruling pharaoh, the all or perfection. That's blasphemy because the all or the perfection is not no damn pharaoh. It's the darkness that we go to every night. Not no dude on a throne telling you what to do and how to think. So here's a picture of Atum because Santos mentioned Atum a couple of times, and I want you to know who he's referring to. This is not the primordial source. This is the beginning of Western world and patriarchy. As you can see here, the Egyptian god Atum, which was also a real pharaoh called a Scorpion King. He is where we get our American flag from. So America is nothing but a society that's a recreation of ancient Egypt, or it's a recreation of Heliopolis or the Hellenistic world, and we're still under this new world order today. And I'm trying to get us out of it. The American flag can be seen here on this tomb. So when you hear someone talking about our tomb, they ain't giving you the truth. The truth is the great mother, not the first pharaoh that gave us the new world order. Because the new world is opposite of the old world, and the old world is the golden age or the golden calf, the golden bull, the age of autonomy. Goal is success, fruition, fertility. Under this new pharaoh, it's the opposite. It's death. That's why you have a cross, a symbol of death. And the mother is a womb, which is a symbol of life. Now, which one will you choose? Because if you look at these pharaohs, it's all centered around death and male worship, and that is Atum. Atum is not the primordial source. Sound travels in waves, and water travels in waves, and you travel in the waters of your mother waves when you make a splash in her womb and come into existence in her pregnant belly. You disturb her waters and you become your own cosmos or ripple effect. Then when you come out of her womb, you are now into the earth cosmos and you are a ripple effect on the earth, letting your life be known and your voice be heard. You make a splash into our reality. So everything is a ripple effect. But when you go into the phallus worship or the pharaoh worship, then you lose the truth about this ripple effect, which is nothing but the great womb. The great womb was said to be a spiral goddess. All right, this spiral goddess became the Milky Way galaxy. They call it the Milky Way because milk is what the woman's breast give the baby to sustain life when it come out of the womb. She's the creator and sustainer, the Alpha and Omega. And when you look at the symbol of Omega, remember what I told you, it's the last, it's the ending. What is it? It's Nut. Nut is the outline, the Most High, the Alpha and Omega. If you look at Nut right here, she's the outline, just like she represents darkness. The outline of this yin yang is dark. So there's more dark than light. The sun ain't the Most High. The darkness is the Most High. If you go out on a bright sunny day, you can go above the sun and you'll be right back in darkness. Nothing can escape the darkness. It's the reaper that comes for all of us. So you better get acquainted with it now. Stop being blinded by the light of the sun. So she is the outline. And that's very important. Because when you talk about Omega, the symbol for Omega is the symbol of the covenant. The symbol for Omega is the symbol of Nut. It's the symbol of a pregnant womb. It's the symbol of a line with an arch on top, which is Nut and Geb, or a baby inside of his mama's pregnant belly. Why can't we acknowledge this and have reverence for this? Excuse me, guys. Let me I got a problem here on my screen.
Bro.
Hey, bro. Can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Yes, but I was just saying that this Omega is the symbol of Nut. So when they say she's the Alpha and Omega, she's the beginning and the end, what the Bible called a daily bread. She's the outline. So, and I'm going to be through in 1 minute. This Omega sign is the A. A is Omega. Omega is O-M. Omega. Dealing with the woman. O-M is woman. It's omen, which is a covenant, because this is a covering which covers Geb. She's our protector, the night sky. All right, so is in the word tomb and in the word womb, dealing with the womb or the omen. The covenant is between man and Mother Nature or the womb, and we must get back to that. She's the Alpha and Omega. Now, that's what we're looking at with the yin yang, and I'm about to let you guys speak on it. But I just wanted to point that out about the Omega and all of that. She's the Alpha and Omega.
Bro, I think that Santos has to leave in a minute. That's what he was trying to tell you. He's got to go. Santos?
Yep. So I'll just jump in. So yes, that Om is correct. Atom means mother. Backwards, Atom is spelt Mota, which in Sanskrit basically is mother cow. The cows of the Taurus fields. Okay, so Atum is not masculine. It is our mother who art in heaven. Now, just one favor, can I ask Bro Sanchez before I go? You had a beautiful slide there of Ma'at with her wings outstretched, and she had 12 symbols above them just after you posted the Last Supper and showed the origin of the Last Supper. Can you send that to me?
You want me to email it to you?
Yes, I want that image.
Okay, I think it's probably one of these, right?
That one. Yes, I want that.
Okay, yeah, I can send that to you. Because this would...
Yeah, please, go ahead.
No, I was saying, yeah, this would be the equivalent of the Last Supper, where you have, sits on one side, sits on the other. That's where I think he was going.
Yes, it is. And I just want to recommend two presentations that I've done recently that I think might interest you. One's called Julian the Emperor, the last pagan emperor of Rome. Okay, so Julian the Emperor, go into my Mr. Astrotheology YouTube channel. And another one I would love for you to watch is Atomology and the Futhark, F-U-T-H, A-R-C. You pull that up and you'll find those two presentations. I kept thinking of those two presentations, which will pretty much show you more where I'm coming from. And I really do feel also, if you watch all the series of presentations I've ever done on all is Atum, you will understand what Atum is. It's the mother, magnetism, motion. It's the universal driver. It's definitely the feminine magnetic force. And I call that Radharani, Mary the Virgin. And I've been doing this kind of syncretism for a long, long time, showing how you can see the archetypes once you know the symbols. It is all about symbols. The alphabet and the runes are symbols, and they are letters, and letters are gods. They are demigods, demons, whatever. They are forces to be reckoned with, and they are creative forces. And these letters do good things, they do evil things, so called, according to our way of designating things. But it's all part of the temporal illusion of this material universe, and everything zeroes out in the black light, which is the Krishna light. That's what the yin and yang is teaching us. So thanks, Brother Sanchez. Love you big, and everybody, big hugs, big love. And let's
Big hugs
Let's
to
all
you,
grow in
Santos.
sixes.
Hey, Hey Santos, I love you, my brother, and I can't wait to do a lot of more collaborations with you because we challenge each other and we bring more stuff to the surface. I can't wait to hook up with you again. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, guys,
Big
big
hugs,
love.
Santos. Big hugs. Thank you so
Namaste.
much.
Can I share something
Well,
with you guys real quick?
Yes.
sure you can.
You see, the stuff that I uncover in my quiet time plagues me, and if I can't come and share it with y'all, man, it just burns up in me. I want to share my newfound discoveries with my brothers and sisters, and that's why it can seem like I'm long-winded. But a lot of stuff I touch on, I know many people haven't heard of it. I'm on a level of research that I'm trying to get us beyond being bound to text and start dealing with symbol. Symbol tells a lot. Santos Bonacci said that all is attuned, but we know that symbols and vibration are important. If he say that attuned is mother when you flip it around, why don't he say that everything is mother or everything is matter? Because mother is matter and everything matters. We say that all the time. Life matters. Everything matters. We're made of matter, but we're made of mother. We're made of our mother, which is matter. The earth is matter. We can't escape matter. There is no antimatter. There's just the least forms of matter, but everything is everything. And what I mean is when we refer to attuned, for example, Santos said, all is attuned. That's false. And it sends people into pharaonic worship because Atum is a literal deity that replaced the mother. As you can see, when they desecrate things, they flip them backwards. So Atum is a name of desecration of the mother. It'll be like you going to LA and crossing out a gang sign. That's disrespectful. When you flip the word mother around, that's blasphemous and disrespectful. So what we got to understand is disrespectful because it's a way to hide the truth by giving you a representation of that truth, which is going to lead you astray. It's a synthetic mediator. And if the mother is the source and Atum means mother, why don't we teach the meaning of it instead of saying all things are Atum or all is Atum? That's false. Santos to me contradicts himself because, and I'm not being disrespectful, I'm being real. I'm saying because he says that Atum, he says, Brother Sanchez, you're right, man, is all the great mother. Atum is really the mother goddess. Then why don't Santos teach about the mother goddess like I'm doing instead of about Atum? Why do he exalt and glorify scriptures in the Bible and the worship of the Pharaoh and the sun gods and Atum when that goes against the great mother? That breaks the covenant. All is not Atum. Atum is what got us into the New World Order. You can even see the American flag on his throne right here. So I'm going to tell you, the more people wake up, the more Santos is going to start to be questioned because people want to do away with this New World Order patriarchy. And Santos has a lot of teachings that glorify this system, especially when you say something like all is Atum. No, all is matter and everyone matters. Everyone is important and everyone is made of matter. And matter is mother. So, that's something we got to deal with, that Atum represents the desecration of mother. She's the Alpha and Omega. That's why her wings are spreaded like that, meaning Mother Nature rules over us, not man, not biblical books, not Qurans, not none of these theologies. This is what balance is, and it can't come through male rulers. So before I pass the mic back, when I talk about Alpha and Omega, how Nut encloses Geb, how this dark fish encloses the whitefish, and there is no equality. The woman, it rules. There is a matriarch system here. Women, you the main ones need to be continuing my teachings. You the main ones. We need you guys to restore the balance. The balance is the ball lance, the lanced ball, which is the yin yang, the sperm inside of the egg. It's the lance that lances the bow. The bow is the band. That's nut. Geb is the lance. He's the arrow laying out flat. He's the masculine that penetrates the bow. The penis is the penetrator. Penis penetrates. Venus or vaginas absorbs. And that's what the darkness does. It absorbs the light, which shines linear and penetrates the darkness. So it's the primordial source, the darkness. The darkness is equivalent to stillness, and it's the mother of all movement. It's equivalent to silence and the mother of all sound, and it's equivalent to zero, which is the mother of all numbers. So if you look at this yin yang, zero is the outline of this structure, and it's more dark than light. And Nut represents zero, or the band, or the bow, and she's dark. So when earlier Santos Bonacci was talking about odd numbers and even numbers, he started off the numbers at 1, but the numbers start at 0. 0 is the first even number because it can go into all the numbers, and all of the numbers can go into it. So you start off with 0, which is an even number or a feminine number. Then you go to 1, which is the male. That's the light coming on. Let there be light. Then you go to 2, which is another number of the feminine. It's an action saying double up, dose. That's the yin yang all over again. So the even numbers are the foundation numbers. For example, 4 is dealing with the foundation. So the first number is an even number. That's the alpha or the 0. And the last number is an even number, which is infinity. So even numbers are the alpha and omega. The beginning and the end start with Eve, or the woman, or the darkness, which represents the even numbers. As you can see, it encloses the entire yin yang. It's more darkness than light because 0 is the house of all the numbers. 0 is darkness, stillness. It's the stage of movement, the stage of sound. You can't have sound without silence. That's darkness. So understand when we say alpha and omega, what we're talking about here. We're talking about the arch structure that houses the sun and moon. Think about that. The arch structure that houses the man and woman, or the womb that gives birth to man and women. It's the arch structure that houses the masculine and feminine. That's what you see with this yin yang. Now look at this. Look at this omega. It's an arch structure that supports the masculine and feminine. We keep saying this pattern of an arch structure supporting a yin and a yang. So for example, the dark circle that encloses the yin and yang is the dark arch structure that supports the feminine and the masculine. That's the dark arch structure called Nut, the sky goddess, that encloses the sun and the moon, which is the house of the sun and the moon. And when you look at this omega symbol, you get an arch structure with a negative side and a positive side because it houses them both. So you keep seeing this pattern of an arch that's holding a duat. And you see it here as well. You see that the goddess in the middle here represent the arch, and those two serpents is both sides of the omega sign, the sun and the moon. But she's the arch that houses them both. And that is the yin and the yang. But she is the dark circle that splits them at the middle and also covers them on the outside. So she fills us up within and also covers us on the outside. So when you walk outside, what covers the entire earth, including all of us, is darkness. the darkness behind the stars. But what's on the inside of you and what fills you up is darkness, because all of your organs are working in darkness. So as above, so below, as within, so without. Darkness is in you. Darkness is surrounding you. That is the Alpha and Omega. That's the great womb or the cosmic egg formula that has us filled up and also covers us. That's called to envelop something. When you envelop something, you fill it up and submerge it. So if I want to envelop you in water, I would fill you up with water and then put you in a water tank. As within, so without. And when you think about envelop, envelop is the great seal or the arch of the covenant. We're looking at the sky goddess Nut from a top view. We're looking at a pyramid from the top view. We're looking at the earth cosmos from a top view, creating those four corners that we see in Mount Meru. So bear with me and I'll be done here shortly. Mount Meru has 4 continents. It has 4 continents emanate from the center. This is Mount Meru. We see it in Vedic cosmology the same way. You see the 4 corners emanate from the center. This is the ripple effect. You can see the ripple effect here. When you drop a rock into a pond, it splashes up above the indention. You can see what the Vedics was telling us here. And that creates 4 corners and a great seal. All right. That's the Taurus field they're talking about. But think about it. Taurus is a bull. That bull is the great mother. Became the Bible under the pharaohs. But this seal is the cosmos. When you lick and envelop, you're practicing magic. Your spit is DNA that you get from your mother, has the mitochondrial DNA. When you lick the envelope, you lick it in the center where the North Pole is. That's the Akashic records or humans' DNA. That's the DNA of all humans, is at that North Pole in the middle of the earth. So when you lick and envelope with your DNA or your spit, you're doing, let me show you something. Mayan sun wheel, which is really the Mayan cosmos. This is called a sun wheel by patriarchs because they want to hide the great mother. In the middle of this Mayan sun wheel is the great mother goddess Kali with her tongue out, because she's the serpent goddess. The serpent goddess licks her tongue out. Kali is the serpent goddess. Here she is right here. She has her tongue licked out and she has 4 arms because she represents Mount Meru. So let me go back to Mount Meru. This is Mama Kali with her 4 arms. That pole in the middle is her tongue sticking out. So her tongue sticking out is the North Pole. Her body represent the North Pole, and those 4 arms represent the 4 corners or the 4 continents that emanates from the North Pole, or the ripple effect that the singularity gives birth to. Now, when you look at Kali with her tongue out surrounded by those 4 corners, you're looking at cosmology. And it's the same thing when you look at Kali with her tongue stuck out surrounded by the 4 arms. When you turn to the Mayan when you turn to the Mayan cosmos, what they call the Mayan calendar, you have the goddess with her tongue stuck out with the 4 arms or the 4 corners. The Mayan was saying the same thing that the Hindu saying. The Hindu gave it to you the same thing in the form of Mama Kali. You see, she holding a trident. She became the devil in the Bible, y'all. This was cursed. This beautiful science was cursed in the Bible. And that trident was given to the devil. That's why we got to get out of the Bible and go back and hear what the serpent was saying. She's the serpent that was speaking on the tree. That's why her tongue is out just like the serpent. Okay? Now those 4 arms are the 4 corners, And the Mayans was telling us the same thing, guys. So when you look at an envelope, where you lick your envelope at is where the goddess tongue is. So if you think of those four corners with the tongue out, and you think of an envelope, where you stick your tongue out at is where you seal the four corners when you send mail out. And that's exactly what the ancients said, what seals our cosmos is the great mother at the center with her tongue out. That's the serpent. That's Kali. So when you lick an envelope, remember what I taught you here. That's a form of magic. As above, so below. You using your DNA to create 2 hourglasses, one masculine, one feminine. But 8 plus 8 is 16, which gives you 7. And 7 means split even. 7 means see even, or see Eve, see the goddess, see the completion. See even. So I can go on and on with this about the Great Seal. You're looking at a pyramid from the top view, or Nut, the sky goddess, from a top view. This is the ripple effect. So
I have a question.
Yes, please.
CERN in Switzerland, they put something like this there. CERN in Switzerland. Kali, or I don't know. There is what they try to do there in CERN.
You're saying that looks very like CERN. Is that what you're saying you did?
Yeah, this Kali. They have this in a company in Switzerland. They use it. They use this. And in New York also, in the building, in the ground building, they use this Kali. Yeah.
I think Bro's looking at something. I would just say though that it does make sense that, as we all know, that when you wake up that everything's back to front. So it makes sense that whatever we've seen as a male figure as God, or whatever you want to call it, creator, vibration, whatever, that it would seem that as the opposite, I've said it for a while, has to be a woman, doesn't it? So that means that it's more, this is all about the feminine side, not the masculine side, which is what Bro's just been explaining to us.
And
it's such a deep subject.
Yeah,
it'll never be finished.
A lot of men would disagree with that because they don't understand. I just want to clarify something. I don't mean to cut you off. Because when we acknowledge the feminine side, yet to the men who disagree and want to compete with your mamas and want to challenge the womb that you come from, just hear me out. Your greatness is in her. For example, Mother Nature is a mother, is not Father Nature. So if we say that our goal is to exalt Mother Nature, we exalt everything that encompasses her, including the man. So you don't have to compliment the baby in the belly of the mother because you don't even know the baby yet. But you can compliment the mother who's pregnant. That's also compliments the baby. When you say, I love the Most High, you're saying you love everything there is. When you talk about the woman, that's equivalent to all there is. She's the primordial source. So when you pay homage to her, man, you're just paying homage to your roots. I mean, you came out of a womb. You should pay respect to that. That was your gateway here. That was your portal. So the sister mentioned something about CERN, and I just wanted to let her know that was a great thing to mention at this time, because CERN is spiritual technology. They're creating a great womb. If you look at the CERN technology, here is a big vagina. It's a spiral symbol. For example, all of these deities that I keep pulling up, they're not just mythological concepts that explain Mother Nature. This is applicable science as well. So once you start reading about the spiral goddess, you can see how they created the Milky Way galaxy, the milk dealing with the breast of this goddess. Her breast is always out like you see here. So what NASA did was take this spiral symbol, they turned it into the Milky Way galaxy, and they call it the Milky Way because the breast, which is fertility. But if you look at CERN, it's just this spiral concept again. Now, we ain't got to get into the literal science, what they doing on a technical level. We can sum it all up by saying what they're doing at CERN is trying to create something new. They're trying to create a new thought. So for everybody who was wondering what CERN is about, let me break it down to you real quick. They're creating a synthetic womb. They're creating a synthetic Mama Kali. So earlier I was showing you the Mayan calendar here with the Great Mother with all the arms around her and the goddess Kali. And when you thought of CERN, that let me know that you're resonating with this information, because this is the robotic Kali. This is artificial intelligence to mimic the goddess. So what they're going to be able to do with CERN is create new worlds, something that hasn't been done since this world was created. There hasn't been a such thing as an original thought, and they've been trying to create original thoughts since the beginning of time. What they're finding out is that we can't create original thoughts. We can only create thoughts that's based on the primordial thought that created us. In other words, humans can't create nothing that the creator didn't create. We can't outdo that which created us. And that's the thing that man has been trying to do, but realize time and time again that it's impossible to outsmart the Most High. So CERN is a synthetic womb where they're trying to create their, recreate the darkness behind the stars. So darkness is not a color. Black is a color. Darkness is a force. It's the primordial force of all elements. So water, wind, fire, all of these elements come from El, which is darkness. So elements are born from El, just like numbers are born from zero. Darkness gave birth to all the elements in our reality. And that's why when we create, we have to use water, fire, earth, and the elements in order to create. In fact, we are composed of the elements, which are the primordial thoughts of the Most High, which is the darkness. So an original thought can't exist. You can only have thoughts and dreams based on what the Creator already done. You can't outdo the Most High. But what CERN is man's attempt to outdo the Most High. It's their attempt to cause a ripple effect in our reality. So that ripple effect I spoke of earlier, how the cosmos was created by the Most High having an idea in darkness and it giving birth to everything we see. They're trying to have an original idea within the Most High's idea. And what'll happen is their world will bust out of the Most High's original world if they achieve this. So if they achieve what they're trying to achieve at CERN, they will be successful at recreating darkness. And darkness is the most subtle force in our reality. It's where everything come from and go back to. It's the Alpha and Omega. You have to go to it every night when you go to sleep. And when you go into that darkness when you're sleeping, guess what? You're able to create new worlds. But you can't create new worlds because you can only use this as a template. So when you dream about the sun, the moon, the clouds. You take this same world to the dream world because this world is inside of us as well. It can be accessed anytime we find ourselves in darkness because it's simply nothingness, but your idea. You participate in tuning into the original idea that created it all in the first place. You being here is you tuning into a vibration and embodying and becoming and matching yourself with that vibration and becoming a human in your mother. You had, for you to come from the invisible realm into the womb of your mother, it's no different than me turning a radio knob trying to pick up a station. And when I find a clean station, I stop there and listen to the song. And the length of the song is 9 months. When the song is over, you're born and you play another song on your own record player, because now you're out of the womb of your mother and you're now on the earth womb as an independent reference point. So we're all expressions of the Most High, but individuality is an illusion based upon us journeying from the center. When we left Eden, we had a concept of individuality. But when you go to Eden, all of the humans there, they don't have a concept of individuality. They have a concept like a school of fish in the ocean. They all move as one. The shark can't bite them because they all one mind. They like a herd mind. And that's what the civilizations in Eden is like. They don't have individuality. When you reach the center, everything understand that it's part of the whole and that earth is just one body. There is no human individuality in Eden. All right. The people there think totally different than us. In fact, when you think about individuality, the symbol for I or the individual is the ripple effect. So if you think of a lowercase I, this is the ripple effect. All individuality stops at the center because we all become one individual body. We all become the universe. But when you venture outward from the center, you have individuality. Let me explain to you what I'm talking about. When you access the center of the earth, there's no need for religions, meditation, symbolism, because now you become the God that you were seeking. So if we were to all get on a boat and travel toward the center of the earth, when we make it there, we'll know everything about the earth. And as we moving toward the center, different knowledge will just be dropping into our spirit, and we'll be like, damn, where am I getting all of these ideas? It's because you're moving closer to the center. So by the time you reach the center of Mount Meru, you will be completely God-minded. Like you will have all the people there. Like I said, there are no secret societies in Eden because everyone know the secret when you make it there. So when we travel to the center of the earth, we're traveling to the center of ourselves. That's why when we make it there, we'll already know what we need to know to penetrate that torus field. Because these firmaments or torus fields are not barriers. They are just meant to be penetrated by those who match the vibration of the torus field. Then you can enter. They're only a barrier to the people who are trapped, who don't have that central vibrating energy, who still trapped with the polarities. But any of these torus fields can be penetrated by those who vibrate with the energy of the center, because this is where all of them emanate from. This is why you can place a Buddha anywhere in the cosmos and they can find peace. They can find Zen from within, because they understand that Mount Meru is also within them. So when you look at this ripple effect right here, I want you to pay attention to it. What you're looking at is a lowercase I. This became an alphabet called an I. Now, Santos Bonacci probably not aware of what I'm showing you now, because like I said, he made the mistake of using the alphabets in language form. So he spell with these symbols. I don't spell to get the truth, because spelling is what gives you the lie. This is why Santos can only go back to Atum and he can't go back to the womb, because he don't understand the ripple effect. He don't understand the sacred feminine. So once he arrives to that level, he will get past the Helios, the polarity, the sun-centered Atum version, and he'll get back to the center where the ripple started from. That's the great womb. Now, if you look at this picture, it shapes like a womb. It's a triangle. And again, it creates the I, or the individual, you and me. We all come from the womb.
I see that. Yeah.
So when we go back to the center, there is no individuality. There is a herd mentality. The fishes in the ocean never left the center because all the oceans and all of the waters are connected to Mount Meru. This is what renews the oceans. This is why we need water to live. But you need water to live in the flesh. When they say that you will die without water, that's not true. You will die without darkness. Darkness is the primordial sea, the primordial water. The moment you can't access darkness, you can't reset yourself. You can't reincarnate. If you close your eyes and you can only see a white light, that means you're now erased. You're blank. A blank sheet of paper is white, but a dark sheet of paper, what we see behind the stars, is full of potency and potential. Fertile soil is dark. Once you strip it of its nutrients, it becomes white. So this is not no battle between races like pro-blacks try to make it, because we all go to darkness, and we all come from darkness, no matter what color you are. Human skin isn't no particular color. Our skin is various shades of the rainbow determined on various vibrations. And these vibrations ain't good or bad. They're all beautiful interpretations of the one source. But like I said, when we journeyed from Eden, we gained more conscious knowledge and lost more subconscious knowledge. So what we live in is a world based on polarity, where the further you journey from the center, the less of the signal you pick up, but the center is within you. You can access it, but the message may be distorted. And that's how we get all of these different religions that distort the message the further we leave Eden. But when we go back to Eden, there are no religions, because nature is the religion. Your way of life there is the religion. There's no need for a book, and you can't hide your feelings because the beings there are telepathic. There's no need for confession because the earth is the one we confess to in Eden. Once you go there, the earth we confess to no matter where we are, because you can't hide nothing from the earth. So we confess to the earth, not to the popes. That only happens in patriarchal societies that journey far away from the center, like us. We're not far from Eden, but we're far enough to where we need to use crystals. We have to have groups and think tanks and religious institutions, and we still can't reach Zen. We still can't reach the center of ourselves. So we've journeyed a long way from the center of the earth physically, which led to us journeying away from the center of ourselves. This earth is a micro-macro relationship. Wherever you are on it determine what you are on it. So if you were born in Eden, you will be a different creature. For whatever reason you came here was to complete a mission to better the whole, and your point of living is to find out that mission. So I can go on and on with this, but I just wanted to show you how the lowercase I represents the ripple effect.
Well, brother, I see a video of you working with the crystal. It's very interesting.
Hey, I appreciate that. I try to pour out my teachings to the community, that we can take them and further each other with them. We might not reach the entire earth, but I think if a couple of us start vibrating, who knows what'll happen. We may reach a place of Zen where we establish worlds within us before death. That's what the ancestors did.
Yes.
They went within. I'm sorry.
I don't think people realise how deep this all is, do they? That's what you're showing us.
I don't think they do, because when we talk about individuality and a ripple effect, the further we leave the center, the more individual, or the more we seem separate from each other. I think it's deep because the lowercase I is a hieroglyph. And when you spell it out, it's EYE, which is Eve. Eve is EYE, or the I, which is the mother, which was the singularity that started the ripple effect, as you can see here.
The I, my I, the I.
There you go.
Yeah. The I. Everywhere, the I.
So when you look at this ripple effect, the point of singularity in the middle gives birth to circles around it. And that's your four corners, or your 360s. So if you look at Goddess Kali, her tongue out and her body represents the eye in the center of the ripple. Her forearms represent the circles that are being emanated from the center, the four corners, or the 360. And I love to talk about this because the I is what we live in. You live in you. You live in your body, which is an I, you the individual. And the cosmos outside lives inside of you. This is a place of micro, macro, macro, micro. Everything outside is in you, and everything in you is outside. There is no such thing as physicality, because you can go inside of yourself to the same places outside.
Yeah, well, reality is in your head.
There you go.
It's not outside you. It's not outside your head. It's inside your head.
There you go. That's why a lot of flat earthers who, we had a lot of debates about this AE map and the way the sun work on it. And one of the arguments that the AE map users had was the sun is not physical, and all of us have our own sun. The sun I'm looking at is not the sun you're looking at. Basically, a lot of ancients taught that as well, that we're each projecting our own sun and moon up there. This is why it's all due to perspective. But that can be argued and debated. What I will say is there's some truth in that. There is a lot about perspective dealing with this place, and it's based on illusion. Nothing is really tangible or physical. And what we say is that physicality is not infinite, but that's a lie. You can't escape physicality, because wherever you are, it's physical to you. If you leave this body now and you die and you enter a new realm, I mean, you can touch things. There's things to touch. It's physicality there. So solidity, we have to think about that, because the root word of solid is soul. Like I said, all is matter or material. There's no such thing as a physical realm or a spiritual realm. There's only a such thing as a physical spiritual realm. In other words, there is no physicality. We are spirits in a spiritual realm. And when we leave this place, we don't leave it. We're always here. Because if I die right now, my body will go in the ground, but my new experience will begin in the womb of another mother who was always here. We never leave this place. The darkness behind the stars is just a portal that we go to in the womb of our mother. So when we placed inside of the ground and enter the darkness of our tomb, we're placed in the womb of our future mama. And that's when we're behind the stars, waiting to fall back to earth again as a fallen star, a fallen angel. Just like when you look out at the night sky, that darkness up there represent the babies that's in the womb. The stars represent the newborns that are in the hospital waiting to begin their life. You can't physically go to these places because they are so far in distance. If you look at this ripple effect, going to the stars above would be the equivalent of someone living on the rings of one of those outward ripples saying, hey, I want to go to the top driplet up there. How do we travel upward? You don't go upward in the sky to make it to the firmament. You go inward, and then that leads you up the Jacob's ladder. So to go upward, you have to go to the center and climb upward. If you look at this ripple effect, there's no ladder leading you to the stars other than the tree of life at the center of the earth. That's why I said when we physically take that journey, we spiritually take it as well. So in order to live upright is to live centered and to be a balanced person, and to access the top of the mountain is to travel to the center of yourself or the center of the earth. Then one can walk upright by going on that journey. You know, so this is the true religion, what I'm giving you, not the Bibles. They don't teach you to go inward. They teach you to go into the book, which bonds you to man's law and hides the true magic of nature. Physicality is an illusion, and solid is just solid. All that exists is spirit and soul.
You know, we're saying when, like, this is my table here and it feels solid, but it's not really. It's just energies. The whole thing is just energy, isn't it?
Yep.
So, what are we in then, bro? What
We're
is this?
we're in a simulated sort of reality. That's why people talk about simulation theory. Like you said, everything is a unique vibration. I have a coffee cup in front of me. If you can, it's not a physical object. It's not, nothing is physical. The reason I can touch it is due to vibration. So the only way you would understand the feeling of touch, because if you can see me now, I'm holding a coffee cup and I'm feeling it based on my nervous system. But what allows me to pick it up is because it's a vibration, and you can pick up a vibration. There's something that can't pick this cup up because it's not vibrating at a level to be perceiving this cup. In other words, what I mean is this: if you take two magnets and try to stick them together, it'll be hard to do so because of a physical barrier there that you can't see. Physicality is not the opposite of spirituality. It is the expression of spirituality. So even when you talk about the torus fields being what? Vibrating energy, it's not a barrier that's made out of wood or that's made out of rock or that's made out of stone. It's a barrier that's made out of vibration. So let me just say this and I'll pass it back. You can make barriers out of sound. You can use sound as a weapon. In fact, I can create a speaker that's the size of a city and cut it up all the way loud, and no one will be able to penetrate that sound barrier. That's why we say things like sound barrier. Well, think about sound. Is sound physical? Well, what is physical? Like I said, if all things are spiritual in vibration and sound, then all is just spirit. Spirit is spiral. Spiral is this ripple effect that you're looking at. Spiral is the way a sound wave look, like a spiral or a serpent. So all is spirit, all is sound vibration, and sound can be used as a barrier. Water is not solid, but it can be used as a barrier as well. You know, so there are some things that can become that'll be impossible to penetrate, but don't necessarily have to be made of wood or concrete. In fact, the thing, when you talk about concrete, wood, and all of these type of barriers, they are made out of vibration. So the primordial elements make up the elements we build with. And those are the elements you don't see, like sound, thought, the subtle things that build up the so-called physical world. This cup that I'm holding in my hand, It really exists as a thought. The cup is just a copy. What really exists is the invention inside of the person mind who invented the cup. You can burn up every cup on earth, but we're just going to keep making them. They're going to keep coming into existence because you can't burn up the idea. So it's not the thing that I can touch that's permanent, but the thing that it emanates from. If you destroy the thought, every cup will just vanish. Meaning, if I travel back in time and kill the person that invented the cup, every cup will just disappear because it's not physical. It's only a thought that's holding its shape based on a covenant. So the person, the inventor, holds the covenant. They invented the thing that vibrates the way they formed in their mind. But it's just a copy. The true cup is in the mind of the inventor, and it will always live even when all these cups are burned up. This is why you can't destroy. If you say cups aren't physical, or if you say, well, this cup is solid, so it's not a spiritual item, you're wrong, because it's physical. It can only be physical because it's spiritual. You can't have one without the other. It wouldn't exist without the spiritual copy, which is the thought. So I can be a painter and draw a beautiful picture on a canvas, and you may burn up all of my art, but you will never burn up the idea. And people will continue to paint that idea over and over because they can't undo the idea. Like I said, if you burn up every Mona Lisa, people will just keep on making more Mona Lisas or pop up in and out of existence because the thought will never die. And that's the primordial source. So if all there is thought and physicality is an illusion, you have to re-question this world. What are you? You're a covenant. You're only holding your shape based on the thought of your mom and dad, and you agreeing to it in the womb. When you came out the womb and you looked in the mirror and start developing a concept of individuality, you were accepting the covenant of self. Now that you hear and have a concept of individuality, you can only go back to the whole by burning the individual or dying, remarrying the source. And that happens in cosmic breaths, or what we call life and death. So I can take this and I can go deeper into this and go on, but I don't want to be the long-winded one on the panel. So
yeah, so you have to come next week to continue and freestyle and teach us.
Santos, bro, she's inviting you back to say some more. I must admit that I never realised that you were so deep into all this stuff, bro. I found it quite fascinating today. Just, it's not that some of the stuff I don't know what you've been talking about, but just how it actually really is. It's just
I know.
It's quite mind-boggling.
I share these videos.
I want to blow y'all away. If you saw the video that Martin Kenny did with Santos Bonacci talking about the cosmic egg, it's a representation of this ripple effect, but it's also a code. You are a cosmic egg. That's why I always say nothing is physical, because this cosmos, we recreate this cosmos every night when we dream. So this same place exists within you. So you are infinite. That space isn't bound to any barriers. And there's just as much infinite space inside of every last one of us as it is when we look out at the stars. The same thing is in us. Because when you go to sleep and have a dream, think about it. You're walking around this huge cosmos in your dream. Look at how much power you have. You created this infinite cosmos in your dream, and you walk around that dream and you wake back up in this same place. We never go anywhere. Even when we die, we come to and fro here through the womb of the woman. I think it's beautiful because it shows that we're not physical creatures. We are spirits in a spiritual place called Earth. And that if we were to get on a boat and travel toward the North Pole, I think the further we travel toward the tree of life, the darker it'll get, to the point we would just all find ourselves in darkness, waking back up again on this panel. Like, y'all, let's go back. That was fun. I think it's a portal, and that you can go anywhere you want to be through the darkness. So it goes back to what I'm saying. I can close my eyes now and be in the Bahamas. I can astral project myself into the UK tonight when I go to sleep. And there are people doing that. So are they not in a physical place because they're in a dream? No, it's physical when they're there. In your dream, I was dreaming as a black man when I was young that I was running from the police. And in the dream, man, my heart would be racing. I would be hopping over gates, splitting my pants. And they said that when you are scared, you have supernatural abilities. I remember running from the police and hopping over gates in one leap. Waist high gates, I will hop over in one leap because I'm so scared of the police. And I did this in real life, but I also did it in dreams too. So some things we can do in the dream world we can't do here, like fly. But what if I told you the reason we can't do that here is because the way we perceive this realm is separate from the dream realm? What if I told you the real you was somewhere asleep right now? So when we talk about the cosmic egg of a world that you are inside of, that world is inside of you as well. The cosmic egg is a concept. The ripple effect is a concept, meaning that the world we look out outside, we also create inside when we go to our dreams. So when they talk about people who left the earth, like Enoch, when you talk about the book of Enoch and humans who just completely vanished in the flesh, well, that's true. What happens is you can meditate and create your own worlds. And then you can start and you can tune in to that world. And one or two things will happen depending on my belief on the skillful yogini or the skillful Buddha. I think that your body will just completely vanish. That's the whole rapture concept when they said Christ come back, that people are just going to disappear. I think that either that'll happen or either you just drop dead and people don't know how you died. But I think what you did is you just went to another world. So people who die in their sleep, they die in their sleep because they're dreaming of a whole nother life. They fall asleep in this realm and they dream about them having a family in a whole nother world. And they begin to live in that realm and forget that they was living here. And next thing you know, we hear a news story come on saying, hey, Bobby Johnson died in his sleep last night. Well, Bobby Johnson don't even remember he was here. Bobby Johnson fell asleep and dreamed that he was Christian Wallace with another family somewhere else. And he forgot that he was asleep here. And to us, we looking at a man that died in his sleep, but to him, he never died. He went to sleep and became dreaming in another dream. And he died in this life and just stayed there in that dream world. Because when you dream, you never start the dream from birth. You always start your dream in the middle of the dream. So when you dream, there's a lot of things happening. The body that's in the bed sleep recreates itself in another earth that it created. So you recreate your brain, you recreate your nose, you even the mind is so powerful that the mind recreates itself in a dream. It duplicates itself. So you can dream, and when you're dreaming, you have another brain, another nose, another set of feet, and you can actually have another dream within that dream. And you can create another brain, another mind, and you can keep projecting inward upon yourself because all that exists is mind, thought, darkness, your ideas. And this world outside is just a thought that exists in you. So we can't escape it. We can keep projecting ourselves to it. And like I said, you can die. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Buddhism said, don't come back.
When Buddhism say don't come back, They're not talking about don't physically come back to a location called the earth. There is nowhere else to go to. When the Buddhists say don't come back, the Buddhists are saying don't come back the same. Come back evolved better. Come back reinforced. So if you take energy, for example, which can't cease to exist, it can only recreate itself. It's not where you go, it's what you become after death. That's the Buddhist way. No true natural spirituality have a concept of geographic location for the spirit. All ancient conceptions of our true spirituality teaches that there's nowhere you can go to escape spirit. Where can you go to escape infinity? So when someone say don't come back, I mean, how do you not come back to infinity if that's all there is? You don't go anywhere. What we do is we renew ourselves. And Nu is the goddess Nut. Nu is a dark goddess. And because when we renew ourselves, we go to the darkness behind our eyelids. And our eyes shaped like an arch, just like the sky goddess Nut. She's an eyelid that's covering the eyeball. The eyeball is Geb. The ball is the man. He's the masculine energy. The bull or the ball, the masculine. But
Bill, brother, I must tell you, it's 8:30 in the morning in my country, and soon I need to go out from my house.
Judith's been up all night listening to the hang up, and she's got to go out in a minute.
Yeah, it's 8 in the morning, 8:30. Yeah, and probably Karen working. So
Yeah, it's 6:30 in the morning here, bro.
no problem. Just whenever you want to leave. I just want to say I appreciate you, Judith, because you always around and support. And I just want to say I enjoyed you. So whenever you leave, just know that I really did enjoy you, and I thank you. Sorry about that. I wanted to just let Judith know that.
Aww.
thank you very much, Bill. Love you too. Thank you.
Before Judith goes, in this when you're dreaming, you can see it as well as be in it. In your dreaming, you can come out of yourself and have a look at everything, and then be in it, looking through the lights, whatever it is, through your eyes out again.
Yep.
In the dream.
Third
So that's a bit
person.
crazy.
Yep. You right.
Sorry, I was just saying that's a bit crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's so awesome what we are because there's many aspects of the human. We got first person, second person, third person. First person is what most of us are indoctrinated with. That's the individual. That's the I that we went over. That's the illusion of self. And most of us live our life in a selfish first person way of looking. Second person is when you become conscious of yourself, that there is something higher that created you. Third person is when you actually become that higher thing that created it all, and you actually become the most high. You get where I'm going here? So first person is you living in a dream, but not knowing you dreaming. So you just a member of the cast. That's when you have a dream. That's a nightmare. Or it can be a good dream, but you don't know you dreaming. You think it's real. Second person is lucid dreaming, where you start off dreaming and then realize, hey, oh snap, I'm dreaming. And you start to like, oh shit, I know I'm dreaming, but you wake up. Third person is when you go to sleep at night saying, hey, I'm going to go here. And you got full control over your darkness, and you now a master teacher. See, schools of initiation don't exist on our earth plane. There's a level of initiation where you are initiated with beings that are not even in this realm. So the occult knowledge is a level of secrecy that you got to get some of the knowledge from Eden and from different earth puddles on this endless grid.
Do you know something else as well, bro? There's 3 U's. There's who you think you are, who you want to be, and how others see you as.
See, and that's also synonymous with the past, present, and the future. Who you were, who you want to be, and who you are right now. So we can't escape this formula of yin, yang, and serpent. So the serpent is always the present. That's the gift, because we can manipulate the past and the future with the now, which is the steering wheel. The root word of steering wheel, or the root word of steer, is S-T-E-E, which is the root word of steeple or steep, because the peak is the control center. The heart chakra is where we make it all happen. And the center is where we control the past and the future from. So that's the serpent. That's the steering wheel or the steeple. The steer is the bull, I believe, as well. Another deity representing this that desecrated this. But anyway, the steer is steep. It's the wheel because it's the Polaris and the 12 constellations going around the North Pole. That's the steering wheel. If you look at this ripple effect, it looks like a steering wheel with the center point attached to a pole. That pole that attaches the steering wheel in the center is what connects the steering wheel to the engine. So the North Pole at the center of our cosmos is what connects the earth to the creator, the engine, the control room. That's the motherboard. And where we turn in this reality is based upon the center. It's based upon if we're turning that wheel directly in the middle, that's balance. But if we go either to the left or to the right, that's chaos. So we have to steer this car correctly. And this car is steered by every last human being's heart and us being balanced. Not whipping the car to the left or whipping it to the right, not being sun-based or moon-based, but understanding the magnetic energy at the North Pole that the sun and moon orbit around. That's why I like the sun and moon group, because it's not just the sun group or the moon group. The sun and the moon represents the great mother, the yin and the yang. When you say yin and yang, remember that "and" is the connection. And it's the antenna. And it's the piece you missed, the missing puzzle piece. So yin and yang is yin, serpent, yang. And it's the antenna. It's the antiquity of the old world. It's an antique because she's a diva. She ain't like these young gods running around. She's an antique. She been around. So when you talk about the and the antenna, you can also talk about Antarctica, because the edges of the ring is connected to, our Taurus field. As above, so below. Remember that the stalk of the pineapple is connected to the skin that protects the pineapple, the alpha and omega. So real quick, I know I'm giving y'all a lot of knowledge right now, but I have to. The stalk of the pineapple runs clean through the pineapple and it connects with the skin. So the baby inside of the womb of the mother is covered by her belly, but is filled up by her with the umbilical cord. Goes back to enveloping. Filling you up and covering you is what the mother does. And that's what the pineapple skin is, hexagons dealing with sacred geometry, the flower of life. We're in a spiritual place. The stalk of the pineapple is the North Pole, which connects to the outer ring and encloses all the fruit inside, which is you and me. We're the fruit. And it's beautiful. If you think of that pineapple concept and you think about and think of what I told you earlier, when I put up the mother goddess, I told y'all she was the spade or the great mother. Here's one. This is the mother goddess. She's the spade. But you got to pay attention to what the card telling you. Remember, the bee goddess is another form of the mother goddess. So the card deck is telling us about the great mother. The joker is the queen bee or the pope. That's why he have on a pope hat and have the rod. That's really the great mother, but they turned it into the pope. But she's the queen bee at the center of the earth, just like the queen bee at the center of the hive. And if you look at the spade card, what you looking at is in the middle of this card is a tower of darkness. And on the outside is a dark covering. So the earth is filled up with darkness, but the earth is covered in darkness. What you see with this bicycle card is the same concept of this pineapple. The same energy that feeds it from the center is also what covers it on the outside. And it's all emanating from the center, which is the stalk. And the stalk is the steeple. And all the energy emanates outward like that ripple effect and creates a covering or a covenant. And that covenant is a hexagonal pattern, all right, dealing with the flower of life, which is Nut. That pattern is the abstract pattern of the stars in the sky. When a woman, I told you this is all needle and thread. So string theory, when you say knit or night, you're dealing with weaving together a fabric or a pattern, knitting or knighting, you know. So when you ignite something, it comes from darkness, from that fabric, from that pattern. So, you know, I can get deep into this, but as within, so without, the stalk of this pineapple feeds it from the center and also protects it from the outside. That's the covenant. And we can see that here with the spade, which is the great mother. It's being fed from the inside out.
You're making it sound like you've only scratched the surface, bro. You're only scratching the surface on this. You said you could go much deeper and much longer. I think you've done an amazing job, because I have to commend you, because you've been going now for 6 hours, bro.
I'm going to see this video again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah, it's hard for me to stop when these different entities take control of my tongue. This is called speaking in tongue. You can't just cut it off. It's like a fountain that runs over. People like me who become initiated into the cult of the mother goddess, when they get going with this stuff, it's hard to turn them off, because she is Hydra. Hydra is the hydrant. We are centers of the Holy Grail. So when we start speaking, it overflows like the Holy Grail. And it's because the knowledge is so much, you know, and you can't just get this by researching. You have to get this by dreaming, thinking, and just being a child like mine again. You know, so it also can be a curse, because you want to speak longer than others because you have so much to say. And then you feel like everything other people are saying you already know, and that you're the only one with new things to present. You can make that mistake when you start learning this stuff. So try to be humble is what I would tell people who start researching the mother goddess.
Anybody who does research, anybody that comes on, there's no way you can explain it in a 2-sentence jobby. You just can't do it. I mean, I know you didn't hear much of Matt because he got sniped and went off, but he would have talked for 6 hours. Santos will talk for 6 hours. You know, there's just so much information. And one thing leads on to the next and leads on to the next. You can't just do this into a 2-minute sentence. You can't, can you? It's just so deep.
It's real deep. You know, everything is telling us something. Like I said, nature is the true Bible. Now, I don't want to hold y'all too long. And I hate to do these long streams, because then people are less likely to go to them. But I wish people would chop this up into parts and put it back out there. At this time, I'm going to, you know, mute my mic, be quiet, because she is right. I have been talking a while, and I want to listen.
Well, Judith's kind of got to go out in a minute. That's what she's saying. She's got to leave, so there'll just be you and me.
No, I'm not going. I'm staying.
Oh, well, bro, we've got an hour and a quarter left, and then the hangout will finish anyway.
Okay.
You can only record for 8 hours, but I don't mean to sort of finish it because it's amazing, and we've been here 6 hours. I can't even believe it's 6. Well, yeah. Actually, no, it's nearly 7 hours you've been going. I can't believe this has been 7 hours. It's gone so quickly.
Yeah.
But I mean, we probably will have to finish it. Well, Judith says she's staying. No, go on for a bit longer if you want to.
Well, let me just go and use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Sure.
So you're not going out now, Judith. You changed your mind. Judith?
I'm
left.
Yeah. I'm here.
You're not going out now.
No, I'm not.
Well, the hangout can only go for another hour and 15 minutes because you can only record 8 hours in a go.
I understand. Wow, incredible night.
Yeah, it's quite amazing that
Yeah.
bro's done so much homework. But it kind of makes sense because, like I say, that Marlena was talking, and we were talking, I don't know, a week or two ago, and she was talking about, although there's a male source, there's a female, there's always a mother. So it kind of makes sense that the female would be there because it's the complete opposite of what we're shown in the Bible, isn't it? And everything's the other way round. We're just in such an incredible place, don't you think? Well, but we're inside ourselves, in our own reality, in this place.
I just learned the eye in the triangle in the $1 billion, and it's everything. It's everything. Incredible. The eye it's the eye of God in me, see life through me, and my eye, the I am, I. Yeah.
I just think it's also incredible that there's all this knowledge that was then, and then all the knowledge we're told in history is just the complete opposite. You know, our history, okay, they mention these civilizations, but our history doesn't have any of this stuff in it. It's just those civilizations do.
You know, King David say everything is in a big word. I don't know how to say it in English. Everything is blah 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 blah, and nothing new under the sun. So yeah, it's the same human being, both same story, but different metaphor.
And you've got a bee on there, just like he was talking about. Yeah, bro's back now.
Oh.
He's back.
It is something I wanted to add about that ripple effect theory.
Yep, go for it.
Because if I'd done all that teaching, I might as well give you the icing on the cake. So let me screen share again. Can y'all see my screen?
We can. I'll present you.
All right. So earlier when I was talking, I was going on and on about this ripple effect. But one thing I want you guys to know, that this is just one earth. I think that the water is an endless stage, or the ground we walk on is an endless plane. And I think our North Pole is one of many ripples on this endless plane. So for example, if we can, let's find one. Here's one. Here's a picture of many ripples. So if we think about the Earth, cosmos, the multiverse, as a bunch of raindrops falling into the ocean, creating ripples, that would explain what I think about where we are. I think one of those effects symbolizes our cosmos, which is a ringed world, not one world, but many worlds emanating from one center. Plato's Atlantis represents this. Let me see, because I don't know why that's coming up for Plato's Atlantis. So here's Plato's Atlantis. This to me represents one cosmos, and I think that one cosmos consists of many worlds. For example, each ring is a whirl or whirl, W-H-I-R, mean like a whirlwind, a circuit, a whirl, a whirl, twirl. When we twirl something, you say I'm twirling a stick because the stick is making a circle. So a whirl is a whirl. A whirl is a twirl. And these whirls can't exist without a center or a point of singularity that creates each of these whirls. So just like we see here with Plato's Atlantis, but here's the deep part. When we talk about the multiverse, we're talking about the creation of many worlds, the ending of many worlds, and there is never a time where Earth doesn't exist. So if you think of this ripple effect of each of these little driplets is another cosmos, and that this is infinity, think of the possibilities. That means that can be infinite realities just like the one we in now, to where some of those dreams that you have at night, where you're dreaming this life that you're living, but it's slightly different. Like I dreamed me and my cousin was at the flea market one time, but that it was some people in the dream antagonizing us who I never saw before. Never met these people in my real life, but we knew who they were in the dream because the people had a certain name. They always antagonized people, and we were looking forward to the antagonizers. Never heard of this group in real life, but where was I in the dream? Because I was in a reality very similar to mine. My cousin was there. My name was Bro Sanchez. Only thing was a group of people I never heard of who was antagonizing us there. So what if I was in an alternate reality that was just a little slightly different from this one, but was a literal place on this infinite plane? Because if you think about the ripple effect, where do we go when we dream at night? We tune into alternate realities in the middle of the reality. I never had a dream where I was born at the hospital and grew up. I always dream that I'm in the middle of the dream and I know everybody, and I wake up like, who the fuck were those people? You know them in the dream, but you don't know them when you wake up. So where are you when you're in a dream? You're in another reality that exists on this same earth plane. It's possible to bump into yourself if we was to travel across this entire plane. They got movies telling you that. Jet Li, the one. He went around all of these different worlds trying to meet up with himself because we are infinite. There are infinite amount of yous that exist at the same time. There's a you right now that's being born somewhere, and a you right now that's already died. And your life is going on like it's hard to explain. It's a fractal nature. So when I talk about this ripple effect, this multiverse effect, if you look at the ripples, certain ripples cross into the paths of other ripples. And this is when worlds collide. This is when we get frequencies from other worlds coming into our world. When these ripples merge with each other like you see in this picture. But the further away we go from our North Pole, the signal is weak, but then we enter another pole. We enter another ripple. And the magnetism is the indention that the ripple make. So when they taught us about gravity, they put a bowling ball in the middle of a trampoline, and they said that this bowling ball draws everything to the center. I'm saying that that's a lie. And the truth is the ripple effect, that the magnetism is drawing us to the center because that indention and that mountain there, that driplet. And the further we go out from the center, we go into another ripple effect and tune into another station or antenna or North Pole. That's what I think. I'm sorry for being long-winded.
I've got a few questions for you. When you're asleep, those people are so real in your dream. They must be there in your dream seeing you. But you know, like, I remember this one trip on a bus, and there's always people on a bus, and one person turns around and sort of looks past me. But they're in my dream, so I'm in their dream, they're in my dream. So that was one thing. And then as a flat earther, I don't get that much sleep anymore. Just one way or another, I don't get much sleep, so there's not so much dreaming. And then, what's your take on the pillars then, the pillars of Earth?
My take on the pillars of Earth.
Yeah, you know, like you've seen in your pictures, there's also 4. Like, could they be the pillars as well?
So the pillars of the Earth, when you think about what a pillar is let me pull it up.
You know, it's a bit flat earthing, take you to find it.
Yeah. And those 4 pillars you can see here, right? You see the 4 foundations, which are those 4 pillars we're talking about. That is nothing but the 4
electromagnetics.
Well, it's actually the 4 nines. All right, I don't want to lose you, but the 360 is achieved in a square and a circle. But don't deal with shapes when we talk about these 4 pillars. Let's deal with the hieroglyph, the symbol, the etymology. What you'll realize is that 4 is a hieroglyph for foundation. F-O-U, right, is dealing with the number 4, F-O-U-R, but also dealing with the word foundation, F-O-U. Also dealing with the word fountain, which is the North Pole, the fountain of life, which is founded by the 4 corners. But all of this exists because of the founder. So when we talk about the pillars of the earth, we're talking about if we're in a collective consciousness where it takes each of us humans, even though we're individuals, we have to realize the universal, the unity in everyone and work together to achieve heaven. Amplify that on a macro, and let's go back to the ripple effect. Are there different deities that have to also work in unity to achieve our earth? Because then we can take this four pillars concept even deeper. You know, we could be dealing with 4 feminine type energies, because when you think of the 9 represents the womb, the 9 represents the spiral, and it's what we get when we say feminine. We say feminine. And if you take 4 9s, you'll get 36, if I'm not mistaken. That should be right. So 4 9s is 36. That's 360. That's your 4 corners, or your 4 9s, 4 feminine phases of creation. So which is conception, the duat, and many people would argue what these are, the pillars of creation. But these are the non-tangible ideas that create the so-called tangible reality. The creator has a personality, and it's not limited to one personality. The creator acts like a beautiful woman most of the time. That's why we call it Mother Nature. But every now and then you get a hurricane, and every now and then you get different aspects of nature that show you different sides and the different possibilities. But all with the same sort of concept. For example, all of these are spirals in nature, but expressed in different life forms. All the way down from your fingerprint to a snail shows the fractal nature of the feminine, which is the wave, the spiral, the fetus, which is the feline or female. Everything in the fetus is female first. All life starts off female first. So we got to question this spiral or this spiritual concept, because this ties into the four corners that you just asked me about. Well, Brother Sanchez, how does it tie into the four pillars? Because if you look at this spiral, it's creating a 360 degree circle around it, or square around it. That's what the ripple effect is doing. It's a point of singularity that's creating four corners or 4 points of reference. It starts, think about this, guys. I want you to think about this real closely. Close your eyes. Think of water undisturbed. Water that's undisturbed. Now think of you dropping a rock into that water. All of those ripples that spreading outward from the center are only able to do that because of what dropped downward from above. Think about what I just said real closely. When we talk about the four corners of the earth, we're not talking about literal foundations. The foundation is the darkness itself. It's the most stable structure in the cosmos because it's the purest structure. You can't create a cosmos like the one we're in and foundate it on rock and foundate it upon stone and say, well, the Most High so smart, the Most High created the most stable foundation and it's made out of diamond or gold. No, the most stable foundation is made out of pure consciousness, and it's called darkness. It exists above you and below you, just like a house has a foundation and a roof, Alpha and Omega. The darkness is the bread, the daily bread. So let's take a sandwich. You talk about the four foundations, think of it like a sandwich. The top slice is 2 foundations equaling to 180. The bottom slice, 2 foundations equaling to 180. They are inverted. You get 360. You get the complete cube or the sandwich. Now look what's in the middle, the meat. The meat is the earth. The bottom bread is the underworld Sheol bowl, and the top is Nut, the covering, the covenant. These are 2 arches, 180, 180, that gives us 360, life in the middle. The life in the middle is where everyone meets up at in the cosmos. All of the spirits come to the meeting ground, which is earth, to perceive reality. There is no other way. You don't live on the bread. Life takes place in the center where the meat is. The meat is in the middle because this is where the meeting is. We are the mediums. Humans are mediums. And this is the meeting ground. So we are enclosed by the dome below us and the dome above us. That's the daily bread. And it's created by the sand witch. That witch is the mother goddess. The sand is where the sea meets the land, where the rubber meets the road, all right, where quote unquote physicality meets spirituality. You get the human, We're made out of every element in the cosmos emanating from one vehicle called a human. So we are miniature cosmos. You can find every element outside in your body. That's why you can recreate this same place in a dream. It literally exists in you in all ways. So what keeps it all stable is the darkness. That's what keeps you stable. Try to go without sleep and see how stable your thoughts will be. Everyone know that the best thoughts come when you're well rested. The word rest is the word reset that's missing an E. So when you go and rest, you go and reset. They just took one of the E's off. Set is the god of the underworld, dealing with this darkness. They call this the daily bread. Brother Sanchez, why are you talking about the daily bread and sandwiches? Well, why they name it a sandwich and it's dealing with a woman that's stirring a brew pot? I'm teaching you now. So let's talk about the daily bread. Let's talk about it. Can anyone see the daily bread yet? Does this look like a bread loaf to you? Everything we do is symbolic. Nut is the daily bread. She's the outline. This is the nun's headdress. This is the spade. The bread is the thread when you talk about string theory. The tomb is the womb, and these are called rolls because the tomb of Jesus had a stone slab that rolled out the way for it to open up and expose the darkness, which is the womb or the tomb. That covering is Nut. She's the one that rolled. All right, so the daily bread is Nut or noon. When you think of a nun, they got the daily bread on top of their head. So the bread is the thread, is what ties together the reality. It's the sandwich that encloses us, but as it encloses us, it connects us to other worlds. So the bread is the thread or the cord. That's the earth's silver lining. All right? And there's worlds below and worlds above. But we're all spread out across an infinite plane. And so we talk about the arch dome above and below. This is what we get in the ripple effect. When the rock drops into the water, it creates an indentation into the ground, symbolizing the bowl, underworld bowl. And also it creates a peak, symbolizing Nut. All because you drop the rock into the water. And because of it has an indentation below it and an anti-indentation above it, you create an expanse called a ripple effect or life in the middle. And when you look at this, it's inhaling and exhaling is what creates the ripples. That's what the torus fields are doing. So inhale and exhale is expand, contract, or when you drop a rock into the water has a dent in it, but at the same time, the water has a peak. You say, how can you have an indentation and also a peak? That's what's happening at the North Pole. There's an explosion and an implosion, a sun and a moon, which creates total darkness, or what they call the dark tower. So when you talk about the North Pole, it's a hole and a pole because it's a pole that's made out of darkness. So it's a pole that's made out of a hole. It's a pole created by a hole. Or it's a pole created by darkness. Darkness is a force, and it's the foundating force of our entire cosmos. So those four pillars, all right, is really five pillars when you think about it, but I don't want to confuse y'all. is really 5 pillars. When you look at this picture right here of the Hebrew cosmos, you got 4 foundations, but you got a yellow one right here in the middle called fire. That's the 5th foundation. It's always a hidden one. That's the mother. She's the 5th foundation. So you got 4 corners that create 4 points, but they give birth to a central hidden point. That's the zenith. That's the 5th point. And the best way to look at this is to think of a 5 dice. Your 4 corners give birth to a center point. The center point is the name of a city in Alabama called Center Point City. But the true center point is Eden. That's the center point city of the earth. That's what's in the middle of the 4 pillars. So yeah, I didn't mean to be too long-winded, but I did want to. There's so much here because this 5 dice is the X chromosome. It's the hourglass. After the 5 dice, you get the 6 dice, which is parallel. All right, when you divide, when the mother divides herself. Because when you look at this 5 dice, you're looking at a trident from a top view. I don't know if I'm losing y'all with that, but I'm going to stop right there and let someone else talk.
Well, I was listening, bro. I was listening to you talk. I mean, what can I say after all that?
Maybe if you had any questions, but I'll add this. This is the Temple of Angkor Wat. It's built on all of the Mother Goddess concepts I'm teaching now, especially when we deal with the 5 dice. When you walk into this temple, you see a trident, you see a trinity. And no matter which corner you walk into the temple from, you see a trident. And they built it by this man-made lake so you can see as above, so below. The ancients were very spiritual. Now, no matter how you approach this temple, you're going to always see a trident. If me and you were walking around this temple, you could only see 3 peaks at any given time. You know, you can only interpret 3 peaks at any given angle. So if we was to do a 360 around this temple, we'll consistently see a trident, especially when we entering from any of the 4 cardinal directions. We would always see a trinity. But the trick is, it's not a trinity. If you were to look at Angkor Wat from a top view, it'll be 5 points. You see? And it goes back to that 5 dice that I was telling you about. 5 is hive. Think of a beehive when you think of 5. So when we think of 5, think hive. So when you're looking at a 5 dice, you're looking at a beehive from a top view, or a pyramid with 4 corners and a peak in the middle. It goes back to what I was telling you about the Mother Goddess. Check this out. Mayan cosmos. Here's your 5 dice. Here's your 4 points with the peak in the middle. That peak in the middle is the pinnacle, the steeple, the steering wheel. And you see the Mother Goddess with her tongue out because she's the one doing the steering. She's the one making the sun and moon go in a circuit around her. All right? So when you look at this Mayan cosmos, which is also Mama Kali, with the 4 points surrounding her, you're looking at a 5 dice. The 5 dice is the most important dice because whatever you pair with the 5 dice will determine. In other words, when you if you roll in the dice and you drop them and the first dice exposes itself as a 5, you anticipate that next dice, because whatever can be paired with the 5 can really determine whether you crap out or not. Meaning that You compare any other the combinations on the other dice to the 5 dice and reach any number in the numeric system. But you can't do that with all the other dice in a thorough combination and get all the combinations of numbers, especially what it would take for you to crap out or to hit the jackpot. I hope I'm not confusing you. The 5 dice is basically a cornerstone dice. You know, it would be 0 all over again. So 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, then the numbers start over at 5. Because after 5, you get the 6, which is a spiral. Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to say, let's start from 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 4 digits after 5. And 9 is a spiral just like 6. So after 9, the numbers repeat themselves and you get 10, 0, and 1 all over again. So the cosmos is basically counting by 4s. Everything starts from 0 and everything is done in even numbers because we're dealing with the goddess, which is Eve. So the first even number is 0. That's the point of singularity. Then it stops at 4. Because that's the 360. That's the ending. That's the 4 corners. That's the ripple effect. So it starts from this central point, and then a ripple effect creates your 4 corners. So when you counting, it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, then you start over. There are no numbers after 4. 4 is the equivalent of 10. I hope I'm not confusing y'all. 4 is a foundating number. 4 is foundation. 10 is foundation because 10 is the root word of tent. A tent is a house or a dwelling or covering. Your mother's pregnant belly was your first house or your first tent. Nut and Geb is 0 and 1. This is the binary code. The bending and the non-bending. But it's called a binary code because the tension is created by the bending, the one who bends. So you see the woman bent over. She creates the tension. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? If my woman bent over right now, tension gonna be created in my pants. A tent gonna be pitched in my pants. And yes, I'm being sexual, I'm being vulgar, but I'm showing you spiritual science. The woman holds the key. If she can't make the male get erected, life stops. So we depend on her sexiness, her magnetism, her working her magic. All right. So the one that bends creates the tension at the pole. All right. And you can look at that in the bow and arrow. The part that's able to bend is the feminine part. It's flexible. So it can create tension. The stiff part is the male. It's able to take flight because she's flexible. In other words, because the woman is flexible, because the bow is able to bend, the arrow can take flight. Because your mother's belly is able to create an arch, the baby can be born and take flight. So what happens is the baby is the arrow waiting to be shot from the belly of the mother and fly. That's life. All of us are arrows that was shot from the womb of our mother's bow. And we look at bow and arrows creating the same tension and giving that arrow the ability to have flight. Okay? So 0 and 1 is bow and arrow, nut and gale, arch and plane, square and compass. And she is the peak in the middle. All right. And these 4 corners are her 4 points, her 2 legs and her 2 hands that's making contact with Geb, closing him up and being a foundation for him as well. When you look at this Kemetic cosmology, it's the most beautiful thing because it shows you how the feminine not only protects us, but foundates us, you know, and you can see that in the 5 dice, the Great Seal. This goes back to the envelope. Remember the Alpha and Omega, because she envelops us. You know, I told you this cosmos is inside of you and also on the outside of you. So you can't escape the mother, because no matter where you are, your compass is going to point to the center. I don't care where you go, in a dream, in a daydream, in an astral projection. Buy a compass in your dream and it's still going to point magnetic north, because the North Pole exists in your dreams, inside of you, as well as outside of you. This is one big continuum, you know, and it's hard to explain with the English language especially. I can just go on and on, but I want to stop there to let my panelists build for, if you guys want to touch on it.
Well, we're listening to you. I mean, you're doing an amazing job. We're listening to you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, this binary code can't be escaped. The point of singularity is a dot, but that dot is also a pole. So the female is both species. The female is the true androgynous species, which is neither male nor female. This is what the woman always was, until she was demoted and became just the feminine. So I know that can be confusing, but there is a sex that is neither masculine or feminine, but neutral. And it has nothing to do with a she-male or the Baphomet. They tried to make a neutral deity when they created the Baphomet, which is a goat, which is half woman, half man. That's the first androgynous deity. But really, the first androgynous deity, let me show y'all, it's called the Yoni Putra. The first androgynous symbol of worship was simply this right here, the Yoni Puja. So this, when you think about it, this womb up that the woman has is neither masculine nor feminine. It's neutral. This is why all throughout the ancient world, you see the worship of the womb. It's shaped like a triangle because it is the Trinity angel. And you see sun and moon, or man and woman, both giving reverence to the portal that gave birth to them both. So you have two serpents here, sun and moon, man and woman. When they marry each other, they create the number 8. This number 8 is DNA. This is infinity, or the hourglass. Think about it. It's our glass. It's yours. It's mine. It's everyone on this panel. So when you say hourglass, don't think about time. Think about possession. It's our glass. It's yours. It's mine. Okay? It's an hour glass, meaning a me and you glass. It's our glass. So the hourglass is also the universe, because it's the you and I verse. Uni is you and I, me and you. This is our world. It's you and I, the universe, the you and I verse. All right. When you flip the word we backwards, you get you. You is EW, or YOU is ew, or you. When you flip around the word we, you get you, because you is me. I'm you. All right. So the universe is the universe, the united verse, the you and I verse. And the hourglass is our glass. Time don't exist. It's DNA, which is infinite. And when you keep spinning that DNA, that's the music of the stars that keeps us all coming in and out of existence through the womb of a woman. And boy, I tell you, ain't nothing like a womb of a woman.
It's in the Vatican, they build the Vatican like this. And they use all these symbols and yeah.
This is the oldest deity on the earth. That thing in between a woman's leg that we all come from. This predates all world religions. This is the androgynous neutral deity that we must go back to. Why do you say it's neutral, Brother Sanchez? Isn't it feminine? Well, no, it's not feminine because it creates masculine as well. Think about what I said. Male and female both come from yoni. Yoni is uni. So when we say universe, guess what? We're in a big vagina, which is a big vortex. We're in a yoni verse. The universe is the yoni verse. So the earth is a big yoni. Just like the earth gives birth to all life and all creatures, the woman is a miniature earth or a micro version of that. It's the portal of all the life. So earth gives birth to the elements that gives birth to the children of the elements. And we are made out of the elements, water, fire, and all of that. And us being made out of the elements is because we are, like they said, you created in the image of the Most High. So the human is made out of sunlight, wind, water, because we made in the image of the Elohim, or we're made out of all the elements. But as above, so below, the gateway to and out of creation is through the woman, which is built identical to the cosmos. The female body is identical to the cosmos. Her left nipple is the sun. Her right nipple is the moon. All right. And if you look at her body, it's all cosmology. That's why we're in the universe, which is the yoniverse. What the earth is a big version of what your mother's reproduction system is. If you study how humans are born, you can find out how the earth was created. How we come from so-called nothingness to somethingness. All through the womb of a woman, which is a portal. So the womb in between the woman's leg, a bigger womb exists at the North Pole. So everything come in and out of existence through the portal, but the woman's womb between her legs, and the sun and moon come in and out of existence through the womb called the North Pole. That's why they have to be eclipsed. Every time you die and you're reborn, you are a sun being eclipsed. So we don't have to call it death. We can just say, hey, we're not eclipsed. That means when you go to darkness, but you're going to come back to light, just like the sun and moon are constantly going back and forth from darkness to light. That's what happens to us. We are the stars. So we go back to that darkness and come back again. Just like Genesis show, just like I've been teaching, and it's all through the womb or the universe, the yoniverse. So like I was saying earlier, you don't go to the firmament physically, only through by recreating your whole body physically in the firmament of your next mother. When you're in the womb of your mother's belly, you are in the heavens above. The subconscious part of you that are waiting to, because when the baby is being formed, there's a lot going on in those 9 months. So a part of you are in the heavenly realms beyond the stars. That's why when you're in the womb of your mother, you are in darkness. You are in 2 different states. You're in that dream state above the stars, but physically you're in the womb of your mother. So when we die, we actually split. The body is a bond that houses mind, body, spirit, and also is a crossroads for all of the elements. That's why the human body is made of everything on earth. But at the North Pole, all of the elements meet each other and create the single source that created everything we see. That's darkness. That's the canvas that allow you to think of things. So the first thought was water. The first thought was light, sun, wind. And from those first thoughts, we can use those thoughts to make new things. but we can't create them out of nothingness. We have to create them with wind, with light, with dirt, with water, because these are the first thoughts of the Most High. The Most High thought about water. The Most High created wind and thunder. And in order for you to create something, you got to use the thoughts of the Most High, because you can't create original. The thoughts that the Most High had are the building blocks for all other thoughts. So everything we create is made out of the original elements that the Most High thought into existence. And everything you think about can only be based upon original thoughts. Even when you think of a new earth or a new realm in a dream, it still have the sun, moon, and the clouds, because that's the template. That's the original backdrop or the software, the original thought. So we're in a universe or a universe, and you got to realize that the womb worship is the oldest on earth, and that us coming in and out of existence through the womb is the same thing of the sun and moon coming in and out of existence during the eclipse, because that darkness exists at the North Pole. They got a movie called Dark Tower, and they got a movie called Skyfall, because at the North Pole, the skyfall, the darkness behind the stars marries all of the earth elements and splits this cosmos in a direct center and makes a figure 8 feeding itself with the primordial sea, which isn't liquid water, but darkness. Darkness is when Bruce Lee said, be like water, the only thing that can be better than water and more fluid than water is darkness. That's the primordial water. Now, water moves and waves, so do the darkness. The darkness is nothing but an endless neutral wave. It's not vibrating high, it's not vibrating low, it's simply vibrating. And because it is, you can be. So because you have centering, you can now have left and right based on perception. Infinity can be found within the number 0. So what I'm saying is, all that exists is darkness, and everything we perceive in this reality is physical and colorful. It's just a thought within the darkness. So that's why everything come from the darkness and go back to that primordial source, because we borrow in our foundation. The darkness is the canvas that allow us to paint creation upon it. So in other words, when we talk about the 4 foundations, we ain't talking about 4 concrete stones that's holding up the earth. We ain't talking about 4 diamond buildings that the earth sitting on top of. This foundation is simply darkness, and it can't be penetrated. Everything sits upon darkness. If you keep digging into the ground, you will just reach dirt, 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 dirt. You will never run out of dirt. And you will keep looking at dirt, because the earth is generating this reality for you as you go. That's why there's no end to it. Think of a video game. You only see the next portion of it when you travel to it. It's generating the reality as we journey. That's why they said nothing don't exist if you don't see it, because the earth, you're creating it from the inside out. So if we journey beyond the ice rings, right now we surrounded by darkness. But the moment you start going out there, it ain't going to be darkness. It's going to be a horizon with land. And the intelligence behind this place is generating the reality as you go. If you think of a video game, for example, Grand Theft Auto, when you reach the end of the map, it's an invisible barrier there. You can't penetrate the barrier until you unlock that part of the map. So it goes back to what I said. You can penetrate the barrier by becoming neutral energy. Then you can pass right through the firmament. It's not a barrier to you if you vibrate on the same level of it. But if you playing a video game, when you reach the edge of the map, you can look out and see different worlds. You just can't access them. It's an invisible barrier there. And I don't know how many of y'all play video games, but I used to love Grand Theft Auto. And One thing that I tried to do, and I'm pretty sure many of you tried to do it, if you ever reach the barrier of the Grand Theft Auto map, you looking at an invisible force field, you can look through it and see different other worlds out there, but you can't get to them. So what do? We get rocket launchers and we start shooting them at the edge of the map. I know everybody did it besides me. Don't leave me alone now. If you played Grand Theft Auto, when you went to the edge of the map, you tried to blow up that invisible barrier to access those other areas on the map. But guess what? You find out you can't unlock those other areas of the map until you beat the game. When you beat the game, they allow you access. So when I talk about the firmament being an invisible barrier, you can't access entry to the firmament until you beat the game, till you master the game and become a Buddha or one that's self-aware, and you raise your energy or lower your energy to neutral energy, which is not high or low. It's just neutral energy, non-biased, and you can penetrate the firmament. Go ahead. I'm sorry for being long-winded, guys.
So, right, Bro Sanchez, we were listening. You were really going for it, and so we were listening to you.
Yeah, I'm still building on this. I forgot what someone had asked me, but I ended up going into all of that. This is a classic. This is a classic. Not because I'm on it, but because y'all making me get that energy till I don't want to stop. That's how I know it's a good one. But if you look at this ripple effect, take a good look at it. It's an implosion and an explosion. It's very magical. If you just sit here and stare at that, a lot of revelations will come to you. Now, they did a movie called Dark Tower, where they telling us about the North Pole in a subliminal way. Now, if you look at the artwork, they're telling you what I'm teaching, that the world on the inside is also the world on the outside. So if you look at this covering, which is beautiful artwork, it shows you the nature of our reality. There's an inverted world on the inside. So if you look at the top of this artwork, these people are walking on the sky. What does that mean? The darkness behind the stars is the shadow of the earth, casted, and vice versa. We're sandwiched in between shadows, and they call these the shadow realms or the night realms. Shades became Hades. The word shades, S-H-A-D-E-S, if you take the S off, it's Hades. These are transitioning dark realms where we transition from to cut the light back on again. So when you look at Dark Tower, what they're telling you is there's a world we live in below, but when we travel inward, we're actually traveling upward and flipping ourselves around to a world within us, which is also the world outside of us. So right now you can go to the North Pole by not even getting on a boat. You can lay down in your bed and go to Mount Meru right now, because it's all a portal that we can access through the darkness. If the darkness behind your eyelids is the same darkness that's at the North Pole and the same darkness at the night sky, that's make the night sky, and the same darkness that you create your dreams in, and the same darkness that you go back to when you die, and the same darkness that you came from, it's your darkness. But when you say your darkness, take the Y off. It's our darkness. So your is our. When you say your, it's really our. So your darkness is your darkness based upon you can go where you want to be. But wherever you are, there we are. You're never going to go nowhere that's void of people. Even in your dreams, you create all of these people to interact with. You can't escape us. And we are you. We are the Borg. We are constantly recreating each other in these lifetimes. So if I go to sleep, I can dream about everybody on this panel. That don't mean they were there. Yes, it does. it means they were there. So even though the people on this panel live in their own house, in their own beds, when I go to sleep in my bed, I can create them in my world. But my world is your world. Otherwise, how did you get there? You see, we creating this whole experience. It's hard to explain. So if you think of this dark tower, you know, it's very interesting because what is darkness? Darkness.
Well, I see the picture of the movie, The Book of Eli. Up, The Book of Eli. Yeah.
Yeah, the book of Eli.
Yeah.
That's a good one. The
Yeah.
book of Eli is simply the book of El, the book of Saturn. Eli is El, I, or I am that I am. El is the. The word El means the, and I is the individual. So Eli translates to the I. The I is what I've been telling y'all about. The I is right here, Mount Meru. It's in the center. You see?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the dark tower is the I. And like when you compare it to the book of Eli, that's awesome. Because the dark tower simply is the I, or the one. And if you notice, this tower is just shaped like an obelisk, or the one. This is the Washington Monument. But see, they hiding all of this. They want you to think that that monument is got something to do with phallus and male penis worship. But this obelisk is not a solid object. It's a womb that shapes like a tower. So when you talk about androgyny, if you combine male with female, what do you get? You get a pole hole. So you get a mountain that's made out of a hole. And that's called the all, the source, the I. So a lot of people say that the North Pole is a mountain, but they also say it's a hole. And they argue whether or not it's a pole or a hole. I'm telling you that it's both. It's a pole or a mountain that's made out of darkness. So it's a tower that's made out of a hole. It's hard to explain. The darkness is a hole, but it forms a tower, which is a pole.
It's like a body. Same.
Yeah, this is the edge of the earth. So when you travel outward, you don't reach the edge. They got us backwards. When you go to the ice ring, that ripple effect can go on and on and on for eternity, but the ripple get weaker and weaker the further you go out. You see how the ripples get more and more weaker the further you go out. So the further you journey out from the center, you start to enter less dense realms that's less physical, as we know physicality. These realms we talk about being spiritual realms, that's kind of like things going through the wall and shit like that. That exists the further we go out, because you can see how the ripples kind of get weaker at that level. But what am I saying with all of that? All of this is attached to our realm. The earth is one thing that encompasses all things. So there are less dense realms and there are dense realms. And as you journey from the center outwards, you get a taste of all of them. Just like you going from hot to cold, you're going to pass medium. So if you want to look at hot as being all the way outward, these are the realms that's so far from the source that they seem dream-like. But the closer we go to the source, it seems dream-like. And it goes back to what I said. The same place you trying to go when you venture outward, you just going back inward. That's what makes this place infinity. Not that it's an infinite plane, but the more you journey outward, you can't escape it because you just walking inward. It's a mirror reality. So when you travel outward from the center, the ripples get less and less. They get more weaker. But I shouldn't say weaker, they get less dense. And if we travel inward, things get less dense. Just think about it this way. I can burn you with ice and fire. And I can freeze you with ice and fire. So if you get too cold, you'll get frostburn. And if you get too hot, you can get burned. So you can get to the same place no matter if you go inward or outward, if y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all see what I'm saying here?
We do. It's all deep. I'm listening to you, bro.
Yeah, you can get to the same place by traveling inward or outward. Meaning if you study the human heart, you can find revelations that'll lead you back to the centering of yourself, which is the center of the earth. But if you study a flower, you can get to the same place. So you can look inside of yourself to find these revelations as well as outside of yourself, but they'll all lead you back to the center. And that happens on a physical level, a spiritual level, and mental level when you understand the nature of our reality. So this dark tower, she said earlier, the book of Eli. Well, El is the god Saturn. Let me show you. He represents the North Pole. They turned him into the Pharaoh, of course.
Yeah, he going north.
Yeah, I'm going to end on this one. Here's the god El, and this is what Bonacci was talking about with Saturn. It's Saturn because this is the one turning the atmosphere, creating a circuit of the sun and moon. You can see the zodiac in his wheel. It's the night sky. He represents Nut, but this come after Nut. This was to hide the sky goddess because this guy rules you with fear. He rules you with mysticism and occultism. And that's what we got to get out of. So when you look at, let me just tie this in to the ripple effect. If you look at El, you can think of all of these circles around him as the ripples around the water driplet. The tower in the middle is El. That's him. That's the God. The ripples around him is the earth he created. So this is El surrounded by the halo. The same thing they giving you here with this God El, the ancestors gave us with the ripple effect. That's all I wanted to point out.
Go on, you did. Go on, you did.
I was thinking that nothing upstairs has got two sides. I was thinking the moon's got only one side, sun, stars. So what's happened with this star? How come he's got all the circle? See what I mean? How come we see?
What she's saying is the sun and the moon have only got one side.
The star only got one side. How come
they've only got one side?
we actually see only one side, the reflection. There is no other side of
I don't get what she's saying about we only see one side. Can you go a little deeper?
I mean, it's like if you go up, you are not going to see anything, only black, because there is no other side of the sun, of the moon, or the stars. If you go up, outside of them, there is no other side. Okay, I have to think about this. Yes,
She's just putting a comment out, but she says she's going to think about it a bit more. this is just incredible that they knew everything, and if we believe this way, we know nothing. You've got to go back and go through all this history and hours and hours and hours of research to realise that how far back it all is and where it comes from.
Yeah.
But they knew everything.
You know, think about it. A person can say this video is long. Let's say this video is 8 hours. A person can watch this video and never know anything else about flat earth, the Christian deception. This video will resonate so much with them that it'll unlock their minds. And what it is a mixture of flat earth, history, and sacred geometry, syncretism, and etymology. We didn't leave no stone unturned. The problem I see a lot of flat earthers making, they only talk about syncretism and etymology. They don't talk about sacred geometry. You can't have syncretism and etymology and exclude sacred geometry, because sacred geometry is sacred earth. Geometry, the measure of the earth. Now the earth is infinite. So in order for you to measure infinity, you have to become the ruler. You have to come to Christ, become the Christ, become the ruler. And then you can measure the earth and see its infinity. But until then, you won't, because sacred geometry is the language of the Most High. It syncs together your syncretism and etymology, because the picture is worth 1,000 words, but the symbol is worth 1,000,000 pictures. And I deal with symbolism, sacred geometry. This is why the things that I say, no one can come behind me and have a debate or refute it, because I go back to the darkness. Who can argue with the darkness? No one can tell me, Brother Sanchez, you wrong, because I tell them, if you think I'm wrong, give me a couple of hours, I bet you your ass gonna go to sleep. You can't escape my Most High. Everybody got to serve my Most High. Every night you got to go to my Most High to reset yourself, and that's darkness. Nothing is higher than my Most High. Not even the stars in the sky is higher than that darkness, which is the background. All things come from my Most High, because all inventions that you look at come from darkness, come from the mind, come from the womb, the darkness. I serve the true Most High, and I'm trying to get people back to that, back to their inner darkness, their creative energy, so that we can change this place. And the Bibles and the religions prevent us from doing that. So just another thing I want to point out before I stop, because I'm going to say this and I'm going to leave. I really got to go. This ripple effect that we're talking about, when you talk about the ripple effect, the word ripple translates to repel. The ripple effect is the repelling effect, or the repel effect. Now the word repel translates to rebel or rebel. Let me say this and then I'm going to stop talking. So the ripple effect is the repel effect or the rebel effect. All of us are fallen angels. We're ripples or rebels. When you say rebel, you're saying rebel. Baal is the name of the ancient mother goddess. Baal is Baal. It's the deity associated with creating new time or creating the new world order. So the first deity of the Baal was Narmer. But prior to that, Baal was represented by the mother goddess, because she's the one at the center of the earth. And we know that the church Baal is on the steeple, which is at the center of the ceiling of the church. The center of the dome is where the Baal is. When you rebel, you take the knowledge of nature and add to it and create your own belief systems so that people are centered around you and not nature. That's called rebelling. When you stop teaching people about the truth about nature and you use nature to make you into a god, that's called rebelling. So all of us are rebels because we've been indoctrinated. And we are all ripples, meaning we left Eden. We left that point of singularity and we ventured outward. And when we did so, we became weaker and weaker in our rebellion. We rippled, we repelled, we rebelled from the center. And that's the ripple effect. So don't think about Pangea when you think about human origins. Don't think about the Big Bang. Think about the ripple effect. Think about how humans migrated from Eden. And the more we ventured outward, the less we knew of ourselves. In Eden, we knew what we were, because in Eden, we were constantly looking at this dark tower, reminding us that where we come from. When we left Eden, the future generations haven't seen this thing in thousands of years, to the point we're even debating whether or not it exists, even though all compasses are pointing us there. So they've been hiding this magical place for a long time, and the end of world religions will begin the quest back to the center. And I want to leave y'all with that beautiful ending. Just remember that we have rippled or repelled or rebelled from the center, and that what flat earth represent is a journey back to our homeland. And that's a spiritual journey as well as a physical one. You don't make the physical journey until you first make the spiritual one. People who are interested in getting on a boat going to the North Pole, they've already made a spiritual journey within to the center of themselves, which led them to want to make a physical journey. So this is a multi level of initiation. And your final phases of initiation into this knowledge won't even take place on this plane. It'll take place in the subtle planes that exist within this one. You see, so what I mean is a lot of occult members meet up in secrecy and they meditate, and what happens in a lot of these big time lodges, a lot of these Masons meet up and they go in a room and they lay their bodies down and they all go to sleep for hours, and they meet up in dream places. Some of these places on the earth, like I said, this is an endless plane. So you don't have enough fuel to reach all of the areas on this earth. The best way to travel on this earth is through the portal, which is inside of you, in your mind. And that's what the elite have been doing. They control space physically, mentally, and spiritually. So what they do in secrecy is they lay down and lay their bodies down, and they all meet up on different continents or different worlds that maybe one of the elite members created. Because when you get real skilled with this mastering the darkness, you can actually create your own paradises and then allow your initiates to join you there. So when Jesus say that I prepared a place for you in heaven, that means that the earth we live in now is a place that was prepared for us by a higher Buddha. We're inside of another God's world right now, but we have the opportunity to create our own because there are neutral gods. Now, this is another belief. I believe that every ripple is a different deity with its own creation, but this can go deep and deep. And I think all of us can become a source ripple as opposed to just a ring. And I think that it's phases of initiation, and that all of us flat earthers are at our final stage where now after this life, we're going to go and become the ripple or the source that creates new worlds. That's what I think we are. So we've made our journey from the outside in, and in our next life, we'll actually explode from the inside out and become the ripple or the point of singularity. Because right now we were born into a ripple effect or earth cosmos.
Bro, it just stopped transmitting.
Let me stop.
That's the 8 hours.
Thank you.
Whoa, what an amazing hangout. I can't believe you've been going for 8 hours.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I love you. I love you.
I don't have no one to talk to this about but you guys.
Wow.
Well, we're not an arguing group. We let people talk.
Yes, brother.
Carry on.
I don't like when you are in the hangout and people arguing with you.
Well,
I love listening like this.
well, don't y'all get used to this, because the earth is entering a time now where there's going to be many more arguments and even wars, because people like us was called witches. We was at war in the ancient day for speaking like this, and they're going to wage war against us again. I'm just letting you guys know. I love the positive energy as well, but we are at war, and we're here to unlock minds. And arguments are nothing but debates or debacles. It's tense moments, and when we're trying to reach balance, we're going to go through turbulence. But we welcome them. Long as we don't start the arguments, we're okay. But we have to end them, though.
Yeah, and we should all be, allowed to voice what it is, because we're all like, we've got there slightly differently. You've maybe some of the stuff tonight. It's not that I didn't know some of the stuff, but I just like the way you put it. Like, people don't realize the church says you basically got to believe in the Lord Jesus to get to God, but you don't. You can do that yourself. Whatever God is, the creator, source, whatever, you can do that yourself. You don't need anybody else. You don't need the Bible.
You know what?
And then it's like a form of communism, because I did say before, I think I mentioned it, but farmers and everything, they used to work. The churches owned everything, and the people worked on the land, and then the people went to church every Sunday and all that. So they were all indoctrinated, living in it, working in it. Yeah, that's the way it was. I mean, now they're trying to do it a different way, aren't they, through the television? Because obviously a lot of people don't go to church now. Some do, don't they? But I'm just saying a lot don't go to church, so they've got to find a different way of doing it. And it just seems, it's just like every time you think about flat Earth, it's just the whole thing is treason. It's treason everywhere. Everything is wrong. Everything is back to front. They've tried to cover everything up so badly. Everything, it's disgusting. I can't find another. It's treason and disgusting.
I can't believe that I had the doggone Google Hangout code showing. A hacker can get that code. Sorry.
That's what I thought. No, you've been sniped now. It's just all like, how could there be all this knowledge and all this wisdom and everybody knew everything, and they actually knew how we worked, what shape we were, everything. And then we've just gone through all this crap history telling us about like the Middle Ages. None of it can be true.
You're so right.
It's all just, oh.
Thank you, I'm gone. Thank you.
You gotta go. Okay.
Hey, you have a good one, Judith. You did have a beautiful spirit. I enjoyed you. Thank you. Hey, you do too. Hey, Karen, do I be pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, that's how
Karen.
you say it, Karen. That's cool.
Yeah,
I
enjoy.
60s name. Everybody was called Karen or Sharon.
That's crazy. I never linked the two together. It makes sense now. Sharon or Karen.
There's another name as well. It's Karen, Sharon, Carol.
You know, you just taught me something just by saying that, because you just taught me some more phonetics with etymology. When we say CH, it can be pronounced sh, but it also can be pronounced k. So the alphabet K may have came from, like you said, Sharon and Karen is interchangeable, just like the CH and the K, or the SH sh and the K can be ka. There's a lot of things I just learned, just simple stuff. I don't mean to always be learning and teaching, but damn, man, like I can't stop. Let me just stop.
Happy birthday, Pero. My dear.
Is it today? What, is his birthday today?
I turned 33 on the 22nd.
Yep. He's a young man.
No time, you said, Pero. No time.
Santos, my eldest son is older than you.
Yeah.
My eldest son is 34.
You want to know something crazy about me? My birthday was 11/22/2017, right? And that equals out to 16, which equals out to 7, the number of completion, the number of the goddess. 7 has the word Eve in it. When I was born, I never knew I would be doing the work of the mother goddess. And I always ask questions about the stars, not knowing I was asking questions about Nut, the goddess. And I see that I was born to do this and that everything about my life is very symbolic. Because I was born in November, all right? And to me, that's a month dealing with autumn time, AU, which is the time of the goddess, autumn time, Thanksgiving time, all of that. It's so symbolic. Bro Sanchez in English gematria equals out to 666, which is the number of the Antichrist or the number of the goddess. And not only that, my birthday was a great alignment. It was on 11/22 and I became 33. So it was like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
you know? And the 33rd degree is like the climax degree of masonry and the angle of the sun. So it's a lot of, when Santos Bonacci talk about astrology, I'm interested to learn more of how our name and birthday link with the stars, because I see it a lot now. In fact, you know, 11/22/2017, you think of 2017 being a year that I turned 33, that's symbolic because 2017 is the great year. In other words, the celestial year began this year. And this year I turned my 33rd degree of initiation into the cult of the mother goddess, spiritually. And I think that's very deep because 2017 is 10, which is the number of the binary code, the goddess. And I just had to leave y'all with all of that.
You mean it's all come together at once?
Yeah. I really enjoy being here too, Karen. This Sun and Moon group is one of those shows that I can say, hey guys, I'm getting sleepy, but keep it going. Let me take a sleep and wake up and keep going. Like, you don't want to leave this stream. I love what you created over here because for people that talk a lot like me, I'm a motor mouth. And for there to be no interruptions and for you to have a platform where you just let people go, let me tell you something that the great brother Sanchez is learning something from you, Karen. I'm learning how to run better live streams being on your show. Because after leaving this show, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let people talk. Because I cut Santos off a couple of times and I noticed at the time I was doing it, the hints that was thrown. I picked up on them and I learned from them. And I want to say I apologize. That's a fucked up quality of mine. I do cut people off because I think I have so much to say and I just got to learn to take notes, be quiet, and wait till people finish. And I'm telling you, you teach that. You teach that.
Oh, that's very nice of you to say. But the whole point is that, you know, obviously we don't have people like you on so often. So why would we want to talk all over you when you're there? I know we had Santos on as well, but I said to the people coming on today, it's Bro and Santos that are going to do the talking. You're coming in to listen, really, you know, today, because that's why we asked, obviously, you were on. But I think on your streams, you have a lot of people coming in. And what I heard you say, right, I don't want to go off topic. I might bore you to death with this, but I'm not changing the subject. I'm going on about this. But he went, oh, no. I thought, well, I'm not interrupting. And then the person came next talking. He went, oh, but I just wanted to know about Antarctica. And you went, what? What's that got to do with what I was talking about? Next. And so maybe that's what frustrates you a bit. Maybe when you want to go into these really big, deep talks, you only have who you want on that panel. And then when you want to open it up to people talking, you have as many as you want on there. But when you've got to make these big speeches, like you've got so much, just have who you want on it. Even if it's just you. They have to listen to you then. Because I can tell, like, I think what happens is that I like to say that you seem a very spiritual person. But when someone is like a wall in front of you and you know that vibe, it gets you go up and then everybody, and I could feel last weekend that people were annoying you and it was making you a little bit flustered, but you can't help those people. And like, for instance, I couldn't believe that guy, Tom. He said was he a Buddha? And you were trying to say, well, that's still fake. That is still a fake. You're still believing in religion. And then I think you actually shut him off the Hangout, but he was able to talk in the chat. And he was going, bro, I thought you were a real man. And then he did something about like Jesus looking good. Well, if he was what he said he was, why did he get all narky? He wasn't acting like a Christian or a Buddha. He also was very narky and rude.
Yep.
They just get nasty.
And
you can feel that vibration. Well, that is going to annoy you, isn't it? Because you feel I'm here to tell the truth as best as I can with the knowledge I'm getting. I'm putting it out. And then there's these rude people. And then they say they're Christians. So it's all a bit weird, really.
It is. Christians are on a phase of their spiritual evolution that I really, the people who die Christians, I have a belief that they come back to this exact same earth pond. I think that Christianity is a solar system, a trap for your soul to be reborn here. But I think reincarnation is the goal. But if we're on an endless plane, where we go is better places from here. And we're supposed to be upgrading. But I think when we die with certain belief systems, that it may alter our afterlife. I hope not, because I love my grandmother, my auntie.
Can I say something to you?
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something? One thing I noticed, because my grandmother was into all these spirit groups and stuff like that. And then I know that it's in me. It's in the Welsh. Well, a medium told me I'm a Welsh witch, but not a bad witch, a white witch. I'm very sensitive, these kind of things, a bit psychic. And he said it's in all the women. What am I getting to? There's a point. Oh my goodness, I've just lost the point now. Point's gone. No, it's because I've not slept. Yeah, this sensitiveness I've got is almost unbearable, bro. I know what people are saying, what they're thinking. I know when people are lying to me. It's making it almost impossible to have a relationship because they're trying to tell me this when I know they're kind of lying. They don't mean to lie. But this much sensitivity is ridiculous. But it's been there since I was a child. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So my grandmother was into all this stuff. My mum and her sisters didn't like it. It kind of frightened them. So there's a missing link. And my grandmother died when I was 7. So there's no way I can connect with her. Well, only like mediums say that she's with me. But anyway, going to spirit groups, I suddenly noticed that I have brought people through. I've actually said all this stuff and this person's gone, yes, that's my aunt. Yeah. But when I actually look at things, the mediums never, ever say, your dad on the other side has come back as the nephew across the road. They never come back. If they ever talk to someone, they're in spirit world. They're not here. They never come. I don't know if you come back. I believed that we did. I believed that we reincarnated. But it's suddenly just with flat earth. I don't know. I was listening to hang on a minute. I've never heard a medium ever say any of the spirits have come back. They're always on the other side. Whereas I always believed we reincarnated. It was just something I thought. What do you think about that? They never, ever say they come back. It's not like you went to a medium. It's not like they say your great-grandfather is reincarnated. They're always still in spirit world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that spirit world, I mean, we can't prove any of this stuff, but in your mind, right, when you open up, when Marlena talks about the 6th and 7th sense, in your mind, these interdimensions that you're in, you can go through it in your higher self and it moves up. World is just a higher dimension. So they actually are always here, but we can't see them and feel them because they're in a different dimension to us.
Mm-hmm.
Just very quickly, because I know that your time's pressing, but have you seen that guy who explains what Flatland's all about? He's a 1960s bloke. We have actually put it out a few times because he explains what the 4th dimension is really well. But he starts off with a flatard, which is basically flat. And then it can only see left and right. It can't even see up. But say something from the 3rd dimension came in and he used an apple and he put the apple in some ink. He said that flatard in that 1st dimension will only see the points of where the apple meets the ground, see the apple. So it knows that something's there, but it can't really work it out because it can't see all of it. Well, I'm wondering if that's what spirit world's all about, and that's why you can sense them. I mean, I feel them. I don't see them. Some people see them. I just feel them. I just suddenly know that there's something here. So maybe they're in these other dimensions and we just can't see them, which means they haven't left.
Maybe they're all of these places at the same time, and at the same time still experiencing a brand new experience, and it's still evolving and also still existing as our loved ones in spirit. And it's not a very complex thought when you think of the multiverse and how we are. It makes sense, like that my grandma can still exist in spirit among us, in her energy, her essence, at the same time still moved on in her journey, you know.
I just can't believe what we're living in, to be honest. I was happy that we were flat. I thought this is what it's all about. I realized this is why I was so sensitive. I mean, my birth chart says that I'm an elder that's been sent back. I've just told you. I'm not sure if we do come back in that way. That means they never leave, but we don't come back in the same essence as a human. I don't know. It's just this whole thing we're in is absolutely. I mean, what we're uncovering, people like you, Santos, whoever it is, Matt, the people, even the people trying to do the research on the maps. It's just that everything is just. It's just like we're in someone else's game. Are we supposed to find out why we're here? Are we supposed to learn all this stuff? Are we supposed to know it? Because everything is just so bad. It's everything. It's not just, hey, they lied about us being a ball. They've lied about everything. Everything they're telling us right now. Everything. The news, the hoaxes, the wars, everything. Everything's a lie. History, the pyramids, the pyramid people, and what you're talking about is even older. It's all a lie. Those people knew everything. They were living, like even the pyramid people, they were living, like you say, they were sort of transporting themselves somehow. I was talking to, you'd like him, his name's Weedy the Dark, he's into free energy. So he was working out that the pyramid people were somehow transporting themselves, but they may not have been it may not have been their bodies, but they were able to go to places, a bit like using the ball from the Wizard of Oz. You know, when the witch, not the Wizard of Oz. We're talking Dorothy. The Wizard. What's that one?
It's interesting that you say that because the pyramid.
You have magic ball.
Yeah, and they was able to use them as teleportation devices.
Yeah.
Because the pyramids are nothing but ancient CERN technology. So this what they're doing at CERN is what the ancient Egyptians was been trying to do.
Well, guess what? On Friday, FPV's re-showing his work, changed the map on it because I used someone else's map and they striked me. That's why we're on another channel. It's supposed to be all this flat Earth stuff supposed to be free. They copyrighted it. He showed a little bit of their work in a model and they striked me, and they striked his video. But anyway, basically. The angels are a bit like mechanisms here which turn things on and turn things off, and it helps with the sun and the moon, like moving them around, and the fact that obviously there's a big grid underneath us and we're sort of living in some kind of pyramid, to be honest. Some kind of Merkaba we're living in. So I mean, you just think, who could create all this? It's just like it's like the more you look into it, just it gets more and more and more and more, and there's just so much information. It's like you're turning into a scientist just to explain it. Like all these years, I mean, look at NASA. Look at just what the hell's going on here. What is this? It's like I just want to scream how we've been taken so far away from where we're supposed to be.
It definitely takes away a lot of fear. It lets you see that. What I am is beyond flesh and bone. It's beyond physical. If I can recreate this flesh and bone in a dream, and I can, what is it? So yeah, you're definitely right. Like, there's definitely something deeper to this place that we unlock with all of this.
And do you know something else, bro? Do you know something else? I mean, it's not that this is very much, by the way. It's not that it doesn't mean that I'm any better or anything than anybody else, but I have visions, you know, and the visions I saw weren't very nice. It never showed me all of it. But I was in a plane going down, for instance. The next day, plane went down. I was looking through someone's eyes on the plane. And the next day, the plane went down by the Olympics, the American Olympics. There was a plane that went into the sea. I thought I was on that plane. And then I was on this train and it blew up. I started looking through the papers, and basically a train was going past an oil refinery in India, and they had an explosion and it hit the train and it killed all the people. I saw it. I was in the train before it happened. But Lady Diana, you know, Princess Diana dying, there was masses of stuff around here, but I didn't realise that that's what I was seeing, because it would take me to these visions, but only a little bit, like taking me around all this railing. Of course, it was Kensington Palace, and this is where all the people put all their stuff out for her. They tied it to the railings around Kensington. It's just like, how come I'm seeing bits before they've even happened? I saw a bit of 9/11. But I was going on an aeroplane with my children, so I didn't look at it properly, because I thought, I'm not going to be getting on the plane at this rate. Because I saw, it doesn't mean that 2 planes went into the Twin Towers, but the connection was, it said 2 planes. In fact, there was more, but it kept going 2 planes, 2 planes. I thought, well, I can't look at this because I'll never go on holiday. We had only just come back off our holiday the day before 9/11 happened. So it's just like, I've stopped looking at it all now because it's just became too much, because I don't see anything nice. I don't get hurt. I don't feel anything. I just see something that's going to happen. I can't say when and where. That's so annoying. It just gives me this little vision of something. It's crazy. So what's all that about? Why do I get these little visions before they happen, and none of them are nice? They've always got people dying in it.
And then we have psychic moments and deja vu moments. So there's a lot to us humans, you're right. Because if we can, when we have, for example, psychic moments where we see something happen before we happen, where are we seeing it from? We're looking at this from the inside. It ain't like we're looking at our wall or looking at our cell phone to see this future event. It's coming from inside of our mind.
Yeah.
So the future exists within us.
That's the mistake people make. They think reality's outside their head. It's not. It's inside your head.
Yeah, that's really
deep. Inside your head.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because you just, the future, it even exists within us on that level. Because if I could see something happen before it happened, the future is already in me. Damn, like.
Don't you think that's crazy?
It's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
And to do something else as well, I know that you were talking about those civilizations and you were saying some of them are thousands of years old. I'm just not even sure if we're that old anymore. It doesn't mean we're not maybe a few thousand years old. I just can't, it doesn't feel right now that it's thousands and thousands of years.
You're right about
the pyramids
that.
Don't look that old, do they?
I think a lot of time we throw these years and these numbers around based on historians, and just to refer to a time period that the other person. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of with you, Karen. I don't think that the Earth is necessarily. I really don't know no more about the age of it. I don't think nobody really know. So to even deal with history on the timeline is laughable now. But we still do it because they got everything broken down from Big Bang and dinosaurs, and so you got to go and debunk all of this crap now. But you so right, especially when you think about.
Do you know something, bro? Mm-hmm. Do you know something? There aren't that many night altitude balloons, by the way, where you can get nighttime footage. But one I've got on the main Sun and Moon group, but I copied it off someone else. The link's there. Basically, the balloon's at 17 miles up, and some of the stars are below the moon, below the balloon. You can see them. Those stars are miles up. They're not hundreds of miles. They're miles. I'm not saying they don't go up higher, maybe 60 miles or something, because there's these 2 companies one's in South America, one's in Germany. You can actually find their websites. They've actually got tutorials, little videos, which explain who and what they are. So it's not like they're covered up. You just got to find the company. And basically, they've got machines where they can make stars, but they can't get any further than 60 miles with the machine. It doesn't mean the machines couldn't make the stars higher. They just said they cannot get past 60 miles. So if that's true, and this night altitude balloon picks up stars below 17 miles, The stars are going from, say, 15 miles to maybe 50 miles. That's it. The stars are close. So you take all the noughts off. When they say light years away and zeros, you take all of them off. So what is it? So the sun's supposed to be 93 million miles away. Well, I don't even believe it's 93 miles away, because that sun is there in the sky like the moon. It's there.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
It is.
I know what you're saying about the sun and all that. I understand with the, like, what is this we're in if we're all seeing our own sun, though, because I told you, went to a beach and you looked out and you looked back, the sun's coming to your feet, but just say your wife, she's standing up, it won't be going to her feet, it only comes to your feet, and when she looks at you, the sun's only coming to her feet, not yours. What is all that?
That's something, because I don't think people even get what you just said, and that's crazy, because you're right. I've been to the beach several times and I never even thought about that in my life till I became a flat earther. Like, the sun can be shining up to my feet and I can look over at my girl and the line doesn't really reach her. But she see the same thing and saying the same thing about me. And it's like, wow, we get both of the pictures. Both of us are seeing the line at our feet, but she can't see mine and I can't see her. Like, it's crazy, because it make you re-question this place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What it is.
I mean, Matt, who was off at the beginning, he reckons there is no zero. Not for there's 369. That's it. There's 3 numbers, 3 colours. 0 is a lie, because you can't get anywhere with a 0. But I understand what you were talking about, the yin and yang. Maybe that is the 0. It isn't really a mathematical number. It's a circle. And they've called it 0.
Yeah.
So I understand that, and I understand the yin and yang thing. But in what he's doing, there is no 0, because you can't go anywhere with 0. It adds up to nothing. There is no 0.
That's the point. It gave birth to, it's the point of singularity. You know, that's the beauty of, it's the top of the eye. When you think of the eye, see,
yeah,
when you looking at the 1, that's when you're a fallen angel. That's when you stepped off of your throne. You get what I'm saying? Because listen, when you're looking at a 0, you are God looking down at the 1 or the sun. So when God become a fallen angel and step down, it don't see a dot no more. You see a 1. So think of a flagpole. If I walk up to a flagpole, it looks like a 1. But if I was in an airplane looking down at the flagpole, I won't see a 1. I see a dot. So when we looking at the 0, we looking at, we're now God assuming a God view, and we can see the point of singularity because we're hovering above the creation now. And when we look at the 1 that comes next, it's because now we're falling to the ground and we see the dot as a 1 now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And something else I just wanted to broach on, because I know that you've probably got to go in a minute, but everything seems to connect back to the eye. Like last weekend, artists found all this information through Chris Monk about electromagnetics and these big arkings. I've mentioned it before, these big arkings which happened on this place, which you can find, right? And when you look at the arkings, they look like the center of an eye. They look like your eye, the color in your eye. And it's like a lot of this stuff goes back to looking like eyes. So, yeah, hello. Do you know something else as well?
My mic was muted when I was just, damn.
If you imagine, right, you've got trees and things, they're always out in the sun. They don't burn. They're only burning because of chemicals put on them, you know, from the sky or whatever. And yet they're following the sun.
Yeah.
Genetically, there's other things going on here. It's not because of heat. We feel a heat.
A lot of people said I looked it foolish just now, Karen, because everything I just said, my mic was muted. So what I was telling her, y'all, was that if you look at my eyeball, you can see the same pattern that we see in our earth. The pupil is the pole. The pupil is the pole. So it splits the whiteness of my eyeball 50-50. And this side would be sun, this side would be moon. And the pupil that you see with is the pole. That's the serpent. That's the eye that's perceiving the experience. Your eyeball splits the whiteness equally. And sun, moon splits the earth plane equally. But when we was talking earlier about how all of us may be looking at our own sun, that's really deep, because think about it. If we see from within, what if the sun is our true source of each one of our own light, and it's us who are lighting up our own world? Each of us are, you see what I'm saying? What if the sun we see in the sky is the back projection in the back of our pineal gland that's the let there be light when we first, our own sun that we seeing from within, and we projecting it in a circuit. Now, I know a lot of people will give us hell for this, but we've just been philosophical. But
yeah, because with consciousness, because there isn't God without us, or creator without us. We are it. He's in us. And I mean, Alan also found, he knows that we're in an enclosed system because he was working for an electricity company and he was doing work for them. They wanted him to use scalar waves. So he's seen all the information. The scalar waves come back straight away. They wouldn't if we were on a ball. So we're in some enclosed system. And they said the firmament fits us perfectly like a wax seal. And not just that, he obviously, because he's into free energy and all that, he's picked up the Earth's heartbeat. And it sounds like a human walking around.
That's amazing.
It is the most crazy, because, you know, if you sit there and you don't move, your heartbeat goes da-dunk, 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 da-dunk. But you start moving around, it goes donk, 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 da-dunk, 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 because you're moving. This is what the heartbeat sounds like. And he says it changes when there's a big weather front coming in. And occasionally the heartbeat goes and then it comes back. And he's modified this radio only on this frequency, and only he, you know, there's not many radios like him. Now he's understood what the pyramid people were about. You'd like to talk to him. He's amazing.
I do want to talk to him, because a lot of people think I was crazy. This whole thing about us having our personal sun, it make a lot of sense to me now. And it, you know, because I was sounding crazy a while back. I was telling folks, when I wake up in the morning, you know, you can stare directly at the sun, but the halo and the little light that's emanating from it. I remember one day I was in the car yelling. I was on some real ancient mantra type shit. Don't even mask. But I was yelling and I was looking at the sun. I noticed the louder I yelled, it was like I was affecting the vibration of the sun halo. And I was like in the car, like, yelling and looking at it like, damn, it'll slow down when I get quiet and speed up when I yell. And I was like, I know I'm not affecting the sun right now. I'm tripping. And to this day, I'm like, was I tripping? But if that's my son, maybe I was. I don't know. I don't, you know, the more you learn, the more you find out we don't really know much about.
The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know anything.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's like you don't know anything, because it leads on to something else and something else and something else.
And that's the thing. Like, I really don't know nothing. It just sounds smart when I'm trying to explain the mysteries that most folks don't question. But the more I explain it, the more you realize, damn, we don't really know what the hell this place is. Like, it's deep.
And Matt reckons we're almost in a pixelated virtual reality. Pixelated virtual reality. I mean, you'd like talking to him as well, but he likes talking. He could talk as long as you. He's done all the triangles, and life is all about frequencies and waves. But he would say atom. Everything is atom. But you see, to him, that means everything is Adam. But you're saying it's not, it's Eve.
Yeah, well, he's saying everything is Atum, and that's worshiping the Atum is another name for the Pope as well. I know he's saying his mother, but you know,
But bro, listen, if there's a woman, right, and there's the mother and the goddess and all that kind of stuff, who created her? And then look at our bodies. I mean, just look at even a conception of a baby, the whole thing. I mean, in reality, for a woman, if it was anything else, you'd reject it. And that's why you get morning sickness, because your body's going, this is a foreign entity in your body and you're being sick. But you don't abort it. 99% of the time, you don't abort the baby. But I mean, look at that, how a baby's created, what it goes through. I mean, I hadn't even thought about this until Ellie. I mean, I don't know if you know this, you probably do, but when a baby girl's being made, every egg that she produces is already made and in her body when she's being made. You think, what? I mean, I know this quite a few years ago, but that always like baffled me. I don't know what I thought, but the eggs are made when the baby's made. So if you're going to produce eggs or not produce eggs or have eggs, it's all happened in that conception of that baby. And then, for instance, the fluid around the baby, that actually is the baby's pee. But of course, it's sterilized, isn't it? Because it's inside the sac. And that's what's passing through that baby, its own urine. The moment it hits out here, it's contaminated. You know, that it would be terrible being inside with urine. But you just think, look at it, look what a baby goes through to become a human and then be born. And they say that it's the worst journey you'll ever take is being born, apart from death.
But you know what,
it's the most dangerous journey in your life you will ever take is being born.
But you know what, though? It's amazing, because think about this. It's a shift of your consciousness. You don't even experience the pain. See, they're trying to control us with fear. For them 9 months when you're in your mother, guess what? You're in a dream state. You're still working karma out in your mind. Those 9 months can seem like an eternity to you. But whenever you work out what you need to work out to be back, that's when you find yourself crying in the hospital, trying to figure out why you came here when you just went over that in the darkness. But by the time they get through indoctrinating you, you forget your mission. So, yeah, they tell you.
When do you think the soul actually is there? Conception or when the baby's born?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
When do you think the soul is really there in this baby? Is it when it's conceived or when it's born?
Well, that's the problem right there. I believe that when we die, we split and we're in all of these places. I believe that your body right now. Okay, so when you say when is the soul is conceived in this whole 9-month process, I believe that right now while I'm talking to you, Karen, you already being conceived. You already been, right now you being born in a hospital somewhere. On this infinite plane, out of infinity.
Repetition. You think we're repeating it all?
Well, I think...
Like you have been here before. That's when you get that deja vu. Have you been that place where you actually know what someone's going to say before they say it? It's like, I've heard all this before.
Well,
you haven't.
What it is think about it. They said we live in what? Ecosystems, which is ecosystems, the ripple effect. So there is a latency to where this show just started. In my opinion, on a plane somewhere in this infinite cosmos, this live stream just started. And we finna go through it all again. And it's like, when I say that energy is infinite, this place is infinite. Every action we do has an infinite echo or ripple. So right now, when I punch my hand like this, I just created an action where now that's gonna echo across this infinite reality. And at the same time I punch my hand like this, I created a reference point in time Now, guess what? It's still happening. There's a me somewhere just doing it again. There's a me now just reaching this point. There's a me that already made the punch. There's a me that, and it's like a clip of each part of me making the one action has to recreate itself again infinite times in a fractal way. And it's weird to explain. It's like looking in the eyes of a fly. Every action creates a ripple effect in eternity. And so when you bring something into existence, it can never cease to exist, because how do you delete all of those duplicates? Because if every time I punch, think about it, when you drop drop a rock into the ocean, it's one rock, but look at all of them ripples. That is a copy of that one action. You see?
In a way, it's not the same, but then the waves are the same sort of thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're ripples going out.
I'm saying that we are all right now, Brother Sanchez is in the egg resting in my next mama. We're a projection. We're projecting ourselves from somewhere right now. Just like if you was dreaming, Karen, if you was dreaming right now, your real body is in the bed and you're projecting your consciousness into a dream place. This is a dream place or a spiritual place. So what I'm saying is, if we're projecting ourselves from somewhere right now, where are we projecting ourselves from? The center of what? Your future mother's womb, the center of the earth. All of these portals are strung together in wombs. So when you leave this existence, you assume your consciousness into another one that was already there waiting for you. You just hadn't tuned into it. So there is a you resting in your future mother's fetus. And whenever you leave this body, you're going to be right on time to awaken and shift your consciousness to that new egg where you already was. All right? You're there right now. You see what I'm saying?
It's even more crazy than I thought.
So that's
one other thing. As a flat earther, I don't sleep that much anymore because, like you're awake and Australia's waking up. So in one sense, like this hangout, I haven't slept, but most nights I don't go to bed till 3, 4. Usually the sun, well, in the summer especially, the sun is always coming up. It's my favorite time. It's just as the lights come in and then the sun comes. I love it. So I don't sleep so much. I'm much more in the consciousness than in the dream state. And then what about all this stuff when we're in all these different time zones, yet we're all like on the hangouts, for instance, every single one of us was there at the same time. We're always there at the same time, even though in reality we're not. It's all just...
Yes. Hey.
I would say this though, that in Matt's research, he reckons that there are 2 suns and 2 moons. It's a bit like I was watching the sun myself going off to America. This is last year when I was actually, this is all hitting me about the moon's there, the moon's here, and seeing actually how much the sun and moon move around the sky to the seasons. But he was going off to America and someone was talking to me from Australia and said, the light's coming up here. So it's like, how could the light be coming up there and they're getting the sun when I'm actually watching it still going to America? It's all crazy. But I have loads of information because it's like we have a perspective bubble. Yeah. And the higher you go in the sky, that perspective bubble would get bigger. So in an aeroplane, it is a bit bigger. But in that perspective bubble, the sun and the moon and everything is happening. So it is happening for every single one of us in our perspective bubble. And this is something else I want you to think about. Listen, this is what I find crazy. In your day-to-day, roughly, so I know that this room I'm sitting in now looks to the east, west, north's that way, south's behind me. When the sun comes up, there's houses in the way, but you roughly get to see the sun. We'll pick an approximate distance, 60 miles. Yeah, we'll just say 60 miles that you could see when that sun's coming up and going across. Then it goes across, and maybe you could see it for the, 10, 20, 30, say 60 miles. Every day, that sun is doing exactly the same thing for everybody, taking all day to go across your head and go past. But it's not thousands of miles, it's just this perspective. I think
I
the only thing I think is, bro, is that the sun may be in a different dimension, other dimensions.
Okay.
But in this dimension, because of our 3D eyes, we see it the way we do. But that doesn't mean if we had, say, 5 fifth-dimensional eyes, we wouldn't see it differently. We would see it differently, but in 3D is what, well, we're 4D beings seeing in 3D, but I think your consciousness, you can go higher dimensions, because I can see into people. I can almost hear what they're saying. You know, I think we're all capable of that. I think a lot of people lose it. It's with you as a child, and then everybody shuts it down. Something happened to me. I didn't get educated the same, and I just didn't shut that connection down. So it's been with me since a child, and I bet you it's the same for you. That thing that you've got right now, which pushes you forward, which gives you everything, this essence thing you've got, this sensitive, you've had it since you were a child. It's never left you. But this bit where the sun, you only see the sun go from there to there every single day, but every single one of us sees the same thing. I just think that blows my mind. What is this we're in?
You think, could it be that some of our reality is what we agree to make it individually? Excuse me. Could it be that some of our reality is what we agree to make it individually, and the other half is what we agree to make it as a collective? Could it be that what we see happen consciously is an echo of what happens subconsciously in the back of every human's mind? Could the sun be the left brain, and could the moon be the right brain? That we're all...
Matt would say the same thing. The moon is feminine and the sun is the masculine. Whereas people think it's the other way round. People are taught the sun is the feminine thing and the moon is the masculine.
Yeah, the moon is definitely the mother because of the M-O, Mo is mother. And the sun, well, hey, it's telling you it's the man, it's the sun.
Yeah.
You know, so...
But again, as gravity doesn't exist, what are these things in the sky? What are they?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Think about what I'm telling you. If half of our reality is what we can touch and see, and I can toss you this lighter if you was in my house.
Hey, got it.
So what I'm saying is that makes up part of our reality, and part of it is what we all agree on, like the sun, the stars. What I'm saying is there's two things happening. There's individual actions that shape our world, and all of these individual actions make up a collective action that shape our whole reality. Like, I think that we even influence maybe the movement of the stars, or that they influence us, or vice versa. Basically, what I'm saying is if the sun is left brain and the moon is right brain, and we both have left and right brains, but we're calling them the sun and moon, why can't we say that, like we just said, if all of us is projecting our own individual sun, and you said his sun is the left brain, then guess what? We all got a left brain and a right brain, so we all got a sun and a moon. Just like we all got a left hand, a right hand, left foot, right foot. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the stars above are spiritual organs that we're creating from the inside of us, project. Maybe there's nothing up there but a dark sky, and the stars and the sun and moon we see is coming from us projecting it onto that. That can be something. Maybe we're projected devices. That can be true. Who knows?
When that balloon took that night footage, the way the camera's panning around, you could see that, say the stars are even hundreds of miles away, the balloon wouldn't pan right past them, pan right back. So, I mean, that star set is above that balloon, with that balloon. Well, how can it be everywhere at the same time? Or I know it changes a bit in the southern hemisphere, and you get, like in America, the stars stretch out a bit differently for you there. They just do, and a lot of America, like the Big Dipper's different. The Big Dipper just goes round my house. The Big Dipper goes round like in a square round my house. But for America, it could go over the horizon, dip for a while, and then slowly come back up, and it's much bigger than it is for me. I'm more north. I'm quite north here. But I mean, on that blue footage, the stars were all there. But for everybody else, they're all there. And okay, slowly they start moving. Like I said, in America, the stars look a little bit different than here. But they're still there. They're just, it's all stretched out differently. And you just think, what is all this? How can we all, I just don't get it. I don't get any of it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
One thing, listen, Stan's been using this 360 camera. And what that's showing is that the sun and the moon are coming up from the ground and going down, basically. I'd have to show you that another time if you're interested. But like basically what he can see is that the sun and the moon and the stars have this rainbow effect, so that closer to them, they move further away. You get closer to it, they move further away. So it's got the rainbow effect. You know, when you try to go near a rainbow, you can't get to the base.
You can only get that with projection.
So what the hell?
Well, now, if you think about that the closer you get to the sun and moon, what the hell? I'm getting some echo. Let me see. Yeah, the closer you get to the sun and moon, the farther away they go. That supports what we saying, that, man, the sun and moon we see may be personal, may be coming from within. Now, people will laugh at us now, but, you know, when we say everyone on flat earth, whether they agree with that or not, they would say that the sun and moon are more than likely projections. And then we start debating on where they've been projected from, inside the dome, outside the dome. What if they're being projected from you? What if your eyes is the dome?
Realize, bro, you don't need the sun to see. I mean, it'd be a very cold place here without the sun, because obviously the heat, what we get as heat heats the earth up. But like, I just, it's all just mind-boggling.
Yeah,
the whole thing. I just like, our group is researching all the time, so there's different models coming in. You'd be amazed at FPVs. Again, you'd have to come back and watch that one, or I could just send you the links. I know you're a very busy man. I mean, for instance, people don't realize that the sky isn't even, I mean, I don't know why you think the sky is real. All that is that there is light, and it's bouncing up as far as it can from us, and then it stops, and then it goes black. And most people don't realize the sun is in the black, and it doesn't light the black up, does it? It only lights us up. Everything about us is really reflective. But we don't need the sun for light, but we need the rays. The rays are like food for our bodies. We don't need to be in it all day. 10, 15 minutes a day from those rays. We need them.
You're right.
We need the iron. We need the negative ions from the ground. We need clear water. We need, you know, like salt makes us magnetic. We kind of need a bit of this salt because we're magnetic. We've got this magnetical field around us, just like the one they put around the globe. It's just, it goes on, and it's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah, I love what you say about, you know, the sun isn't lighting up the darkness that's surrounding it. You know, that it's only lighting us up, you know, so that is something right there. And then when you add what you said, when you say that you can see the sun appears to get farther and farther away from you as you try to move toward it. Also, when you pair that with the fact that it's impossible to stand directly beneath the sun or the moon, it also shows you that it's a very good chance that we are participating in creating this reality from the inside out. That is not just a external reality. Like some of this we're creating. And I'm going to start looking more into that, because we all say the sun and moon is being projected, but we don't know where they're being projected from. And what if we're all projecting the sun and moon and stars? A lot of people would say that's crazy, but they compare the brain to the universe.
Everybody reckons it's coming from the ground. You know, like there's what I might do is he's going to play a video on next Friday. I mean, you can be there if you want. Or what I'll do is I'll send you that part of the hangout so you can just see his presentation, because you'll be mind-boggled by it all.
Yeah.
And I mean, things switch on, things switch off, and we're on this kind of grid. and this is what the sun's going around, and I think it's to do with these perspective bubbles that you get. But I mean, if I walk from here to you, that perspective stays with me. It's crazy. It's almost like, you know, when they've got a computer game and he starts running and then all the scenery starts appearing in front of him as he's running and it keeps up with him, but it's like that. That's what we're living in.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
But also, you know the light? I've watched quite a few videos about this now. When the light comes, it's like a gas which comes across the land and starts turning a colour. And you just think, what? It's the most amazing thing, light. And then the sun, it always comes out of the ground. When you see that, when they're up in the high altitude balloons, considering, you know, that the sun isn't at a certain distance above the land and coming across it that way, the sun always seems to come out of the land. You have to watch a few, and it comes out of this sort of arcing of the ground, and then it comes up.
Well,
when it appears, it's coming out of the ground.
The name of the sun is Sol. According to the Greeks, the name of the moon is Sign, and they're compared to the yin and the yang. And we can see the sun and moon in every human with the left and right brain. And the sun and moon goes a circuit around this pole, just like the left and right brain covers the pineal gland. So we have the sun and moon going around the North Pole. We have the left and right brain forming thoughts, a highway around the pineal gland. All the information comes in and out of the pineal gland and feeds through the left and right brain, or vice versa. And we see this same thing happening with the sun, moon, and the pole, as the pineal gland is the one observing it. I say all that to say that this conversation is going to lead me into a new level of research, because no one quite understands the sun and moon, and this stuff is very crazy when you think about, I can't stop repeating it, like the closer you travel to the sun, the farther away it gets. That's like, I can't stop thinking about that, and it's crazy. Like, so it seems like a projection. Like, it's like the donkey with the carrot in front of its face. The donkey is walking toward the carrot, thinking the carrot's going to get closer, but don't realize the carrot is attached to it. So why the fact that we can't make it to the sun and it seems to appear to get further away may be because we're actually trying to walk towards something that's being projected from our own brain. It's crazy.
It's absolutely crazy. And then there's this bit like, if they can't make stars more than 60 miles up, Alan reckons the firmament is definitely a frequency, but after that he can't quite, because of scalar waves, but he's not sure if it's like hard fixed or it's just a frequency. But there's so much electromagnetics around us, it might be that it is just a frequency that we can't get in and out. It's just so strong. Oh, it just, I could go on for hours myself. I'm not as good as explaining it as the people who've done this work. You know, this is just my little like bit on it. But like, it's just like, now I'm just so confused about what everything is. You think, how could someone make, or anything make this? And yet it does seem that there's definitely here a creator, and we're definitely in this whole system. It's amazing.
Well, I'm gonna say this,
Our
and
bodies
then
are amazing. Our minds are amazing when you think about it. And very quickly, just this lady, right? She's a medium. And what it did is she regresses people. I can't remember her name. She's quite big. Other people have heard of her. And when she regresses people, it doesn't matter whether they're 50s, 60s, 70s, 20s, 30s children. They always say, I chose to come here, or I was sent here, or I've come to save the world. I had the calling that I needed to save Earth. And then what it is she put them into 3 categories. So this video was made a few years ago, so I would have said that, yeah, anyway, so those people are now older, so 60s, 70s, 80s, say, are the first wave, and they've just been sent here and they hate it because they've been sent direct from source and they just hate it, but they had to start somewhere, and they're the guinea pigs, I suppose, of this whole thing. The second lot, which includes me, down to about the age of, say, 20s, antennas. We're antennas. And then the children, which is your children, maybe mine, but mine are, I told you, my son's older than you. They're here to save the world because they're on a different frequency. They're a different frequency. So that's what she said. I thought that was very interesting, that there are waves of us that have been sent. And this is maybe why I don't think there's going to be that many people wake up. I'm just asking, have you got M's on your hands, on the palms of your hands? Look at them. Does it look like Zorro's gone?
Yeah.
Because everybody with M's is mega sensitive. And it means, like, Matt reckons that we're the family of Joshua. And that means we're all related in the spirit world. We're all related. And it means that when you talk, if you cried, I'd cry. We're all connected. That doesn't mean everybody is. And there's only so many M's. I don't know what it means exactly, but that's just something else that's come across lately. The M's on the hands. And Marlena understands all about the M's. And there are sometimes there's other letters with the M's, and they all mean things. But there's not that many. There may not be many people waking up right now. This may be it. There may be a few stragglers coming in, and you think, what? And then when you look at it, the demonic, the whole thing is just so demonic. Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah. There's not much you can actually do and have in life that doesn't mean it belongs to some satanic or masonry or what? It's just what we're living in is just, I can't believe how they've managed to do it. But we did do this ourselves, right? In the 1900s, papers were printing. If you actually said you believed that we lived on a ball, you could go to prison. So even if it was a bit like you couldn't really make them go to prison, maybe it was a bit overstated, at least they were talking about the fact that we were still flat. So this whole thing where it's 400 years ago is a lie. And then in the 1900s, we were building many free energy cars, electric cars, the whole thing, electric vans, electric lorries. These lorries could go these cars could go over 100 miles an hour, and then they would last hours without being recharged. There's other things with wind turbines. You could still have free energy cars. Then we get to the First and Second World War, where we got pretty destroyed. Our infrastructure got destroyed. America didn't, but a lot of Europe did. Infrastructure, just Paris, Germany, bombed. When we came out of that, then comes gas, oil, NASA, the ball, time savings. You know, with the sun and, you know, what times we wake up, like we've got summertime and wintertime, we go back and forward an hour. All that came in the 60s. They turned us into a ball in the 1960s. Not 400 years ago. The cull happened in the 60s. And then you could find information up to the 1990s in newspapers about the fact they were still talking about flat Earth. Get to the end of the 1990s, then it stops. And then there was this guy, I can't remember his name right now, but he had a Flat Earth magazine, a group, everything. He was getting somewhere. You know, he was still there promoting it. And then his whole place got burnt down with all his information. So you know that that was done on purpose. To get rid of anybody talking about flat Earth. So this whole thing, say for instance, your grandma's mum and dad would have known we lived on a flat plane. And that, if you imagine, it's only been the last 50 years, and yet when you go out there and you say flat Earth, they want to kill you. It's crazy. They hate you. I think what it is when you're saying it's flat, you've just told them their life's a lie. Maybe that's all it is. But you know, don't you, in front of you, people who you trusted almost turn into devils and go through this really weird spiritual devilness. You think, what the hell happened to them? They can't handle it. They can't handle, they almost go into Agent what's the name from, what do you call it, The Matrix. So once they go mad. Have you noticed that?
You got me thinking about some things here now, because you're telling me that the flat Earth movement, I meant to say that the globe Earth is not as old as we may think it is. The whole globe Earth deception.
Yeah. And then maybe what it was is, you know, when they've got all the people looking up at the rocket and them going to the moon, maybe they really wanted to know at that point. There was such a talk about whether we were a ball. Maybe they was just like, are we a ball? Maybe it wasn't about going to the moon so much. It was about, are we a ball? Are we flat? Or are we a ball? You just don't know because they've just changed so much of it. Just
That's crazy.
So much.
That's crazy. How much of our reality does our eyes play a trick on? Because when I talk about this sun thing and tricks with the sun and moon and all of that, take that and think about NASA, like you said. None of us never been up there. What if you go all the way up there and the earth start to look different because your eyes change? Like, for example, if we looking up at the sky and the way we see the sky is just because the way our eyes are made like a dome, and that we're seeing Polaris based upon our own eyes making a point, because our eyes curve everything on the horizon. Our eyes
might have a slight 40 bit. I do understand that, the same as with a camera. But can I just say that Marlena, we had Pilot LX, if you've ever heard of him. He came on with the night before, because we're the next day now. And Marlena, they've all flown at about 60,000 feet. And they say nothing changes to like what looks like on a high altitude balloon, except it's just a little bit further away because you're higher. Nothing changes. The plane just goes on and on. So that's really great. It's like, what? I mean, we could be in this looping thing, which this is.
Yeah.
I think it was easier when we were on a ball, wasn't it? At least it seemed to fit because the sun was going or you were going round. But this, what we're on, it's just like, oh my goodness, it's crazy.
It's actually dope. It's interesting because in the future, I want to start researching about the Bermuda Triangle now that we have all of this knowledge, because whatever going on in some of these certain places, ain't no telling, man. There can be, hey, who
There's
knows?
another spot as well you need to look up. It's a bit like the Bermuda Triangle, but it's off of Africa. That is 0 point. It's off of Africa.
Yeah, because why we can't fly over some areas? What if there's black holes or what they're trying to create at CERN?
This is why I don't think they will allow all these planes to go from South America to Africa. You know, everything has to go up to America and come across, and then UK, Germany, France is where all the planes land to take off to go to Australia and that. So Australia has to come here to go to America. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, if you went across from, say, South America over to Africa and up, wouldn't that be a lot quicker than going all the way up to America, maybe stopping in New York, then coming across to the UK? There's got to be a reason why they don't want planes to fly there. A bit like the Bermuda. It's off of Africa. They found a 0 point. It's on the map. It's on like Google Maps. They use it as a sort of 0 point. So something happens there.
Hey, Karen, I don't mean to rush off, but I do got to hop off real quick. We can crank it back up though. But I did enjoy this. I think this was a classic. Real talk.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame we hadn't recorded this bit of talk. But then I think you're a bit more relaxed now and not on air. You can just sort of sit there and have a smoke, and it's been brilliant. I wasn't sure if you were ignoring me. I sent you a few emails like, are you going to stand Santos up? Bro, where are you? Yeah,
me and his time zones are kind of crazy, and then the way I sleep and be up at night, like right now I probably still don't go to sleep because like a fool I'm drinking some coffee this late, so I'm not
you
gonna
get a bit buggy sometimes on the hangouts, don't you? When you've had a good hangout and you're thinking, you've got more to think about, you're so buzzing. After a hangout finishes, you need an hour or two just to come down from the flipping hangout.
You're right. Yep.
And I mean, it's quite intense, all this stuff, isn't it? Like, did you ever think that you'd be looking into all this stuff?
I never thought that I would be live streaming talking about this kind of stuff. I literally never thought about it. In fact, a lot of people try to crucify me about that now, Karen, because they bring up little videos and little rap videos. Say, how the hell he gonna do this now? I don't know, man. I didn't choose it. I just went into some knowledge that changed my life. I ain't been the same, but one thing, I always been inquisitive. So I think that's what it was.
I think that if you understand that, even if things have to be finely tuned for the future, because you never know, as you learn more information, you might change your mind on a little bit about what you're saying now. I always feel that whatever it is source. So when I tell someone something, it's not because I've got this big ego or I'm being horrible. This is coming, whatever it is the truth. It's the truth. You're doing it about yours. Mine was a bit more about psychology and people before I came to Flat Earth, so I sort of feel I know a bit more about that. But people just, like, why is it there are certain people that understand you and as most people don't? And I just don't think a lot of people realise that they're spiritual beings, and you should be even if you understood what that was. That's know yourself, be yourself, accept yourself. That's it. Know yourself, see yourself, accept yourself, and be yourself. So, and this thing about, I don't want to go in a second, but this ego thing, you need an ego to wake up. But on the other hand, the egos usually look at it all. Look how nasty people are. Look how rude people are. And it's all aggravation. And yet, the ego you're supposed to have is, like you say, to in tune with nature. It's all these other things. I think you just pick up on it because you're really sensitive.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've got quite a following, haven't you? You've got quite a lot of people who talk to you and that. I think if you want to go into these stuff like you're doing now, you only have who you want on that hangout, even if it's just you, because you want to say it without anybody interrupting and you want to say it. And then, like you say, when you want other nights of opening up, then you just let everybody on. But I think you're a bit bored of it all. Like that guy was talking about, you went next, you've done all that, we've been there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this.
You know what?
People just don't.
I probably was wrong for that because sometimes I do be aggravated, and I think that was probably, I probably was wrong for that one.
Yeah, but if you sense though, when you've understood more and you keep moving on, like Matt laughs a lot of the time because they say, can you explain it? And he goes, ha ha, because he says, where do I begin? This whole thing, he starts here and he ends up over there because everything's so interconnected. Like I said, you can't take 2 minutes to explain it. It's deep. It takes ages.
Yep.
And then all along, you're hoping that people are hearing what you're saying and understanding it because it is deep. I think you have to just sort of, like I say, if you want to get this information out, don't have hundreds of people on your panel when you're doing it.
You sure
keep that for
right.
the bit where you want to say what you want because they just interrupt or whatever.
Mm-hmm. You sure enough right. I ain't gonna lie, so I gotta keep that in mind. Like stuff like this, that's why I didn't let nobody on because I know it was gonna be a lot. That's like I still got notes I didn't touch on, deep stuff. Like when you was talking about dimension, when you say that the sun and moon may be in other dimensions, the word dimension translates to a measurement, meaning a fractal measurement, sort of to speak of our reality, a segment. Like we said, there's dimensions within us and outside of us. I'm gonna be brief with this. Dimension is the mansion or a divided mansion. When you talked about earlier, when I brought up Jesus saying, I go prepare a place for you in my Father's kingdom, there are many mansions. I believe that there are many mentions or dimensions. And I don't think this is space that exists. This space is all around us and in us in these dimensions. We're inside of someone else's mansion or dimension. But when you think about heaven, the name of heaven was Valhalla, and it ends in Allah. Valhalla is Valhalla. And so when you talk about a noun, it's a noon or a goddess. And we're all noons or nouns because a noun is a person, place, or a thing. That's what they taught us. But we're a nouns. We're a noons. We are persons, places, and things because there are cosmos that exist in us. We are places. A mother is a place for a baby to be. Each of us has the cosmos in us as well. So we're not only people, but we're places. Because we go within ourselves to travel to places when we dream. So we are people, places, and we're things, because we are a thing that we call a cosmos or cosmic egg. We're a miniature representation of what the creator is. We're a person, place, and a thing. So we're nouns or noons. But I'm going to leave y'all with that.
Hey, just before you go, this is a slightly different subject, but have you seen a film, Jacob's Ladder?
You know what? I might need to look at that because I know that's about the North Pole. I haven't saw that one.
What it is it was a film out in the sort of late 70s. And what's actually happened is they've injected the soldiers with this death, like, it's going to make them really aggressive drug. And instead of them killing the enemy, supposedly, like in the film, they start killing each other. And what it is one of these soldiers has been shot, and you don't realise till the end that he's actually dying, and he died in hospital. But all you're doing is getting his mind. And one minute he's the soldier, then he's someone else living in France or wherever it is, married. But he keeps seeing a devil. He keeps seeing some devil thing going on. And the film's so confusing that nobody knows what's really going on. And everybody has a different answer. Maybe it's not revolutionary now, but in its time, it was quite revolutionary because you were trying to work out, well, what's his reality and what isn't reality? And you don't realise till the end of the film that he's actually dying. But I mean, it's a very interesting concept about these places where he's there and he's there at the same time. In his dream, he's one place and he's another place.
That's interesting because we say we're here, he's dying. That's an interesting concept. The man that spends his life trying to figure out what is reality, what is real, and while doing so, he's dying, or is he's living? I think the man that goes on a quest to figure out what this place is, they have consciousness have outgrew the Taurus field, and they probably are on a way of graduation. What I'm saying is, do we begin to die when we've exhausted all of our passions, meaning we've fulfilled our fate, or you know what I mean?
I had this book. It said, if you're still alive, your mission on Earth isn't over.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. That's dope. That's what I mean. So yeah, this was dope, man. I want to continue this definitely with you, Karen. I want to thank you again. Thank
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna let everybody go. I just want to give a shout out to all the people in my chat room. Much love to y'all, all of my moderators, all of the viewers, and all of the supporters. Anybody that sent in the super chat donations, I appreciate you. Look like Lil Beezy Bama Born sent the $5 super chat donation. Appreciate you. I appreciate the support. And Karen,
oh, you're still streaming then, bro?
Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm at 9 hours. I got to go right now. But yeah,
I didn't know you were still streaming because obviously I stopped at 8.
Yeah, I was going to give some shout outs.
They've been listening to me.
Yeah, I was going to give some shout outs, but I ain't going to give them now because I got to go. But I'm going to tell you what, I want to give you a shout out, Karen, because it was good talking to you. And I would love to do this normally with you. And definitely me and Santos Bonacci need to build we need to collab more.
Do you think, bro, if we have Santos on again, I don't add any other people and it's just you and him, just me, maybe Patricia because she's quiet, and I just let you and Santos talk. So there isn't other people on there.
Okay. Yeah, however you want to do it, because it's your show. I'm just happy that you got a platform where I can have frequent run-ins with good people like yourself and Santos and all of that. And I definitely want to keep that open. So, yeah, I'm on.
Well, that's fine by us. We definitely want you to come back.
Well, no doubt it. Sooner than you think.
Emails. If you look at your emails, you'll see how many times I wrote to you because I was thinking, Santos is also quite a busy person. And so, to have him there and you weren't replying to me, and I thought, oh no, he's not going to miss it.
Yeah.
But I'm so pleased it happened today. But I think if we do it again, maybe just have you and Santos, just me and someone who's going to be quiet. Because then you get really into it, don't you? Like you two can get into talking.
Oh, yeah.
And other people are saying things.
Me and Santos, we both can be extensive because we have so much knowledge. And yeah, I want to give him another shout out because, he been doing it way, way, way long before me. And like I said, I respect his work, but I am the little one. And I said little one because I'm way younger than Santos. He's our elder. He's our great teacher. And what I am, that brave student that ruffles my teacher's feathers. I do it to Santos. I do it to people over me because I want to set the standard for the younger generation behind me. That this is how we supposed to challenge our sensei. This is how you get better. And the teacher like those students that will challenge even their teachings, because that's how the knowledge is going to continue to evolve into back what it was during the golden age. Because, you know, that's what Martin Kenny did. He took Santos' teachings and came up with a good model, and he did a good job, and I enjoyed the way Santos came on the end and gave him some more insight. So hopefully we can get Martin Kenny too. If you have any way to get in touch with Martin Kenny, that'll be awesome. If you can tell Santos, maybe we can get him on a lot of these shows to discuss that model he made some more. So,
cool. I've put his name down. I don't know him myself, but maybe someone in the group has or emails him or something. I'll find out.
Yeah, Santos was on a show with him on my channel called Cosmic Egg, Martin Kenny and Santos Bonacci, and I think his channel is Flat Earth Universe, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Hold on, I don't want to give him the wrong shout out. Before I end this show, let me have everybody go subscribe to Martin Kenny. Hold up a minute, because
and the Sun and Moon Family United.
yeah, Sun and Moon Group. Make sure you definitely subscribe to Sun and Moon Group. And I'm gonna be on your channel often, so we're gonna definitely get a lot of traffic over there. But
that's brilliant, bro. It's been really amazing, and thank you for spending this time with me, because, you know, usually I'm quite quiet.
No doubt.
It's not about me. I feel that this whole thing, that platform I've set up, it's not about me going on about me. This is about getting the people on and getting the people talking.
Mm-hmm.
The people showing their research. Whatever it is, it's not, the show's not about me. So I stay quite quiet. And
I definitely can feel that energy. You're so right. Like I said, that is the standard of live streams. I appreciate that. Let me let everybody get on up out of here, because it's been too long. Let me get on out of here. Email me and we can do this again as soon as you want. Much love to you, Karen. I'm going to get on out of here. Okay, it's been amazing. Thank you so much, bro. And thank you. Amazing talk for all that time. What an amazing evening, morning. Thank you so much for your time and everything. Hey, thank you too. You have a good one now. Thank you, my darling. All right, you're welcome. Speak to you soon then. Please do, so we can do another. Flat Earth hugs. I didn't give any Flat Earth hugs out today. I always give Flat Earth hugs out. I'm not showing myself because I'm still in my pajamas. But Flat Earth hugs for everybody. And what an amazing hangout. Thank you so much. Hey, you're welcome, for all the information. You've made me think about some things as well. And we're going to continue it. So I'll see you maybe tomorrow or whenever we go back live. Hey, good night, my sister. Good night to you, bro. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. And to everybody in your chat room. Peace. Thank you all out there for tuning in. Until next time, Flat Power. I know this was a long stream, and I'm getting a lot of flack from people saying, Brother Sanchez, you got to make that shit shorter. How about you guys make it shorter? If someone can spend hours out of their day to give you this quality information, then you can take it and chop it up and make it into little clips. I'm reaching a point, y'all, where I really don't have a lot of time to go back in these streams and be chopping it up and still make new fresh stuff and still do live streams. I'm going to need some of y'all help. Some of y'all that don't donate monetarily, then one way you can do it is to take some of these long ass live streams, sit down, rewatch them in your program and chop them up into different videos and titles and shit, at which points where we talking about wet subjects, and put them back out there in digestible portions, 2-hour videos or something that's digestible like that. I do it for other people. I need you guys to do it for me, because a lot of that good stuff can get buried in these 9-hour streams. Nobody want to click on it. So yeah, that can be a job for somebody, and you can take that content, start your own channel, or people be like, man, where he get this video from? And they don't even know that it's a video that I streamed and that you just chopped up. And that's how you can make your content. All right. You can take this stuff, strip the audio off of it, and put the pictures with what we saying, like go and get the pictures and make it into a video, start your own channel, and I'll promote that channel. I tell everybody go subscribe to them because they take my live streams and they shorten them up for you guys who complain. And I will actually make sure that you get compensated for that. So yeah, that's something, you know, if you want to get deep into that or learn how to edit videos, email me if you want to do it and don't know how to edit. But y'all who know how to edit, yeah, get busy chopping up a lot of these long streams that I'm doing, me and Santos. This classic stuff. You know, you chop this up into digestible stuff. You can add music with it. You can put it in you can alter it how you want to make it better. Add the pictures with it and do whatever you want. Upload it on your channel, monetize it. Okay. You have my permission and help us spread this stuff. Chop it up, you know, and make it into new content. Get creative. You know, you don't have a YouTube channel, open one. You know, you don't have no content to upload, I'm giving you content. Here's 9 hours worth footage. Somebody can take this and chop this up and be putting fresh shit out on YouTube where people don't even know where you got it from. Because you sat there, you rewatched the 9 hour stream, and now you got me and Santos and all of this classic stuff uploaded on your channel under a different title, like, hey, Sanchez and Bro Sanchez Epic Stream Part 1. And you can make it in parts or whatever you want to name it. You know, and people be like, damn, they got Brother Sanchez and Santos Bonacci up there going in like this. Where the hell they get this from? What are you getting this content from? Well, I'm giving you my permission to take any of this content and make it yours. Okay? And to everybody in the chat, I'm sorry that I wasn't watching the chat, but I got to get out of here now. Email me for further contact. Peace and much love to you all. Y'all have a good night.